Le Poilu, the World War I, Notebooks of Corporal Louis Barthas, Part 2. 1916, Commandant Leblanc's misadventure, Cupely, Vadonay, the camp at Chalons. We passed by Vitry-le-François, and at daybreak we went through Chalons-sur-Marne. At the station at Saint-Hilaire-au Temple, there was a brief halt. Commandant Leblanc took advantage of it and went to the toilet. Was he constipated, or did he linger to examine these restrooms, a subject about which he was very knowledgeable? I can't set straight anyone who reads these lines, but the outcome was that when 15 Gram stepped back onto the station platform, our train had disappeared. At the station at Cupely, they had us get out of the train. This was the end of an ordeal. Now we could relax our arms and legs, loosen up our shoulders and our flanks. After 12 hours of being piled up in cattle cars too small for the number of men they contained, this was a great relief, a blessing. It's true that a fine, thick rain was falling, and that the wait in front of the station with arms stacked really lasted a bit too long. What were we doing there anyway, instead of proceeding to our next encampment? Well, the reason was that the commandant alone knew where our battalion had to be. He was stuck in the lavatories back at the Saint-Hilaire station, and he had to arrive in order to reveal to us the site of our next billet, a secret which he had kept to himself like a state secret, which he had not revealed even to our friend François Calvet, the battalion's adjutant, nor to His Eminence Grise, Captain Cromet-Riviere. When the news of his misadventure spread through the battalion, it brought on a general outburst of laughter. He himself arrived sooner than we thought he would, brought by an automobile which a providential fate carried to Cupely. Almost immediately, the bleating of a hoarse goat was heard. It was the whistle of 15 Gram giving the signal for departure. A half-hour later we took possession of our barracks, hidden away in the clearings of a forest of stunted pines. A road from Cupely to La Chepe, and a river, the Noblette, cut across our encampment. What the hell? It was in this place of exile that we had come to rest on our laurels. We whose glory, according to what the newspapers said, eclipsed that of all the heroes whose exploits history had recorded. One would have had to be leprous, scabrous, vermin-ridden, to be put in quarantine, to be driven to a place as isolated, as desolate, as rude as this was. It's true that we should have been flattered to find ourselves in the place where, it seems, the terrible Attila was crushed after a horrendous battle 1,000 years ago. But human ingratitude is such that no memorial, not even a stone, recalled the memory of this battle where the fate of our nation was played out. As for comfort in the aforementioned barracks, they left much to be desired. For bedsteads, rough planks trampled over all day long by our muddy feet. For pillows, our packs. It's a good thing that our shoulders and our sides were toughened. We would have appreciated an armful of fresh straw upon which to rest our sore bodies. But at this time, straw was a luxury which only officers could afford, and the horses of officers. One day, at assembly, a whole panoply of heroes was rewarded with a profusion of decorations and sleeve stripes of every variety. I was named a corporal once again. That left me completely indifferent, but since the stripes were given to me in defiance of the wishes of the commandant and the capitaine adjutant major, I could only rejoice at their annoyance. They gave me command of the 6th squad, a phantom squad consisting of 1 barber, 1 drummer, 1 orderly, and other staff employees whom you saw only at mealtimes. The only man fit for combat duty and who showed up with me at inspections and drills was a schoolteacher named D'Artigues. He never offered any excuses and was as unerringly phlegmatic as any son of England. His face manifested an attitude so stupid that it sometimes disconcerted and disarmed our section chief, Adjutant Toulzan, who thought him hopeless. Once he had swallowed his meal, our pedagogue disappeared as if by magic, and then at roll calls and departures he would reappear at the last minute, but in what attire? Puttees undone and falling around his ankles, in greatcoat when he was supposed to be in jacket, and vice versa, his cap stuck on his head like a nightcap when the others wore helmets, his necktie twisted to the side, his pack with its straps going every which way, from which blanket, mess tins, billy cans, tools, all hung down, hooked and roped on just enough so that they wouldn't fall off. Chewed out by the adjutant, he was sent back morning and night by the corporal or the sergeant on duty. His name was always at the top of the work duty roster, but he led a taciturn existence, indifferent to everyone and everything, living apart from his comrades. Had the war clouded his brain? Was he a poker face making fun of us all? Was he a philosopher whose spirit soared in realms inaccessible to common mortals, and whose body was simply vegetating here on earth? What a mystery! As you might well imagine, the field exercises had begun again. Watch out when you were under the orders of Lieutenant Groulois, nicknamed Gueule de Bois, wooden mug, which is slang for hangover. He led us to a large clearing in the woods, where the sections trained separately. There was no point trying to fool around with this jail warden of a lieutenant. From the shade of a pine tree he kept us all in his sight, and no false movement or faulty order escaped his notice. At a signal, a whistle blast from him, a movement or a command had to be done over and over again until it was perfect. It was my turn to take command of the section. D'Artigues, always either distracted or not paying attention, sometimes understood a complicated change of direction or an assembly, but I always ended up no better or no worse than anyone else. This was a relief whenever the lieutenant said, "Someone else take charge." You couldn't ask to be knocked back down in rank. One day, the regiment received a reinforcement of 200 men from the conscript class of 1916. What an aberration, to pour such young folks into a regiment in which many of us were 35 to 40 years old and more. The 296th Regiment indeed became an active duty, regular regiment. Maybe they thought that the insouciance, the innocence, the enthusiasm of these young ones would shake off the apathy and the inertia of us veterans, just like a bar owner pours a bucket of new wine into a cask of old stale wine to refresh it. During the night of May 30th to 31st, we had a visitor whom we would have gladly missed. A Boche pilot flew his airplane over and dropped some bombs on the camp. Thanks to his clumsiness, there were no victims. On June 1st, the battalion left the camp and went to billets in Poilu, just a few kilometers away. We were finally returning to civilization. We spent all day setting up, hastily digging deep latrines in anticipation of the inevitable visit of 15 Gram, but all was in vain. The next day, without knowing why or how, we moved 3 kilometers to the village of Vadonay. We got, from a dozen different garrison towns, reinforcements in batches of 20, 30, 40 men, and the regiment was quickly brought back to strength. We thought we'd enjoy a nice long rest, but on June 5th, we got the unhappy news that the next day, at 6 in the morning, we were heading up to the trenches. After a march of 4 hours across an arid plain, which was none other than the Camp de Chalon, we arrived at 10 in the morning at the little town of Sweep, completely abandoned by its inhabitants. Many of the houses were still intact, but once in a while bombs from airplanes or shells from howitzers would blast one of them to bits. Only a few slackers occupied the town. Our company was billeted, or rather stuffed, in 2 tight quarters. We complained, but they stopped our complaints by kindly alerting us that we would, that very evening at 8 o'clock, get to know our new sector, which we reached around midnight, dead tired. The sector was calm, and compared to Côte 304, it was a vacation spot. But what spoiled the pleasure of occupying this peaceful sector was that it had recently seen a poison gas attack, which had claimed many victims, and we feared another attack. We were going to live or die with this nightmare. Our section being in reserve, we occupied deep shelters with 2 entrances, which made us ecstatic. This was the first time we had seen anything like this. Inside them, nothing to fear from bombardments. But it wasn't the same for that accursed gas. We had no more than mediocre confidence in the precautions taken. At the entrances of each shelter, there was a stick of wood, some straw, and some gasoline to be lit in order to dissipate the murderous cloud. There were special grenades to disperse the gas by their explosions, exploding canisters full of water with bisulfite to make the gas cling to the ground. But it wasn't enough to have these things there. What was needed was a detailed organization. with each of us having an assignment to carry out in an emergency. We should have been paying attention to the upkeep and the readiness of all these items. In reality, only the officers who consistently occupied the same shelters could take such useful precautions. The sections changed positions every night or two, so that the men had no taste for keeping themselves ready for a gas attack at any moment. So the water went stale in its containers, the canisters rusted and became unusable, the powdered bisulfite disappeared, the gasoline was used by the Poilus to light up their shelters, the wood and the straw got soaked in the rain and the dew. Nobody knew, in case of a gas attack, just what we needed to do and where to hide ourselves away in the shelters. Everything was left to chance. All we could do was put ourselves into the hands of Boreas, the god of the winds, in hopes that he would favour us. To do so, at each shelter or outpost, the clever Poilus had installed tiny windmills to serve as weather vanes. When a light breeze blew across the Champagne, we observed the movements of these little windmills with no less concern than a sailor watches the needle of his barometer move toward or away from the word stormy. But after a few days, we got used to this danger, like all the others, and we didn't attach any more importance to it than we did to an imaginary danger. The next night, our half-section went up to the front line to reinforce the outposts, which were manned by squads of no more than 3 or 4 unlucky men, always the same ones, obliged to be on watch night and day, almost without interruption. For some reason or other, 2/3 of the effective strength of the companies had been exempted from outpost duty and assigned to the rear. Around the command posts of commandants and captains, you'd see more and more strapping young fellows carrying out vague functions, orderlies, cooks, aides, signalmen, rationers, tailors, barbers, etc., all bowing and scraping before the officers, these new noblemen of the 20th century who, in exchange, pulled them out of the first circle of this new Dante's Inferno, the trenches. With my squad of 3 men, including the taciturn, mysterious D'Artigues, I could do no more than reinforce an outpost occupied by a squad of 2 men. The night before, a shell had scored a direct hit on this outpost, wounding 5 occupants, 1 mortally. Thus, we were not very reassured to be occupying this outpost, so evidently targeted by the Boche artillerymen, but whether out of humanity or in order to conserve ammunition, they left us alone this night and the next several. On June 15th, at 3 in the morning, a battalion of our regiment came to relieve us, and after a 4-hour march, we encamped in barracks called the Ferme de Piemont Farm in the camp, or rather the desert, of Chalons. Our rest was brief. On June 20th, at 8 in the evening, we were marched up to the trenches to carry out some work upon which an impenetrable mystery hung. They split us up as we got close to the front lines, in the middle of a pine forest called the Bois des Chenilles, woods of the caterpillars. I don't know why, because I never saw one specimen of this creature there. The next night, with 3 sturdy comrades, I was ordered to put myself at the disposal of the railway station at Chenilles. This station, in a clearing 800 metres from the front line, was filled with all sorts of entrenching materials brought up every night by the narrow-gauge Decauville trains. But the locomotive prudently stayed at one station farther up the line, and the freight cars were hauled up at great effort by some thin and skeletal horses. The Chenilles station chief, a big-bellied slacker who never left his lair, had plenty to say to everyone, in full voice, gesticulating with an air of importance no way inferior to that of station chiefs in the biggest stations in Paris. He chewed me out because I was late, and didn't let us go until around midnight without paying us a simple thank you. The weather was stormy, the night terribly dark, and in our haste to get to our shelter before the menacing downpour, we got lost in a maze of footpaths. I remembered the story of Petit Poucet, Tom Thumb, and climbed up a pine tree, not to see if there was a light on the horizon, but so that the line of luminous flares would give me the general direction of north. We renewed our march on tiptoes. I was at the front of the line, which doesn't have any particular merit, but which explains my great surprise and terror when 2 harsh and ominous voices roared out, "Halt right there! Qui vive? Who goes there?" And as lightning flashed, I saw the points of 2 menacing bayonets advancing toward my chest. At a second flash, I saw two faces, as black as the finest ebony, but hardly reassuring. So there were man-eaters, cannibals, in the Bois de Chenil, right in the middle of Champagne. "Comrades," I cried out, "we aren't Boche, please let us pass." Ah yes, let us pass. That's all we needed to say to not be skewered on bayonets, but we had to take the long way around. After some discussion among themselves, these blacks who spoke French so well told us that they were from Martinique. There were quite a number of them in the regiment next to ours, and they were able to give us helpful directions for getting back to our shelters. Our shelters, where each of us had a wire mesh bunk, an innovation which seemed to us an unaccustomed luxury. The supplier of that wire mesh, yet another one who will make his fortune. The war is not an equally cruel scourge to everyone. The next night they sent us up to the front line to help with some mysterious works. It consisted of digging shallow, projecting trenches with no more than 2 or 3 steps at the end. You didn't need to be a wizard to figure out that these were shelters for preparing an emission of asphyxiating gas. Soon, this was Polichinelle's secret, and everyone added to it. We were going to launch these gases along the whole Champagne front. The gases we had launched up to now were nothing but simple insecticides, but these new ones would strike down the Boche to a depth of 20 kilometers. Already in each regiment they were forming teams of courageous men to go explore, after the emission, the places where this breath of doom had passed. Special gas masks would be issued to them at Suippes, Mourmelon and Chalons, and experiment after experiment would be carried out on the harmfulness of the gases and on the effectiveness of the gas masks. Near to the shelter where I was working, some of the Martiniquais were standing guard at the parapets. They displayed a silent and melancholy air, distracted, their spirits far, far away, no doubt across the immense ocean. I interrogated some of them to get to know their state of mind. They had hardly any martial spirit, these poor devils shivering in the chill of night-time. They had been infused with hatred of the Germans, and they were persuaded that if we were conquered, their own land would be prey to the Germans, and they would fall into a frightful slavery. They therefore accepted their fate as inevitable. Their brains had been stuffed to make cannon fodder out of them. One night, returning from work, we found the shelter surrounded by 30 or so very young men, volunteers or forced conscripts from the classes of 1917 and 1918 not yet called up. Skinny, beardless, and with insolent looks and talk full of the cheekiness of a Parisian Gavroche, these were what they called seasoned guys, despite the fact that some of them had the faces of girls or of kids of 15. Some came right out of reform school. Others, as delivery boys, had neglected to hand over to their bosses some money from a client. Some, employed by the post office, had had the indiscretion to peek into the content of private letters. One of them had found nothing better to do than to kidnap a young miss of 14 whose folks didn't want to give her to him in marriage. Finally, there were those who, young as they were, had been convicted as pimps, and they proudly showed off the letters, packages, and money which their faithful hens sent to them. To these kids precocious in vice, they had opened the prison gates in exchange for enlistment for the duration of the war. This was offered as a form of rehabilitation. In reality, it was a strange deal. To pardon them for stealing, they sent them out to kill. How's that for restoring the soul? Among them were a number of unfortunate orphans who, to free themselves from the tutelage of public assistance, had enlisted. They had been snared, dazzled by life on the front lines as depicted in the newspapers, and now they came to live out fantastic adventures and gather up stripes and medals with ease. All these recruits were assigned to the 15th Company, and a sergeant, list in hand, presented me with a dozen of these hard cases, whose corporal I now became. The barber, the drummer boy, the signalman, etc., and the enigmatic d'Artigues were taken away from me to reinforce some other squad. I furrowed my brow at this news. Why had they chosen me to command this young band of budding Apaches? They'd bring me nothing but bad luck, all sorts of nasty surprises. Did they take me for a firm-handed type? And were they counting on my toughness to bring them to heel? We'll see what happens. For now, having escaped the severe discipline of a penal battalion, they acted astonished to be at the front, almost right on the front lines, and they sang and danced with an almost childlike joy, to the bafflement of their indulgent elders. Let me hasten to say that these young rascals always treated me with respect and, I'd even dare to say, affection. It's true that I didn't use a rough manner. I reprimanded them as a comrade, as an older brother, rather than as a superior in rank. I took an interest in their fates, writing applications for charity awards for these disinherited ones, and I succeeded in finding marraine de guerre for them, or getting grants allocated to them. And these poor little guys, many of whom would have only me to weep over their deaths in exchange for my solicitude to them, took on a true and touching attachment for me. Meanwhile, the works having been completed, we left the Bois de Chenil during the night of June 29th to 30th, and after a long march, we came to our billets in Kupali. This wasn't a rest period for us. From dawn to dusk, we had nothing but long exercises, manoeuvres, and marches in a withering heat. It made us miss the trenches. This pounding and bashing came at the orders of the firm-handed colonel, sent to the 296th Regiment, it was said, to shape us up, or to get us back into shape, because evidently someone had noted a slippage of discipline in the regiment. This was Colonel Robert. This terrible fellow stuck his nose into everything, watching, surveying firsthand to make sure that the numerous rules he issued each day at roll call were being observed. What bothered him most of all was seeing the tail flaps of our uniform coats even a centimetre out of place when they were folded back. Even if you were a hero, brave as could be, or as smart as anyone, you were nothing but an idiot, a good-for-nothing, if you showed too much of the pocket underneath the flap. He rushed up to companies leaving for or coming back from exercises just for this kind of inspection. In preparation, our officers and non-coms spent every day making sure everything was just right. You'd have thought we had a lunatic, a maniac, a nutcase in charge. We wondered what he would do with us once we got up to the front lines. Back to my new squad of hooligans, brawlers, and troublemakers, thinking mainly about having a good time at someone else's expense. They were hungry as young wolves and poor as church mice, so I had to scramble to get them extra bread rations from some mess corporals of my acquaintance. My Payriac buddies Richardis and Maisonneuve, who were cooks at the officers' and non-coms mess, gave me a heads up when there were some leftovers in the kitchen, or a platter or casserole to scrape off. I had to make small advances or loans against their meagre pay to buy a bottle of wine or some writing paper or other small items. On July 4th, a tragic accident took place in Kupali. At daybreak, a horse-drawn artillery wagon with 5 gunners riding on it was crossing the railroad tracks when a passenger train arrived at exactly the same time and smashed the wagon and its squad to bits. 3 of the poor devils were horribly injured and died almost immediately. 2 others were gravely hurt. That same day, wrapped in tent cloth, the 3 dead artillerymen were buried without any ceremony to speak of. These weren't heroes who died on the field of honour in the little cemetery which surrounds the church. This accident went almost unnoticed. We were hardened against any emotion. We cared only about our own fates. War is the best teacher of egoism, but tragedy for some is often profitable for others. Thanks to this sad accident, my 12 young brigands could finally satisfy their appetites. The dead horses were cut up by the butcher Jalabert from my old squad, and the meat was distributed to the companies. My pal Jalabert secretly passed along to me, for the 15th squad, a platter and 2 haversacks full of pieces of meat from the choicest cuts. Imagine how my young brigands jumped with joy at the promise of such a feast. We unanimously decided to transform this meat into savoury steaks, cooked nice and rare. We passed the hat to buy some oil. In a skillet without a handle which someone found by lucky chance, a choice slab of meat was soon grilling away, letting off an aroma which flared the nostrils of the ravenous and impatient customers. One of them poked the steak with the point of his knife to see how it was cooking and knocked over the skillet. The slice of meat fell into the fire and was transformed into a hunk of coal in less time than it takes to tell the tale. There was a howl of rage against this clumsy fellow, and if I hadn't intervened right away, he would have gotten quite a lesson for having been in more of a hurry than the others. But that was just a brief delay. 8 times the skillet was loaded with meat, and its contents swallowed down as soon as it was cooked. The fellows were finally satisfied, which they hadn't been in quite a long while. Right at this time, a complete reorganization took place in all the infantry regiments. The battalions were reduced to 3 rifle companies. The 4th company of each battalion was dissolved and replaced by a machine gun company. The dissolved company's men were dispersed into the other 3 companies. All that to explain that my Payriac buddy Paul Alpech came into my company and my squad. This valuable reinforcement was just enough to bring some good order among our hooligans, always ready to quarrel and exchange blows with each other. Good old Alpech was designated the squad's cook, because while we were at rest, the field kitchens were also resting, and we were on our own for food. Alpech was the classic type of cook, and he brought to the exercise of his culinary functions an importance and a solemnity which you couldn't help but notice. Back from exercises at the end of the day, the famished gang rushed to the patch of ground where the cooking pot bubbled away on 2 big rocks, and everyone dipped his bread into it, under pretext of seeing how the bouillon was cooking, to the great despair of Alpech, who threatened to throw off his apron. Granted the widest powers by me, he armed himself with a fishing rod, which earned a respectful fear from the rascals once it had whipped the ears of a few of them. One day, at assembly, the sergeant major read out, "The 15th Company will designate a corporal to go on a training assignment to learn about the new trench cannon." The prospect of getting out of Colonel Roberts' clutches for a few days could only inspire the enthusiasm of the company's 16 corporals and cause them to raise their hands, both hands. But in vain did the sergeant major and Lieutenant Breton repeat the demand. None of the corporals budged. The reason was that 6 months earlier, a corporal had gone off on a training assignment for the Crapouillo trench mortars. But when he came back, he stayed a foot soldier, just like before. All he got was the nickname Crapouillo, which made him mad as hell. New to the 15th Company, I didn't know this, and I shot my hand up into the air. What worse could happen to me? 2 days later, along with a dozen privates, corporals and sergeants, I headed off to the Ferme de Bouilly, Boy Farm, the training centre for the 4th Army, where they would reveal to us the secrets of this brand new engine of destruction. The Ferme de Bouilly is only 6 kilometres from Poilu, right in the middle of the Comte de Chalon. In peacetime, it was a horse farm for remount stallions, but today it was a centre for perfecting all kinds of legal ways to kill people, to cut them down more quickly, in the largest possible number, all to save civilization from peril. Grenadiers came there to learn from crazy Captain B how to toss grenades fast and far. Bomb throwers, snipers, machine gunners came in teams to the Ferme de Bouilly to spend 10 or 12 days. This made the place a slacker's haven for instructor officers and non-coms and their entourages of orderlies, aides, cooks, messengers, secretaries, etc. There was a whole garrison there, the divisional squadron, resting up for the last great day of the final pursuit, or the triumphal entry of our general as his escort into Strasbourg or Berlin. The very evening of our arrival, I went into the village of Bouilly with my comrades, and there I saw Russian soldiers for the first time. They occupied the neighbouring sector, took their rest in the nearby village of Mourmelon, and in spite of the strict prohibitions given to them, they wandered around the area in the evenings. There was an order given in the region, prohibiting their being served any alcoholic beverages, including the sacred pinard. 12th Notebook, the 296th Regiment in Champagne, July 13th to August 29th, 1916. Nevertheless, you could tell that the Slavic soldiers I met in the streets of Bouilly had had something other than tea, their customary beverage, to drink. They zigzagged in a manner which was dangerous to their equilibrium, and some of them, gesticulating, singing, stopped women and girls in the streets, kneeling comically before them to give them what was no doubt an elaborate declaration of love. in the form of raucous sounds interrupted with hiccups. Indulgent and amused, the men and women of Bouy formed circles around these harmless drunkards. I'll pass over without comment the next day, July 14th, Bastille Day, the French national holiday. Only a supplemental ration of pinard and a slightly better bill of fare, which was more than made up for in the following week, barely distinguished this day from any other. We didn't even get any extra rest. In fact, our training course, which could hardly be postponed, began that very day. They introduced us to this new homicidal engine. Most of us couldn't hold back a frown of disdain. It was a minuscule cannon, a 75 in miniature, a child's toy. Its shell was barely bigger than a hen's egg. The instructors waxed elegiac about this cannon, praising its precision, its rapidity of fire, and the penetrating power of the shells. This was the 37mm cannon, intended to destroy machine gun nests, observation posts, etc. I will spare the reader the various exercises, test firings, and lectures on theory which transformed us into brilliant cannoneers in 12 days. And to think that the old farts at headquarters claimed before the war that 2 years were insufficient time to make a perfect artilleryman. After the war, they will be capable of picking the topic up again. The daily lectures on theory pretty much limited themselves to stuffing our heads with what is a point, a line, an angle. After the 100 times or so which our instructors repeated it, we ended up knowing that a point is the intersection of 2 lines and a line is the limit of 2 planes. As for the definitions of various angles, 1,000th, and various other geometrical expressions, a dozen brains out of 30 refused to record in their grey matter cells these 2 monotonous words. A comical note was provided by a corporal from the 114th Regiment who could never pronounce certain words correctly. For example, when it was his turn, he called out tir de capacité, capacity fire, instead of tir d'efficacité, efficiency fire. In vain did the poor fellow make a violent effort to say it correctly, but when he was halfway through, his tongue would make a wrong turn, and the command would come out as tir de capacité to everyone's pitiless laughter. Only I didn't laugh, because I was afflicted by a sudden and untimely indisposition. I completely lost my appetite, and for 2 days I had all the trouble in the world standing up on my 2 legs. My eyes reddened and burned, spots broke out on my throat, a lip swelled up. I no longer looked like a Christian. I should have gone to sick bay, but the irritated instructor lieutenant said that I would have to travel several kilometres to find an infirmary and a medical officer, and given the short stay I'd have at Bouy, I'd be better off sticking it out to the end, according to the expression in fashion then. And that's what I resigned myself to do, with the local water of dubious potability being the only thing my stomach would accept. One evening, feeling a little better, with my gastronomical equipment having shown some hints of an appetite, I decided to try the journey to Mourmelon-le-Grand in order to provision myself. They said it would take about a half hour. It was on the other side of a bare hill, but behind this hill there was another, then 2 or 3 more, and finally it took me more than 4 hours to reach Mourmelon, where I arrived in a state of complete exhaustion. The presence in this village of Russian troops and a number of support services of the French army made this locale quite lively. By unexpected luck, I found a restaurant where they squeezed every bit out of your pocketbook, but where I could, to my great benefit, get served 2 eggs, a salad, and some fruit. By the end of this frugal meal, twilight had fallen, and I hastened to take up the road back to camp. But I was held back a while by the spectacle of a Russian regiment leaving for relief on the front line. The men marched in ranks of 10 or 12, as wide as the roadway. They had a slow pace, and at the lead of their officers they intoned hymns borrowed from religious settings like canticles. At the front of the companies, little Russians of 10 to 15 years kept the pace and sang their heads off, mixing their shrill voices with the deep ones of their elders, whose adopted children they were. They carried out the functions of couriers, cyclists, drummer boys, pot scrubbers, etc. Once I got back on the road, night enveloped the deserted steppes of the Comte de Chalon with an opaque darkness, and despite having noted a few landmarks on my journey there, I got lost, and soon, completely at the end of my strength, I passed out on the ground. With no sense of suffering, like a lamp which goes out at its last drop of oil, I lost all thought of earthly things, and I felt myself slipping into the oblivion of death. But perhaps I was destined for a more glorious end, one worthy of envy, as Victor Hugo said, like, for example, being pounded, shredded, asphyxiated, blown to bits in a cloud of smoke. The coolness of the evening revived me, and at about 11 o'clock, after many rest stops and detours, I arrived back at the barracks where we were lodged. My absence had gone almost unnoticed due to incidents which had occurred during the evening. At Bouy, in a tavern, a quarrel had broken out between some soldiers from the 296th Regiment and some grenadiers and soldiers from some other regiments. The reasons for it were the same as always: antagonism, indeed hatred, between the Midi and other parts of France. These sentiments, always regrettable in their latent state, sometimes came to the fore when a few bottles of wine heated up the heads of the descendants of the Visigoths and those of the Franks. Usually these were limited to unpleasant insinuations, sometimes rising to the level of insults, but this time it was more serious. There were fisticuffs exchanged, even clubs wielded, if you please, and blood flowed. One of the Franks was literally knocked out, while two Visigoths from the 296th had their faces pounded into marmalade. A general brawl had ensued, and in the barracks where we slept on a single long camp bed, there was a storm raging in the air, even though the most passionate combatants belonged to another billet. As an isolated minority, we were subjected to stupid provocations, insinuations, mockeries, shouted insults, and stone-throwing. We met all of this with scornful silence and went to bed, but they burst in and started jumping and dancing on the boards of the camp bed and forced us to get up. In the face of this harassment, we picked up our blankets and went to sleep outside, under a beautiful, starry July sky. On July 21st, the eve of our departure, all the regiments of the Fourth Army sent to Bouy a whole slew of commandants and captains, summoned to witness the new formation of combat companies, composed of teams of grenadiers, machine gunners, bomb throwers, 37mm cannons, etc. General Gouraud, missing an arm and a leg, chief of the Fourth Army, was there. He looked quite no nonsense, this general. Around him swarmed officers bedecked with ribbons and medals, who made themselves as stiff and attentive before their chief as they would be arrogant toward a subordinate. Our demonstration drills of attacking and defending a trench were crowned with success, as they always were on manoeuvres. Our firing onto targets which we'd carefully plotted out the night before were naturally deemed to be marvellous in their precision. All those present were astounded, or pretended to be. Then we listened raptly to the warlike thunderings of General Gouraud. The Pope delivering a sermon at St. Peter's could not have been listened to more respectfully than the general was by this crowd. I could hear a cricket singing. Amazingly, I actually heard a few bits and pieces of the speech. A simple corporal couldn't make his way up to the front row and plant himself right under the nose of such a lofty personage. The rifle was obsolete, he said, and would have to be relegated to the Museum of Prehistoric Arms. We weren't killing men one by one anymore. Let's talk about grenades, bombs, flamethrowers, machine guns, etc. With all that at our disposal, we'd soon have the Boche on the run. General Gouraud was sure of it. Besides, in a confidential tone, he repeated the words of the Spanish ambassador in Berlin, that if the French knew the state of exhaustion and discouragement of the German people, we would be waving banners of joy. He must have been very well informed, this ambassador, or else he was making fun of us. At the end, the general said the Battle of the Somme was at full force and that the Fourth Army would soon be taking its turn and claiming its share of glory. We didn't doubt the accuracy of this promise. The officers applauded, displayed a real enthusiasm about leading us, and then disappeared, carried off by automobiles in every direction, while we, under a leaden sun, made our way back to the Ferme de Bouy, painfully dragging our cannon along. The next day, July 22nd, we left the Ferme de Bouille to rejoin our regiment which, since the 17th, had been on the front lines near the Butte de Taour. A truck took us to the train station at Saint-Hilaire-au-Temple. The train took us to Suippes, and then our own legs took us to the divisional depot not far from Somme-Suippes, where we arrived after the evening meal was over. And since the offerings there weren't very abundant, we didn't even have any leftovers for our supper, nor a corner to lie down in. I had to sleep under a cart. That doesn't say much about the hospitality at the divisional depot. Our Lieutenant Laureus had led us to believe that, as guardians of the secrets of manipulating this new cannon, our persons became precious, and that they would no doubt keep us at the depot to preserve us from the numerous risks of a soldier's trade. No such luck. The commandant of the depot handed down the order for us to rejoin our respective units at daybreak the next day. As badly fed and lodged as we were at the depot, we'd have rather spent a few more days there. But the next day at dawn we set out on our way, a journey with no charms across the desert of the Champagne Pouilleuse, which a few clumps of stunted pines weren't able to enliven. At nightfall I finally reached an outpost where I found my squad of hooligans, who welcomed me not with cries of joy, the Boche were a few paces away, but by other displays of friendship which touched me. Worn down with fatigue, I stretched out on the outpost's firing step, hoping that the Boche wouldn't pay us a visit that night, given the impossibility of my defending myself, or clearing out, or keeping up if they hauled me back with them. By half-section, the two squads spent 24 hours watching our neighbours across the way and 24 hours in a hole in the front line. This would have been fine if the reliefs had taken place at dawn or at twilight, but instead they took place at midnight. So we all had 2 nights split in half instead of 1 full night's sleep. But someone had said midnight to midnight just as easily as saying noon to noon. Who was responsible for this? A colonel, a commandant, a captain? These people lived too close to us and too far away, too far to bother with such small details. They could sleep as much as they wanted. But if a lowly private feels tempted to fall asleep, he has the prospect of a court-martial to keep him wide awake. What kind of nonsense was this, to put a whole squad into an outpost, which was simply the front end of a sap, where we were all piled up on top of each other? One shell, or a mortar round, or a simple grenade could have killed all of the occupants. Couldn't they have put 2 sentries on duty, and the others a little bit to the rear, in a shelter, where they could have mounted some resistance to an attack? But let's not be too demanding when we've been at war for only 2 years. Everything can't be perfect. And after all, if a mortar round kills 2 men or a dozen, what difference does that make? Back there is the divisional depot, which can disgorge brave men eager for the honour of coming up to the front line, as the newspapers said. We weren't yet having manpower shortages. Lord knows we'd have a victory before that happened. Therefore, at midnight they came to relieve us, and 5 minutes later we were at the rest shelter dugout, not very deep, but with 2 entry points. The floor was laid with planks, which might appear to be a luxury. These planks served us as mattress and pillow. This was a comfort, considering that up to now we had slept on the damp earth. For those who envy us this well-being, it needs to be said that legions of lice and fleas had already chosen this floor as their domicile. Furthermore, these rough planks, simply laid next to each other by a clumsy carpenter on uneven ground, were like piano keys, so that when you were lying down and a comrade came into the shelter, you wouldn't be surprised to have your shoulder, your head, or your flank be bounced up, while your other shoulder or flank sank down. One would think that once we got to the shelter, all we did was unpack our blankets, stretch out under them, blow out our candles, and revel in a well-earned sleep, while lice and fleas jammed their suckers into our bodies. But the fear of poison gas was like a new sword of Damocles hanging over the heads of the trench dwellers, from which came the necessity of mounting guard duty by a watcher who would be relieved each hour in front of the shelter. This was easier said than done. Nobody wanted to be first. Everybody came up with a reason which appeared irrefutable, leading to endless palaver. Our squad had the bad luck of being closest to the crossroads of communication trenches leading to the outpost. There was set up a periscope, the upper mirror of which was affixed to the top end of a fake tree trunk which rotated in all directions. It allowed us to admire the charming lunar landscape which surrounded us. There were also signal flares and also the shelter of the section chief, who slept more peacefully when he knew there was a sentry in front of his abode, a sentry which my squad had to supply night and day. Furthermore, we were always available for work details at anyone's pleasure. It was rare that 2 hours went by without a liaison man or the sergeant coming and pulling you from your sleep to tell the corporal to furnish 1, 2, or 3 men to go resupply our grenades, bombs, flares, cartridges, sandbags. Sometimes the corporal is sent along too. You can understand how the choice of these men for work detail didn't happen without protests or complaints by those who were designated. Each night, we also had to send out a work detail for water for the command post of the captain or the commandant. There weren't any Wallace fountains in the trenches, and we sometimes had to cover some kilometres to reach the terminus of the Takots, narrow-gauge railroad trains, which brought up the water in kegs. The Poilu often doesn't have a drop of water to quench his thirst, but messieurs les officiers and even their orderlies, the rationers, and other do-nothings are keen on doing their daily ablutions with plenty of water. Of course, the Poilu coming back from outpost duty would much prefer taking a snooze to hauling a barrel or a big keg of water on his shoulders in gloomy communication trenches where he would sometimes lose his way. But if he grumbled a bit, or even a lot, he obeyed all the same. Add to this the fact that each hour the sentries on duty at the periscope and at the shelter's entrance came in to wake up their relievers a good 10 minutes early, and the latter, knowing what was coming, turned a deaf ear to them, so obliging themselves to be summoned 3 and 4 times, with increasing loudness, so that everyone was forced to wake up as well. During the day, you couldn't think of getting any shut-eye. There was coffee, meals, letters to read and write, work details, and the boyo and dugout area to keep in a state of propriety in anticipation of an inspection or of the colonel passing by, or a general, which hardly ever happened, but which our captain was always anticipating. This first night, after establishing the roster of sentries and picking a work detail for duckboard duty, I thought I might try to get some sleep. Not so fast. I was almost immediately awakened by a rough, surly voice at the top of the stairs, passing the order to the corporal to come up to the surface as quick as it takes to say these words. It was Lieutenant So-and-so from Company such-and-such who was making his rounds, and he had just surprised the sentry at the periscope, a young Breton, fast asleep on duty, perhaps dreaming about his peaceful Brittany and his pretty little Breton girlfriend, whose picture he had so proudly shown me as soon as I'd arrived. The situation was serious. The officer could have easily held me responsible for it. The guilty party was right there, overwhelmed. He could have claimed that even if he had succumbed to sleeplessness and fatigue, those most guilty were perhaps those who either didn't know how or else didn't want to give men like him sufficient time off for sleep. But the poor boy didn't think to claim extenuating circumstances. He might have made things even worse. Timidly, I invoked his young age, his fatigue, his status as an orphan, and finally, that he was at this post more as an orderly than as a sentry. But the officer cut short my pleading. "We'll see about that," he said dryly as he left. This was not a minor infraction, as the next day the military hierarchy got word of the call for punishment brought by this officer. What? A frontline sentry who couldn't resist sleepiness? What exemplary punishment were they going to inflict on him? Prison? But all the sentries were likely to fall asleep in order to get out of the trenches to where there was shelter from shells, poison gas, lice, cold, rain. No matter how dark and gloomy the prison cell, the only suitable punishment was death. Nevertheless, he was not stood up and shot. They were not so ferocious at this point, or rather, they wanted his death to fit into their plans. Getting ready to launch a poison gas attack, for which we had recently dug some earthworks, they set up in the regiment a free section, charged with going out and exploring the German lines right after the emission. Would this gas strangle the Boche halfway, or 3/4, or all the way? Or would it just make them sneeze? That's what we needed to know. A dangerous curiosity, because we couldn't expect much of a welcome. And we could be asphyxiated by our own gas, in spite of the special gas masks they gave us, of always dubious effectiveness. These men were to be sacrificed, in a sense. Those being punished for some grave infraction of discipline were chosen automatically. There were also some volunteers, lured by the promise of home leave, or a croix de guerre, or stripes on their sleeves. Maurice Eva went to bolster the number of these volunteers and left the squad for the moment to go off for training in this famous free section near the colonel's command post. He was also favoured with 2 weeks of prison for the principal of it, the rest being no more than a means of rehabilitation. The next day, at midnight, our squad headed out to occupy an outpost, which was different from the one where we had been the night before. At daybreak, the sentry who was watching the periscope, which was hidden behind a high clump of grass, signalled me frantically to come up. I looked in the mirror and was stupefied to see a German's head reflected in it, a neck like a bull's, a big square head, a thick red mop of hair, a bestial look, all enough to give you nightmares. This apparition was coming out of the earth, barely 4 or 5 meters from us, into our own barbed wire which surrounded our outpost, without the slightest shovelful of disturbed earth to indicate that there was any sort of trench or excavation around him. Evidently this was not a mirage. The Germans must have dug a subterranean passage, carrying back to the rear the dirt they removed. The sentry took a grenade and was about to toss it at this intruder, looking at me for approval. I held his arm. I will always be faithful to my principles as a socialist, a humanitarian, even a true Christian, even if they cost me my life, of not firing on someone unless in legitimate self-defense. And was it in our interest to break the neighborly relations which existed between our 2 adjoining outposts? If this Lascar is poking his head up only out of curiosity, I said to my comrades in a low voice, that's all the same to us. If he is coming to check out our position in order to send over a couple of grenades, we'll open our eyes so that he doesn't show us his big square head again, or we'll make it round for him. The following night passed without incident, but it was a very black night. The wind rattled the barbed wire and the rats danced a wild farandole out there. The daylight apparition of the big square head, the discovery of the underground passage emerging so close to us, all this impressed my little rookies, and on several occasions they started to toss grenades and take pot shots. Their imaginations made them see big square heads on all sides. Each time I had to call a ceasefire. It risked raising a general alarm in the whole sector. On July 26th at 11 p.m. we were relieved, and 7 kilometers to the rear we took possession of some barracks set up in a pine woods clearing. This was Camp A. The landscape had nothing to commend it, right in the midst of the lousy Champagne, some scraggy pines, bare clearings, ravines and valleys with no streams or meadows. In normal times only a few misanthropic crows and solitary rats inhabited these places, as sad as the confines of the desert. These barracks enclosed 2 big camp beds, one superimposed above the other. The first who entered took, by right, the ground level, and I, being among the latecomers, had to install myself on the top story, or rather, the top shelf. To get up there required a vigorous effort of the forearms. The young rookies scrambled up like cats. As for me, I could haul myself up only with the help of an obliging neighbour. Apart from that, and the freezing cold nights and broiling hot days, it could have been worse. A few 100 meters away, at the bottom of a ravine, were the ruins of the Maison Forestière, forester's cabin, made famous by the fighting around it during the 1915 offensive. After the war, the forester who occupied it could also take on the additional job of cemetery keeper, to take care of the grave sites which spread like vineyards along the slopes of the ravine. The whole lousy Champagne isn't worth 1 drop of the precious blood which was spilled to conquer this bit of desert. At the bottom of this ravine, I saw, under a sort of hangar covered with foliage, a row of half hogsheads, each with a big wooden spigot. Was this a wine merchant boldly setting up shop within range of shellfire? No, this was a watering post, and these kegs were more often empty than full. They didn't give out water to just any passerby. Only a regular work detail with a non-com bearing a written order could come and partake of it. Although you could quench your thirst there, you couldn't get water to clean the mud and the lice out of your clothes. For that, you had to bribe the territorial on guard duty in front of the barrels, or distract him, which could be done only at night, if at all. Well, you didn't need a 100-franc note, or even a tenner, to purchase the territorial's compliance. For me, all that was needed was a 3-sou cigar to get him to turn his back while I filled a canvas bucket, which was all I needed to do my laundry. In this camp, there was no way to get anything to eat. The food cooperatives were only in the planning stage, and the truck gardeners didn't risk coming up this close to the front lines. A jug of coffee, a jug of wine for a drink, the meagre company mess for food, that was all. We were in the same state as an army under siege, except for Messieurs les officiers who, through their rationers, lacked neither the necessities nor the luxuries. Certain desert animals have the gift of finding water, I don't know how many leagues away. Similarly, the Poilu could sniff out Pinard at a great distance. From early on, they could discern the wine of the merchants of Sweeps, some Sweep, and other places. Right away, you'd see poilus heading out, with a dozen jerrycans suspended from their shoulders, in search of the precious liquid. But alas, at every turn of the pathway, or at each crossroads, the vigilant policemen, real head-knockers, would pitilessly send them back, after having carefully taken down their names and serial numbers. And each day, at roll call, there'd be a torrent of prison days raining down on those who were naive enough to think that, fighting for the liberty of peoples, they could have the liberty to go buy a jerrycan of wine or a piece of cheese. A corporal from my company, having decided to go to Somme Sweep, thought himself clever enough to make up a false authorization, which he signed by his own hand with the name of the company commandant. But the gendarmes who stopped him got suspicious and sent this permission slip to the division, which sent it to the colonel and finally to the captain, and the trick was discovered. This corporal was in a real mess. No one talked of anything less than a court-martial, breaking in rank, forced labour. I don't know how he pulled himself out of it. But this zeal in carrying out such a rigorous and absurd duty irritated the poilus, who went out in groups and administered some hard knocks to the gendarmes with stout clubs. But these reprisals went too far. One day they found 2 gendarmes swinging from the branches of a pine tree, with their tongues hanging out. From this moment, the poilus could go get food in the neighbourhood without worrying about a thing. Far up the chain of command, they were moved by this incident. At roll call, for 3 days straight, they read and reread a note from the General-en-Chef praising the tough and thankless job that the brave gendarmes carry out, earning the respect of all. The officers couldn't repress the guffaws and sarcastic comments which welcomed this reading. "If they find their jobs too tough and thankless," said a voice, "then they should come up to an outpost one time. It's too bad that the generals didn't attend incognito the readings of their notes to the troops. They would soon be edified about the judgment brought upon them and their flowery words by the soldiers in their good common sense." We spent only 4 days at Camp A. The last day, a couple of shells landed 200 or 300 meters away. It's clear that the Germans weren't just trying to bust up a few pine trees. They knew about the camp, and it was just a miscalculation in their aim which kept us from having some casualties. On July 30th, after the evening meal and in a suffocating heat, we went up to the front line as reserves, near the tragically famous Trou Bricot. There was no shortage of shelters. In fact, there were too many to choose from. Before our 1915 offensive, the Germans had installed their reserves there, and you could still see the emplacement of a monumental water pump protected by a reinforced concrete shelter. We saw near our shelter a mine crater where a battalion could have been hidden. There had been quite a struggle for control of this crater. Debris of all kinds, grenades, barbed wire, broken weapons, all attested to it. But each of us passed by indifferently. It was only an insignificant episode, a tiny detail in the great drama. These places in particular were infested with rats, who came, according to their habits, to rob our haversacks, and at night time to drag their muzzles, their paws and their tails across our sleeping faces. You can imagine the disgust which these detestable rodents inspired in us when we learned that they lived in a nearby cemetery for German soldiers. Each gravesite was honeycombed with their burrows, and the sickening odour which escaped from this cemetery left no doubt that these rats were devouring the cadavers. Once the contents of our haversacks and the various cast-offs of a troop stationed nearby ceased to be enough for their nourishment. By day they dwelt among the dead, and by night among us, the living. What charming neighbours! Day and night, teams of men took turns going up to the front line, putting themselves in the hands of the engineers for mine-tunnelling duty. Others more qualified than I will someday tell the story about these mines, with their damp, narrow, gloomy subterranean communication trenches. Perhaps they will calculate what amount of work they involved, how much effort, how much fatigue, suffering, and sleeplessness. Will they be able to add up the staggering bill? The Canal des Deux Mers probably will have cost significantly fewer swings of a pickaxe. When it was my turn, I went up with my squad to this project worthy of a team of convicts. Our task consisted of transporting heavy loads of construction material, planks, beams, crates of powder, up to the mine entrances, then working right behind the miners, filling up sacks with stones which they dug out and dragging them back to a landing from where a wagon pulled by a winch lifted them up and away from the mine entrance, where others disposed of the contents by spreading them out at night time, outside the trenches. There were stretches of tunnel where you couldn't pass through without bending over and walking on your knees. Dripping with sweat, worn out, the men passed the sacks from one to another, which sometimes took 20 minutes to reach the mouth because some of the galleries were several hundred meters long. One night, with my squad, I found myself about 50 meters underground when, relayed from mouth to mouth, the terrible cry of "Gas alert" reached us. The result was a headlong flight to the mine's entrance, but in the haste and confusion the few candles which lit our way were blown out or knocked over, and I found myself alone with 2 or 3 laggards in the deep gloom, lost in the labyrinth of galleries. If there really had been a gas attack, we could have made our acts of contrition. This mine would be our tomb. The gas would certainly sweep right through it. Luckily, this was only a false alarm passed along in the sector as an exercise and an experiment, and soon some engineers came and found us. But almost all of the soldiers from my squad had profited from this incident by escaping all the way to the True Bricot. As a result, I couldn't finish the work that had been assigned to me. The pitiless officer of engineers made his report, and if I didn't lose my corporal's stripes it was. So Lieutenant Breton, commanding the 15th Company, told me because of my brilliant conduct on Côte 304. I have already recounted my exploits there, which are far from worthy of being passed along to posterity. On August 4th, at 8 in the evening, the 15th Company went up to the front line. It was almost with pleasure that we returned to the outposts. This delivered us from work in the mines and from the company of the cadaver-eating rats. On August 6th in the evening, my squad occupied an outpost for the second time. A total calm reigned over the Champagne front, in harmony with the serenity, the sweet warmth of this summer evening. Half of the squad stood watch at the loopholes, while the other half dozed on the firing steps. To struggle with sleepiness, I did the 100 paces from the outpost to the front line, recalling that August 6th was the date of the local festival in my village. I conjured up the memory of the crowd pouring in from nearby villages, the dancing beneath the plane trees, the illuminated booths, the happy young people. All this was the image of peace. Now, back there in the village, there was no festival, no dancing. Silence, sadness, mourning, and anguish had replaced joyfulness. I was brusquely pulled out of my reveries by frantic cries which seemed to come from the neighbouring outpost to our right. "To arms! To arms!" Immediately some grenades burst, red flares lit up the sky, and in less than 5 minutes cannon, trench mortars, bomb throwers, machine guns, everything that was in the trenches was spitting fire, lead, iron. Death was unleashed in a fury. Once the first few minutes of stupor had passed, My little rookies got control of themselves and, like madmen, threw their grenades in all directions and fired all their cartridges. So, what had happened? We didn't find out until 2 days later by reading the communiqué in the newspapers. The Germans had tried, by surprise attack, to seize some of our outposts and penetrate into our lines in the sector of Tahur and Côte 193 without great success. But at that moment, isolated in the night in the middle of this raging storm, which reminded me of the bad days of Lorette and Verdun, and in the uncertainty of what was going on, we weren't without worries. Profiting from a relative moment of calm, 2 courageous Parisians volunteered to go to the section chief's dugout and the reserve squad's post. After a few minutes, they came back terrified. "We're lost," they cried. "The Boches are in our front line." "Shit," I said. "They're going to gobble us up right away." "But did you see them or hear them?" "No, but in the emplacements of the support squad, there was nobody, and everything was dumped in the middle of the boyau. Dishes, pots and pans, jerrycans. Who else would have tossed all that onto the ground other than Boche passing through there? They probably took all of our guys prisoner." Indeed, these weren't reassuring signs. In case of attack, the outposts were supposed to fall back, so we abandoned our post, moving with infinite precaution, grenade or loaded rifle in hand. But here, at a turn in the boyau, by the sudden light of a flare, we saw, sticking up above the height of the boyau, glinting bayonets, and right at the angle appeared a hand brandishing a revolver. "There we go," we thought in anguish. "We've fallen in among the Boche just when we're trying to get away from them." With a strangled voice, I instinctively let out the cry, "Qui vive? Who goes there?" But surprise, at the same time, in a voice no less strangled with fear than mine was, the same cry burst forth, in the purest Languedoc accent, "Qui vive?" Well, what do you know? It was the voice of the pastry chef from Narbonne, our adjutant Toulzan, at the head of 2 reserve squads. Having sought refuge in a dugout more solid than their own, at the support trench line, and worrying about our fate, they came to see what had happened to us, fearing to find the Kaiser's minions in our place. As for the trashing of our cookware, the culprit was simply a mortar round landing in close proximity. The rest of that night was agitated by bombardments and fusillades. We were in a constant state of alert, but in our case we never saw the silhouette of an enemy. 2 days later, our 6th squad went to occupy outpost number 10. This was nothing more than a barricade in a former communication trench linking German lines. It was there that the final assault wave of the first great Champagne offensive had ended, after the flux and reflux of the last attacks and counterattacks. 6 meters from our barricade, the Germans had established their own, a few strands of barbed wire thrown in between, which one could have crossed in 4 bounds, were all that separated the 2 peoples, the 2 races, from exterminating each other. There was even a covered passageway, which reached as far as a meter from the German sandbags. From there, you could have stuck out your arms and shaken hands. On learning that they were sentenced to spend 24 hours in an outpost like this, rear echelon slackers or good bourgeoisie, no matter how patriotic, would have felt their hair stand on end and wouldn't have wasted any time making up a last will and testament before entering into this death trap. But imagine their astonishment, their stupefaction, to see the calm and tranquility which reigned in this area. Some smoked, others read, some wrote, a few squabbled, without lowering their voices one note. And if these patriots, these slackers, had lent an ear, they would have heard the Germans coughing, spitting, talking, singing, etc., with the same lack of ceremony. Their stupefaction would have changed to bewilderment if they had seen the French and German sentries seated tranquilly on their parapets, smoking pipes and exchanging bits of conversation from time to time, like good neighbours taking some fresh air at their doorsteps. From relief to relief, we passed along the habits and customs of these outposts. The Germans did the same. Even if the whole Champagne burst into flames, not a single grenade would fall in this privileged corner. During the day, I had come to reconnoitre the somewhat tangled road from this outpost, which was stuck at least 400 metres away from the place where the rest of the section was located. Our section chief found himself there in conversation with a Fritz who spoke fairly good French. He was saying that they were mostly Poles in his regiment. They wouldn't surrender because the Germans would take it out on their families and their property. But this Pole suddenly indicated that someone was coming along the boyau, and he dropped down, calling out "Vive la Pologne! Vive la France!" Sometimes there were exchanges of gifts, like packets of tobacco from the Régie Française, French government tobacco monopoly, which went to fill the big German pipes, or delicious German cigarettes which came over to the French side. We also exchanged lighters, buttons, newspapers, bread. Here was a crazy business of commerce and intelligence with the enemy, which would have stirred up the indignation of the patriots and super-patriots, from the royalist Daudet to Clemenceau, the gunman of Narbonne, by way of the chameleon Hervé. It's a matter of taste. Some will consider this sublime, others will call it criminal. It depends on whether you place the ideal of humanity above or below the ideal of patriotism. You can be sure that this gesture of fraternity occurred in more than one place, in fact wherever the proximity of outposts allowed it, and our big bosses, our leaders, had no illusions about it. If the trenches had been closer together, if they hadn't been separated by prickly barbed wire, hands would have reached out everywhere, proof among 1,000 that this horrible war had been unleashed counter to the consent of the peoples. By whose pen will the next generation, struck with stupor, disconcerted by this universal sanguinary madness, learn about these acts of fraternity, which were like a protest, a revolt against the mortal fate which set, face to face, men who had no reason to hate each other? For the honour of our generation, of civilization, of humanity, may those who follow us have the truth revealed to them. For some it will be a comfort, for others an example, a lesson, a warning about the danger of launching a new war. That same day, from the outpost of a neighbouring company, a sergeant eager for promotion saw what was happening at outpost number 10. He wanted to throw a grenade at the German sentry, who, without mistrust, stuck his head above the parapet. This sergeant was prevented by the outpost's occupants. Furious, he went off and denounced these acts to the commandant, who notified Lieutenant Breton, who was in charge of our company. He in turn called for our section chief, the ex-pastry chef Toulson. "It appears that your section," he told him, "is up to some dirty business. They're chatting it up with the Boche. Is that true?" Our adjutant, knowing that at the very least his stripe was at risk, swore that nothing abnormal was going on, but he warned me to keep my guard up for the next 24 hours that I was occupying the outpost, because it was probable that we would be closely watched by the big chiefs, who would be ferocious, pitiless, if they found us in flagrante delicto in conversation with the enemy. It's certain that a clever command could have profited from this opportunity to gain specific intelligence about the sector, the likelihood of poison gas attacks, the plans for blowing up mines or attacks or various positions. All that would be needed would be a few litres of pinard or a few quarts of hooch, which the Germans lacked, to loosen their tongues. But no one would have dared suggest this to our bosses. This would have been admitting the start of fraternization with the enemy. A firing squad could well have been the response to such a suggestion. It's as if, in the time of the Inquisition, a poor fellow had confessed that he had just had a conversation with Satan. Given the incidents of the day, it wasn't without some apprehension that I took charge of this outpost, and I recommended clearly to the sentries that they not show themselves, that they not reply to calls or conversations made by our neighbours. They stay silent and vigilant. At the same time, I asked little Marcel, a Parisian as wily as a ferret, to keep a lookout to the rear, in case we ourselves were being watched. I was comforted by the presence of Périac's Paul Alpec, who, as a rationer, was exempt from guard duty, but who, considering the circumstances, told me that he would keep watch all night long and make sure that my recommendations were followed. An hour went by, and the summer night covered the champaign with a darkness which heightened the clarity of the legion of stars filling the sky with their tiny silvery pinpoints. My spirits wandered off, far from the melancholy present. I contemplated this mysterious spectacle, and I asked myself, how many stars are there? 1 billion, 10 billion, even without counting those which you can't see. and those you can only see a hint of, and to think that put together, all those numberless points of light give off less warmth and light than one ray of sunshine. Even the moon made them look pale and outshone almost all of them. And I told myself that all the hundreds and thousands of acts of war, of honor, of glory which people will celebrate in the history of this monstrous war won't have the same value as one single discovery useful to the good of humanity, or a single invention by one savant. And I had these dreams as I moved along from one group of sentries to another, stationed at every 10 paces along the boyau. Not a rifle shot disturbed the silence. In the distance you could scarcely hear the rumble of vehicles on the roads, or the huffing and puffing of the little putt-putt trains, when all of a sudden young Marcel, who was watching the French side, arrived all out of breath and warned me that an officer, Sub-Lieutenant Lorius, armed with a revolver, had posted himself 40 meters away. The whole squad was alerted. The 4 sentries who were at the end of the boyau, facing the German outpost, turned a deaf ear to the persistent whistles which a Fritz, no doubt annoyed, made to call them. Not receiving any response, he sat on the parapet with a comrade and sent pipe smoke wafting toward us, doubtless peeved at our sulky silence. 8 or 10 paces away from the group at the barricade, young P was on watch, a Gascon who was always boasting about how much more courageous he was than the others. As I passed near him, he cried out, "Corporal, the Boche, they're right there, in the wire." At the same time he threw a grenade which I heard land with the same dull thud that a stone makes when it hits someone's shoulder or back. But either because of the clumsiness of the thrower or the bad quality of the grenade, there was no explosion. The Gascon had, I believe, in his confusion, forgotten to arm the grenade by striking it on his knee or another hard part of his body. He was already grabbing for a second one, but I stopped his arm and said to him, believing that he hadn't seen anything at all, "But wait, where are they, the Boche?" Climbing up onto the firing step, I looked across the parapet and was quite astounded to see a human form tangled up in the mass of barbed wire, apparently crawling toward our position. To tell the truth, this nocturnal rambler could have found a more comfortable spot for his little walkabout. To come right up under the noses of the French and German sentries who could have easily seen him, he had to be either crazy or drunk. "Qui vive?" I said in a half-whisper. There was no response, but the intruder still approached, vigorously shaking the wire. Now he was only 3 paces from us. "Qui vive?" I said again, now really alarmed, as I raised my rifle to my cheek and the sentry brandished a grenade. But this time an angry voice came back. "Leave me alone. Don't worry about me." It was the voice of Sub-Lieutenant Lorius, of our company. A minute later he jumped into the trench, revolver in hand. His breath stunk of hooch, and he was in a high state of excitement. "Who threw the grenade in my face?" he said. "The sentry did his duty," I replied. "Yeah, it's true, you're right," he agreed between hiccups. "But you're lucky I didn't catch you talking with the Boche. I was ready to kill you on the spot." "Well, Lieutenant, you can see for yourself that there's nothing wrong, and that we're keeping good watch at outpost number 10. But the lieutenant worked himself up into a rage once again. "I have to kill somebody tonight. I'm going to kill a German sentry. Show me where they are." The little Gascon had the clever idea to point to a mound of earth sticking up opposite the German outpost, saying, "They're over there." The officer squinted uselessly into the darkness. Holstering his revolver, he stalked off, muttering inarticulate and incoherent phrases and threats. The rest of the night passed by for us in painful recollection of this incident, which could have had a much more tragic outcome. As daybreak approached, the Germans called out to us. There were 3 of them, including a very young fellow, with cheeks as rosy as a Fraulein, and they asked us if we had any coffee to drink. They told us that the day before, our artillery had killed 2 of their comrades, but I hastened to bring this conversation to an end. We told them about last evening's incident and said that they should keep from showing themselves, as we were being so closely watched ourselves. The Germans, deeply moved, thanked us profusely before disappearing behind their sandbags. One of them clasped one hand in the other and cried out, "Frenchmen, Germans, soldiers, all comrades, officers, And here he raised a clenched fist. No. Oh, how right he was, this German. It's true that you shouldn't generalize, but how many of our officers were more distantly separated, more morally estranged from us soldiers than were the poor German devils who were being led to the same slaughterhouse despite themselves. To the corporal who came to take my place, I recommended that he be careful. But he wasn't careful enough, because the next day he was broken in rank, an indulgence they granted from the weakness of their case against him. He had committed the crime of not firing on the German sentries, who showed themselves for an instant. The day after, with my squad, I went up to occupy outpost number 9. 3 sentries stood guard at the end of a sap, which then wandered off toward enemy lines. What was the utility of these 3 sentries, stuck way out in this place where you couldn't see 10 paces in front of you? Nobody seemed to know. A little farther along in the sap, the Germans had also posted a couple of sentries. They were too far apart to carry on a conversation, but not too far apart to observe each other through the loopholes, which were simply gaps in the parapet sandbags. Little by little, both sides became more confident in the reciprocal interest of not firing upon each other, and they ended up showing themselves without challenge, exchanging a wave of camaraderie, a smile, a friendly look. Among those who haven't suffered through the crisis of the trenches, many won't be able to understand this tacit entente, this fraternity of adversaries whom they thought were always on the alert, fingers on the triggers. But they should think seriously about the fate of men whom a long, common suffering of dangers has brought together by the strength of an irresistible instinct of human nature. Isn't it true that, among people facing death on a ship battered by storms and in danger of sinking under the waves, all rancors and hatreds seem to abate and disappear? Where are we on the road of human progress that we have to plead extenuating circumstances for such a natural thing? But we've gotten far from outpost number 9.5, as this emplacement of 3 sentries was designated on the sector map. During the next day, around 8 in the morning, the dreadful and dreaded Lieutenant Groulois, gueule de bois, wooden mug, slang for hangover, came to call on us. It was he who had just surprised my successor at outpost number 10 and had him punished for the aforesaid reason. He cast a suspicious look at us, and without a word he headed toward the group of 3 sentinels. He started coughing loudly, speaking at high volume and chuckling in order to incite the German sentries to show themselves. In fact, one of them was intrigued enough to stick up his head. Then the French officer took a sentry's rifle and, aiming slowly, carefully, and in a most cowardly way, sent a bullet right through his head. As a result, the Germans blasted away at us all day long with rifle shots, which tore our sandbags to shreds and made all surveillance impossible. We were quite lucky that none of our sentries had his head blown off. And to think that this lieutenant was the most decorated officer of the regiment. "Our sentries aren't doing their duty," he said to me severely. He no doubt was convinced that he had just carried out a most noble act. Should one complain about, or blame, or excuse, or curse those whom nature has granted such a perverse and unfeeling mentality? On August 12th, our section went into reserve, 80 metres back from the front line, in a support trench for a week. Our main daytime task consisted of making hérissons, hedgehogs, which, come nightfall, had to be thrown out beyond the outposts. For the uninitiated, I'll explain that hérissons were prickly bundles of barbed wire wrapped around 4 iron ingots bound together in the middle. In making these hérissons, you risked tearing your sleeves, your trousers, or your skin, and in pushing or tossing them around the outposts, you risked catching a bullet on the fly or being caught by a grenade. I'll never forget how my little rookies, far from balking at this night work, didn't manifest the slightest fear and insisted that I stay down in the boyau, not wanting me to expose myself without absolute need. "You're the father of a family," they said to me. "Stay down, we'll do just as fine without you." One night we got an alert. Men from the so-called free sections, operating in no man's land, came back through the squads, having been summoned to the colonel's command post. Orderlies and messengers rushed in every direction, bearing orders. What was going on? The wind was in our favour. They were going to launch against the Boche the famous poison gas, for which we had been preparing for so long. Nobody within my hearing was particularly happy about this operation. There was going to be a big bombardment on both sides, and from what the patrols told us, we might have to occupy certain enemy positions. While waiting, our section was going to occupy a jumping-off point in a part of the trench with no shelter at all in which to protect ourselves from the likely bombardment. Soon we learned that the time was set for midnight, the hour of crime, but you could say that the wind was guilty of collusion with the enemy. At 10 minutes to midnight, the wind was blowing too hard. They postponed the business to 2 in the morning, but by that time the wind had stopped blowing altogether, to the point where it wouldn't have moved a candle's flame. The order came down to go back to our dugouts. A reprieve of 24 hours was granted to the Kaiser's subjects, who were swarming throughout Champagne. Then, the next night, a strong mistral was blowing. They had to postpone the emission once more, but the Boche were happy to wait for the night of August 15th to 16th for a wind which was neither too strong nor too weak. Without the slightest respect for the holiness of the day, all the dispositions were made ready for 11 o'clock that evening. But here we are at 10:30, when the wind suddenly turned from south to north. It would have been suicide for us to launch a gas attack. If Boreas, the god of the winds, hadn't been high up on Olympus, beyond the reach of the military authorities, he would have been indicted for thereby betraying the cause of righteousness and civilization. Headquarters was furious at these setbacks, or rather, blowbacks. In contrast, the Poilus, who had nothing to gain by this emission but the risk of a violent bombardment, were delighted that the sector stayed calm and peaceful. Finally, during the night of August 19th to 20th, our company went for a week of rest at Camp 1, 2 kilometres in front of Somme Sweep. Camp 1 was made up of barracks which contained, as furniture, a kind of floor to lie down on. That was all. Primitive man at least had tree trunks or big boulders to sit down on. For eating, they had a hearth. For sleeping, they had dry leaves and some moss to lie on. This was rough comfort, to be sure, but we would have been very happy with it in our relative nakedness. Furthermore, we were all completely infested with ticks. So it was with pleasure that we went to Somme Sweeper to take showers in a model bathing facility, paid for by Her Majesty the Empress of all the Russias, if you please. We had never been showered and disinfected like we were in this imperial installation. While we were in the showers, our effects passed through a superheated brazier where ticks of every generation, from those who had not yet burst from their eggs to the old, black, hairy ones, were smothered without reprieve. This was a memorable day. After many months, this was the first time we didn't feel the slightest itchiness. It was enough to make us call out, "Viva la Tsarina!" Despite my revulsion for tyrants, thanks to her, we were going to spend a couple of restful nights. One night out of 2, the companies went up to work in the trenches, sometimes at the front lines, from which we were 12 kilometres away. The next day, after having made the 24-kilometre round trip and having done 7 or 8 hours of work, the men came back exhausted. "What a galley slave's life," they said. "Boy, if we ever get through this," proclaimed others. Some were in such despair that they didn't even have the strength to complain. I was lucky to get out of this forced labour, since I found myself on assignment every time my turn came up. One afternoon we had a military parade. It was the occasion for awarding Croix de Guerre to those who had won them, more or less deservingly, at Côte 304. Our company had the honour of handing out the honours. Our Capitaine Adjutant Major, our old friend the Kronprinz, had the duty of pinning them on the chests of all these worthy soldiers, in the name of the fatherland, of the President of the Republic, of the Generalissimo, etc. The Kronprinz seemed quite moved, weighted down by such a great honour. He had the company form up in a square and ordered a musical salute, but we had present only one bugler who had a cracked instrument and a drum with a skin so worn that it sounded like an old cauldron. The salute was sounded all the same, amid outbursts of laughter which this cacophony provoked, The rite was carried out, and if the ceremony lost some of its grandeur, that's too bad. The Kronprinz turned a severe look upon us and began the reading of the exploits accomplished by each awardee. As he fastened the Croix de Guerre onto the recipient's greatcoat and gave him the traditional accolade, the kiss of the fatherland, the bursts of laughter came forth once again. Really, these poilus had no respect for anything, but this time there was good reason. You would have thought that this was the first time he had ever embraced a fellow man. Apart from his obvious repugnance at placing his lips on the leathery skin of the poilus, he was so nearsighted that the visor of his cap kept him from approaching the patient's face, and his big spectacles got hooked on the awardee's nose and fell to the ground, or his own nose, of a prodigious prominence, got tangled in the Poilu's moustache or beard, or collided with his helmet. The officers themselves couldn't keep from smiling. It was as much a vaudeville show as it was a solemn ceremony. The captain alone did not smile and fled the scene as soon as he could, haughty and stiff. One night, all the circumstances appearing favourable for the launch of a gas attack, we were put on alert. But at the last minute, as a result of either the force or the direction of the wind becoming doubtful, the gas wasn't launched in certain places, while in others it was. The result was mediocre. Among the engineer troops who handled the equipment, several succumbed. On the Boche side, some of our patrols reported that trenches were filled with dying men who were yielding up their souls to God. But little Eva, who was part of the 296th Regiment's reconnaissance, swore to me that he and his comrades had stayed concealed between the lines and then made their way back after having made up and memorized a phony report crafted by the head of the reconnaissance team. That made our big bosses happy, satisfied by the effectiveness of the gas, as well as the scouts, who all came back at such little risk. Our Colonel Robert showed his scepticism, however. He sent the volunteers back to their companies without giving them Croix de Guerre or stripes or home leaves. The gas containers, which were not emptied that night, were buried deep in the ground, because it appeared that after a certain time they would lose their toxicity. We would have to find stronger insecticides to chase away the Boche who infested our soil. Suddenly, the rumour spread that our division would be relieved. On August 28th, the relief of frontline units began. While the replacement troops were passing by, heading for the trenches, a violent storm broke out, followed by a deluge of biblical proportions. How pitiable were these men, bent double under this onslaught of rainfall which further drenched their sweat-soaked bodies. We urgently awaited our own relief. Would it take place in similar weather? We were no doubt eagerly awaited in the Somme, where the battle was raging. But no, it was a month and a half before we got there. For now, we would have field exercises and big training manoeuvres for the open field warfare, which our high command, as blind as ever, believed to be imminent. To shelter the troops from the storm in the many camps which were lined up just to the rear of the trenches, there was plenty of room, would have been an act of humanity, of common sense, of simple duty on the part of the bosses. It would involve just a little bit of consideration for the health, for the physical suffering of their troops. But in wartime, rain doesn't matter. Even if hailstones as big as your fist had been falling, the relief would have kept going all the same. Too bad if those who got through it would later suffer from aches and pains, rheumatism, sore backs. It was for the patrie. On August 29th, in the course of the morning, our battalion left Camp 1. We were leaving Champagne, a relatively quiet and restful sector, to go to a place of horror, to know once again the bad old days of Vermelles, Lorette, Verdun. We left joylessly, but after having marched 4 kilometres, we had the pleasant surprise of finding a truck convoy which carried us to the village of Lettres. This village had 32 inhabitants in peacetime and 28 when we arrived. You can imagine how comfortably our battalion would be quartered in such a small place. They told us that we would be leaving soon, but while we were waiting, no doubt so we wouldn't get bored, our daily exercises were undertaken right away. Our captain being away on leave, it was Lieutenant Gueule de Bois who took command of the 15th Company. It would take too long to recount all the injustices, petty crimes, inspections, and punishments which he inflicted upon the company. This character would have been the ideal commander for a chain gang of convicts. No one dared to venture more than 50 meters from the encampment for fear of missing an assembly, an unscheduled roll call. No one dared to laugh, to speak freely, to make the slightest noise, for fear of attracting his Nero-like gaze. 13th Notebook, The Somme Offensive, in the Blood-Soaked Mud, August 29th to November 1st, 1916. No one dared to rest, or even to lie down, outside of the appointed hours, for fear of being observed, because this odious character was always worming his way into the midst of groups, mixing in quietly, suspiciously, looking to pick up a few shameful statements or opinions. The daily reading out of orders took at least a full hour. He would pick 3 or 4 squads at random for roll call, just to make sure nobody was absent. If he heard someone whispering, he'd form the company into a square and make the guilty party stand in the middle and say out loud what he had whispered. If the blabbermouth stayed silent, then it would be work details and punishments for all of us. There was always something, and usually several things, to present. Arms, tools, or other items, all of course perfectly clean and in good shape. He checked each one personally. Not far from Lettres, there were several good-sized villages, but you had to have a damn good reason to get authorization to go to any of them. One evening, nonetheless, I took a jaunt to Bussy. The category of rear echelon slackers on duty there seemed to me to be the only thing worth commenting on. They were the Russian interpreters, that is to say Frenchmen, who had the unhoped-for good luck of speaking Russian and were promoted to officer's rank in a day's time. They waited in this village for the Russian troops arriving in France to ask for their services. On September 1st, the 37mm cannon team was formed, and I was assigned to the 4th Machine Gun Company. It was with regret that I had to quit my little blur rookies to whom I'd become quite attached, but I wasn't leaving them altogether, since we'd still be in the same battalion. On September 4th, we left Lettres without much regret, and after a rather hard march we came to billets at Trouin-le-Grand, which the width of a river separated from Trouin-le-Petit. We were near the Camp de Mailly, where the Russian troops were stationed at this time. At Trouin you could see the traces of a combat which had taken place, the inhabitants told us, on September 9th, 1914. Starting the next day, without even having the customary day for getting settled in our new billets, the training began, or rather continued. But what a change for me! I could scarcely believe it. No more roll calls and parades. The hated field exercises were nothing more than distractions, a few brief series of manoeuvres with our cannon, a few breaks for talks about theory, and that was it. We quickly learned that it was not much more than strolls through the countryside and nice siestas in the shade of the bushes. I have to say that our commanding officer was a far cry from Gueule de Bois. He treated us like comrades, and he spared us plenty of work details, dangers, and stretches of boredom. He had only one fault, who doesn't have one. Sometimes too strong a whiff of wine or booze reached his nostrils, and when that happened, watch out. You had to be careful not to cross him or contradict him. He was like a champagne bottle with the cork 3/4 of the way out, which something makes explode and all the bottle's contents burst out. But if he lashed out and injured someone with too sharp a reproach, he was the first to apologize and admit his mistake. This officer was Sub-Lieutenant Lorius, the same one whom a sentry from my squad almost dispatched with a hand grenade. He never made the slightest reference to that incident, ever again, nor did I. He was a former non-com from an artillery regiment who was enticed into the infantry because of a desire for a gold officer's stripe. From dawn to dusk, the regiment was subjected by the terrible colonel to an intensive training regime across the Mailly steppes. Men came back exhausted, saying that they missed the trenches, which is saying a lot. In the evening, we'd hear the songs and the prayers performed in unison by the Russians at the Camp de Mailly. The men would assemble at attention, as if for an inspection. That astonished us. Some of us made our way over to the camp, just to watch this unbelievable spectacle. On September 14th, I had the great joy of obtaining my second home leave, 7 months after my first one. In the night of the 16th to 17th, having come on foot from the station at Meaux, I had the pleasure of seeing my loved ones once again, and forgetting for a few days, too quickly gone by, the hard reality, the primitive life of the trenches so far from civilization. On the morning of the 24th, I had to pull myself away from the sweetness of family life to take the rough road back to the front lines. I was going to leave on the tram from the village of Traus, 3 kilometers away. My wife alone accompanied me. My dear little ones had preferred to kiss me goodbye at the house, which troubled them less there than at the tram station. From the station I could see once again all my relatives busy at work, harvesting a nearby patch of grapevines, and I wondered if next year I could come and be there with them, this frightful war being over, to help my poor father in this rough work. Here and there amid the vines laden with fruit which the gentle sun was ripening, appeared groups of grape pickers, gloomy and silent. There were only children, women, and old men. When would the joyful harvests return, in which young people contributed their laughter, their games, their songs? I departed with a heavy heart, pulling myself away from those who, without thinking, without any special interest, without any hypocrisy, love you with all their hearts. I was going back into the realm of the bitterest egoism, to die amid the indifference of all who surround you. The next day, at dawn, I was at Orléans. A few minutes later, I took the train to Champagne. It was so crowded that I had to scramble up to a lookout post, and at 5 in the evening, I got off at the mustering station of Jessin, where they told us that the regiment had left for the Somme. At 8 that evening, we embarked for the mustering station of Creil. Nobody complained about the length of the journey. It was that much more time to enjoy in liberty and in safety. 24 hours later, I got off in Amiens. Traversing the city, I went to the Saint-Roch station to wait for the departure of a train which was supposed to leave at 7 in the morning. It was then 9 in the evening. Several hundred leave-takers filled the station and spilled out onto the sidewalks, worn out by the fatigue of a long voyage. I did the same. What an idea, I thought, to call this station Saint-Roch. He was a saint from where we come from. There were even relics of this great saint in a chapel in a village near Périac, the same place, Traus, from where I embarked on my return trip. It seems that he had protected the village from a number of scourges. I prayed to him to protect me from catching a nasty cold in this chilly autumn evening. I was stretched out next to some young fellows, Belgians who had fled their country when it was invaded, now reaching 20 years of age, in the conscript class of 1917, called to the colours at Rennes. They were waiting for the same train as me. Like me, they would no doubt have preferred to be lying in bed somewhere, rather than on the sidewalk. While we weren't enthusiastic about it, we didn't complain, which wouldn't have done any good anyway. The next morning, I got off at the station of Namps, and after covering 10 kilometres on foot, I finally discovered the regiment in the village of Tilloy-le-Conti. In view of the part we were to play in the Somme offensive, the regiment was subjected to an intensive training programme. There were field exercises in full campaign gear from morning to evening, signifying a return to open field warfare, as if they had not yet seen the negative results of this bloody offensive. On October 6th, trucks carried us toward the front, but it was not our turn yet, or maybe we needed a bit more training. They dropped us off at the village of Hamelet. At the entrance to the village, we encountered a column of German prisoners. Some cynics maintained that they were placed there on purpose to boost our confidence so that seeing them would encourage us. Every evening we could witness the tragic show which the front lines of the Battle of the Somme put on for us. The sky was crisscrossed with flashes, illuminated, lit up with meteoric bolts, sudden bursts of light, all accompanied by a deafening, continuous rumbling. We felt like we were watching a gigantic volcano, seeing the sinister reflections of hell itself. "It's just like Verdun," said the veterans, worried, "but there will also be cold, rain, and mud." The young ones were terrified before this frightful tableau, just right for inspiring horror of war and filling the soul with terror. On October 9th, after the morning meal, we left Hamlet to the tune of a lively polka played by the regimental band. A funeral march would have been more appropriate. Our route followed the valley of the Somme, but here and there marshlands had overflowed. Sometimes the road had to climb the steep hillside and then come back down a little farther ahead, resulting in much fatigue from following this roller coaster course. At nightfall, we arrived at an immense camp, and they piled us into barracks where we went to bed pell-mell on the hard, damp floor. This was the camp of the Bonfray farm. No symmetry, few barracks built yet, but all sorts of shelters in tent cloth, or made from planks, busted-up crates, tree branches and trunks, etc. Some English officers were installed in elegant cabins which spared no comforts. This camp, where thousands of English recruits learned the noble profession of arms, covered several hundred hectares of terrain. It was a veritable human anthill. On the roads which crisscrossed the camp passed innumerable convoys of automobiles, trucks, heavy caissons, all sorts of vehicles, relief columns, ambulances, etc., day and night. They had put down railway lines which were hauling heavy shipments of materiel, munitions, foodstuffs, etc. All sorts of goods were warehoused and piled up everywhere. To see this intense life, pulsating without a break, made you dizzy. Your eye couldn't see the limits of the camp. Your ear took in and identified the different sounds, the jumble of noises, which mixed with the rolling cannonade in the background. Near our barracks, some monstrous English artillery pieces, on platforms and on rails, fired 100-kilo shells from time to time onto the Mont Saint-Quentin. We stayed at the Bonfray farm until October 19th. We made profitable use of this time by once again taking up our training of new methods, irresistible ones this time. Now we would show them 100 times over, each evening, to bolster our morale, which might have been weakened by the lamentable sight of the regiments coming back from the trenches. Our regimental band played us the most engaging mazurkas and waltzes right in our cantonment. This made up for the less harmonious sound of the cannon, or, even more disagreeable, of the rain which ended up turning the camp into a muddy marsh after some particularly heavy downpours. We listened avidly, shivering, to the tales of suffering endured by those who came from the trenches and who still had the strength to smile. Seeing that there was no way we could escape from this trial, we were impatient to leave, and nothing was more nerve-wracking than the false alarms which often came, putting us on alert. The top brass couldn't comprehend how free men, who had been free right up to the minute the war began, could submit without the slightest murmur, almost voluntarily, to this sacrifice which they knew to be in vain, useless, with more docility than a troop of slaves in ancient Rome heading to some unexpected slaughter. And our bosses weren't mistaken. They knew quite well that it wasn't the flame of patriotism which inspired this spirit of sacrifice. It was simply a sense of bravado to not seem more cowardly than one's neighbour. Then there was the presumptuous faith in one's own star. For others, it was the secret and futile ambition for a medal or a sleeve stripe. Finally, for the great mass, it was the uselessness of protesting against an implacable fate. The fears of our chiefs, that they would see the soldiers waver, then rise up in revolt in an instinctive burst of energy, like the lowest, stupidest beast facing certain death, were therefore groundless. But living too far away from the soldier and too high above him to get to know his state of mind, they covered themselves in ridicule by an odious comedy which would have wounded the common soldier's sense of dignity if he'd known about it. One morning, here is what they dreamed up. A mendacious note announced that the 296th Regiment would not be going up to the front lines. They would simply busy themselves at night, getting the sector ready to be occupied by the English, who it seemed weren't especially good at this kind of work. Happy to get out of it so easily, each of us breathed a sigh of relief. But the next day came Act 2. We learned that a group of young officers, humiliated by this decision, which they considered as lack of confidence in the regiment, addressed a plea to the general, asking for the honour of going into combat alongside two other regiments of the division, the 114th Regiment and the 125th Regiment. The following day came Act 3. The the general hastened to grant us the favour of going to gather up the laurels of victory. It was our turn. Just like that, we had forced the hand of our bosses to go slog in the mud and have ourselves cut down by the Bosch howitzers and riddled by their machine guns. On October 18th, the bombardment reached a hitherto unseen degree of violence. The order came down to be ready to leave camp at any moment. A cold shower fell, and we shuddered at the thought of leaving camp in such weather. But it wasn't until the next day that we went up to the front lines, to the place of sacrifice for those who would spill their blood and end their lives so miserably. On October 19th, at 1 p.m, the 296th left the barracks of Beaufray-Bonfray in a driving rainstorm and went up to occupy the front lines near Comble. We came upon a half-destroyed village, Maricourt. Only the cellars were occupied by territorials who watched us march by with an indifferent look. They had seen plenty pass by over the past 4 months. Farther along, we passed through the village of Hardcore. Few of us even noticed it, because there was hardly anything left other than a few foundations here and there, ruins and debris of all kinds, torn up, pulverized, with mud and huge chunks of earth churned up by the whirlwind of projectiles. A kilometre further along, the road descended into a ravine, at the bottom of which ran the tracks of a narrow-gauge railway, where, by night, not without danger, long lines of freight cars brought up to Combles tons of projectiles, which our cannon spat out without taking a break. Where the road crossed the tracks stood what they called the station of Maurepas, named for the village which extended along the opposite slope of the ravine, but whose inhabitants had nothing to make the citizens of Hardcore envious. They, too, wouldn't recognize where their houses had stood. From that point on, we entered the range of fire of enemy artillery, and Maurepas could have been called Pas de la Mort, Death Straits, as in Pas-de-Calais, a pun on the name Maurepas in French. To get to Comble, we abandoned the road, which was used only at night, and we followed the railroad tracks along the ravine. This ravine must have been the scene of fierce combats. Blasted tree trunks pulled out by their roots, shattered wagons and carts, all sorts of debris, rifles, bayonets, grenades, German shells, scattered around or piled up. We marched past in silence, seemingly indifferent, under ceaseless rain, which soaked us through and through, but which didn't stop the cannonade. It seemed to grow more violent the farther along we got. Finally, at nightfall, the battalion gathered in a bend in the ravine, 2 kilometres from Combles. They were generous enough to grant us 2 hours of rest before we renewed our climb to Calvary. By 7 p.m, the night was dark. The sky seemed to take pity on us because the rain had stopped. Off we go. My little rookies from the former squad came up to greet me. Maybe this is the last time we'll see each other. The little Breton Maurice Eva, to whom I had lent 2 francs, pressed a 40-sou piece upon me. "Hey," he said to me, "in case they kill me, we're even. Thanks." I couldn't care less about 40 sous just then. I refused. He insisted. Did he have a premonition of his impending death, this poor boy who would soon be blown to bits by a German shell? Maybe he did. Up to that point, we'd had mules to haul our little 37mm field guns, but from now on, it was upon our shoulders that we had to carry the cannon and the shells. The piece is broken down into 2 parts, each of which weighs 40 kilos. We take turns carrying them, while others carried the munitions. The team for our gun, composed of 6 men, had to follow the 4th Machine Gun Company. After a hard march of 5 hours, in the rain, we understood the effort that would be needed for this new foray into impracticable terrain in an opaque night. On either side of the widening valley soon appeared the ruins of Combles. A few carcasses of houses were still standing, but probably not for long, because each day the German shells poured down upon these ruins. After passing through Combles, we left the railway line and, crossing the fields, we met the road from Combles to Morval and Sailly-Saint-Lissel. This was no more than a road dug up by shellfire and full of mud, but protected by an embankment. At the end of a half hour, no more embankment, no more trace of road, only the dark and sinister plain. We had to follow pathways which snaked around the shell holes full of water. Soon we were at the end of our strength. The 2 men who carried the dismounted cannon had to be relieved every 1 or 2 minutes. Sometimes one would slip and fall and couldn't get back up. We had to help him, crushed by the weight of his burden, stuck in the mud. And to think that if a wind of demonic madness hadn't swept across the minds of the people's leaders, we could, at this very hour, be quietly at home, by the fire, with a warm bed awaiting us. How we would mock the rain, the cold, the wind, the night. Our good Lieutenant Laureus, who had come up with our field gun, begged us, urged us not to stop, not to lose contact with the machine gunners up ahead, whose last stragglers often disappeared from our view. Several times he himself went ahead to ask the officers of the machine gun company to slow their pace. Finally, we reached a protected road or a stream bed, we couldn't tell which, full of mud, which we could follow only by moving carefully along its edge. They told us that we'd arrived at the commandant's post, and consequently we'd have to wait there until they determined where on the front line our gun would go. Against the embankment, between the protruding roots of some shattered tree trunks, the men of the team we had just replaced had dug out 2 holes to squeeze into, but they weren't big enough to hold all of us. The lieutenant chose 2 men to accompany me back to Combles, to find the field kitchens and the supply train, and to come back the next day with food and munitions. It was 10 at night, almost 12 hours after we had left the camp at Bouffray. How many more hours did we have to go? And alone, without guides, wouldn't we get lost? I couldn't count on my 2 comrades, who didn't seem particularly enterprising and were certainly incapable of doing 200 meters on good road. We soon met up with a company in relief, heading to the rear. Thinking that it was headed for Combles, we had the bad idea of following them. I soon realized from certain landmarks that we were on the wrong road. I asked those whom we were following. They were from the 77th Regiment and were headed to the Bois des Trônes to go into reserve duty. We asked them if they had passed by Combles. They had never been there. We bade them farewell. Now here we were, sitting pretty in the middle of this lugubrious plain, now deserted all around us. We resigned ourselves to spending the night right there for fear of getting even more lost, when all of a sudden a battery of 75 started firing a couple of salvos right nearby. I dragged my comrades toward this battery. The guards there could tell us the way to Combles. We came upon a miserable road, snarled with heavy caissons and limbers, some of which we saw were completely stuck, being pulled by double and even triple teams of horses, who struggled and themselves got mired in the mud. Ah, what a shame. War is bad for everyone, beasts and men alike. At 1 in the morning we arrived at Combles. The town, bombarded around the clock, looked deserted. Only an occasional horse artillery team galloped through, disturbing the fearful silence which weighed down on the ruins. Completely at the limit of our strength, we decided to lie down in whatever sheltering hole we came across. We ended up finding in the middle of the ruins an orifice, an opening under the corner of one of the few houses still standing. We were already savouring the thought of a few hours of rest and sleep, which we needed so badly, when, entering this space, we were almost suffocated by the unbearable odour of rotting carrion. To our utter horror, by the gleam of a flashlight, we saw the bodies of 6 Germans. They had no doubt been killed by the detonation of some enormous shell, because they stood as if petrified, in poses so natural that you'd think they were still alive. Disgusted and disagreeably impressed, we fled from this tomb. As we left this inhospitable village, we came upon a cylindrical shape, right at ground level. It was one of our big artillery pieces, at rest. It was in a bunker, covered with a canvas tarpaulin painted in neutral colours to camouflage it from the enemy's view. There was nobody around this gun. The artillerymen, those lucky devils, must have been snoozing away in a fine shelter somewhere. We snuck under the tarpaulin and rolled up in our damp blankets, stretched out on the cannon's gun carriage. Like Turenne on the eve of battle, I said to my comrades. But these poor fellows had never heard of Turenne. They thought he was someone in the company. No, you imbeciles, I spat at them. He was a famous, illustrious general. But for these poor young bucks, a general is someone who orders other people to kill one another. Ah, the bastard, they said. I hope he croaked. By now the sky had cleared and it grew quite cold. We could feel the mud hardening under our feet and cracking as it froze, while in our Midi the nights are still generally mild in October. Fatigue is a powerful narcotic, and despite the cold and discomfort of our position, we fell into a deep slumber, to the point that we didn't hear the explosions of some big shells which fell nearby. But at daylight, the cold woke us up. We shivered, and our feet were senseless, numb, so it took us a few minutes to stand up. We headed toward the place where, the previous evening, the battalion had assembled. We had the good luck of finding there the 3 caissons of 37mm guns, ready to leave, harnessed to their teams, but the drivers didn't know where the supply trains and the field kitchens were. Someone had said they were somewhere near Maurepas. As we proceeded, we picked up some details which were not encouraging. The field kitchens, which had set up at Combles the evening before, then had to withdraw during the night, nobody knew where, because of the shells falling in and around Combles. Périac's Louis Richardis, cook to His Highness the Commandant Kinsgram and His Eminence the Kronprinz, had one of his comrades killed outright by a shell burst. A less disturbing detail, but quite bothersome for our daily sustenance. The field kitchen of the 4th Machine Gun Company was shot full of holes, to its great glory, but a great misfortune for us. We arrived at Maurepas, or at least what had been Maurepas, because you couldn't find a stone or a brick. The stones and bricks had been gathered up by the territorials, who used them to pave the roads at night. At the centre of the village was a jumble of vehicles, caissons and field kitchens from various regiments, but not the slightest trace of the Biterrois regiment, the 296th. Biterrois equals inhabitant of Béziers. We had already emptied our mess kits and ration bags that morning. A soggy piece of bread and a chocolate bar transformed into blackish paste by the rain made up my only meal since we had left the Ferme de Bonfray. We were hungry, and for a hungry man, the animal instincts take over. Fond yearnings for our cooks and our field kitchens pushed aside those we had for our wives and our children, who couldn't do anything for us. Our thoughts were also with our comrades on the front line, standing in the filthy stream, anxiously awaiting our arrival this evening. They won't get indigestion from overeating. Helpless, we decided to post ourselves by the side of the road in hopes that we see someone pass by wearing the fateful 296 patch. We were in luck, in the form of a horseman, the simple orderly of some brass hat, who had no idea how anxiously we awaited him and how joyfully we spotted him. He told us that the supply train and the field kitchens had been ordered to Hardcore. A half-hour later, we were at this village. It was 3 p.m, but the field kitchens had not yet arrived. They were stuck in the mud, up to their axles in a bad stretch of road, and could arrive only much later that evening. We were lucky enough to discover in Hardcourt the cellar of a vanished house, stuffed with straw, the height of luxury. We took immediate possession of it by right of first occupancy, but we were barely there a half hour when a detachment of engineers arrived and, under pretext that this cellar belonged to a detachment which they had just relieved, they ordered us out. "Messieurs," I told them, "you're too late. Are you the owners of this cellar?" "No, I didn't think so." "Well, we're here, and we're staying put since we got here first." They went to look for their officers, but nothing came of it. We declared that we would leave only by force, and we made it clear that this would not be without resistance. There were no constables, no policemen, no gendarmes in Hardcore to expel us. They had to abandon this cellar to us, and we had, for this brief relief, a precious refuge against the cold, the rain, and even the shells which fell upon Hardcore from time to time. It was much later that night that we were able to resupply our comrades on the front line. It had been 2 days since they'd had anything to eat or drink. When we had trouble finding them, and we called out, "Cannon 37, Sergeant Gauthier," you can imagine how quickly they swarmed out of their mole tunnels. The truck drivers lent us a hand in the resupply effort so that we could rest every other night. Every evening at 5 p.m, as night fell, 2 of us brought supplies up to our comrades: wine, coffee, letters and packages, and sometimes a sack of shells. This wasn't easy duty. 25 kilometers to cover in moonless nights, on bad roads and invisible pathways which crisscrossed each other, where it was easy to get lost, all the while dodging shellfire. But what a difference from those who had to stay in the trenches without the slightest shelter, feet in the water, enduring frequent downpours, the cold, and above all the bombardments. The Germans, if they rarely fired on the rear, sent shells in abundance onto the first and second lines of trenches. Nevertheless, our artillery fired on average 4 shells for each of the enemy's 1. To endure such an avalanche of projectiles, the Germans kept only a screen of sharpshooters and machine gunners at their front lines. Those folks were spread out in big shell craters and dug little pits there, where they burrowed down and protected themselves from fragments. Since they brought up enough rations and munitions for the duration of their watch duties, they hardly ever moved out of their holes. In a war like this one, combat meant mostly being a target for shells. The best leader wasn't the cleverest tactician, but rather the one who knew best how to keep his men alive. On this subject, our leaders had a lot to learn from the German bosses. It's not that the latter were more humanitarian, but they had the intelligent care to conserve human resources. One evening, when it wasn't my turn on ration duty, I had already bedded down for a good night's sleep ahead when the Sergeant Major of the 4th Machine Gun Company made an unlucky appearance, ordering me to carry an urgent dispatch to Lieutenant Lorius, commanding the detachment of a 37mm cannon. No doubt these were urgent orders for an attack, I thought, but when I indiscreetly read the dispatch, I was stunned. There were at this time several models of gas masks in use. They were asking all the unit commanders, like Lieutenant Lorius, for a report stating the number of such and such a model being used, pronto. And that was why I was being ordered that night to go out and find our officer, risking death 20 times over, along roads transformed into quagmires. But you had to obey. What could one say? What would have happened if, tomorrow, our headquarters didn't know how many gas masks of Model X or Z there were in our group? The Sergeant Major assured me that I would find Lieutenant Lorius in a fortified bunker near the Combles railway station. Had I been notified earlier, I could have accompanied the ration team, but now I had to make my way alone to Combles. Lucky me, the German guns were unleashing salvos on the town. There were a few moments of ominous silence, then suddenly came the sinister shrieks, and then the massive explosions, the blinding flashes, the sound of falling debris and crumbling walls. To complete this frightful tableau, 2 munitions dumps had just blown up. It looked like a fireworks display, with columns of smoke and flame rising to the clouds which reflected them. Earth and sky seemed ablaze. At the risk of being court-martialed for not obeying orders, I was beating a retreat toward Hardcore when I ran into 2 engineers who told me that the officer I was looking for must have sought refuge in the catacombs, like everyone else. According to them, these so-called catacombs were very easy to find. I had only to climb out of the ravine, take a road which would lead me into the village, and then to the square where I would see the ruins of a chateau. That's where they were. I found the road, which was nothing but a muddy quagmire, which split into many pathways across the rubble, and while I was wandering in this ghastly solitude, the shells began raining down even more abundantly. At each whistling shriek, I flattened myself against a bit of crumbled wall or a tree trunk, and I waited for the avalanche of stones and iron to finish cascading down before taking up my course once again. There was no one from whom I could ask the slightest bit of guidance. What was least reassuring was that I'd be as incapable of finding my way back as I was in finding these famous catacombs. I was gripped by despair. Ah, I said to myself, sagging against a bit of wall, I might as well die here as anywhere else, right now as well as tomorrow. But at this tragic moment, a vision flashed across my mind like a lightning bolt. There, in my distant home, my cherished wife, my 2 babes with blonde curls, my white-haired mother and father, kneeling at prayer at this very hour, pouring all their hearts, all their souls into it, with grave faces, bent in anguish for the absent one, for me. I don't really believe that prayers, as sincere as they might be, have the power to deflect bullets or shells. But there's something about the mind, detaching itself from all else, concentrating for one moment on one memory, on a single thought of someone dear. That's an act of faith, of love, of hope. No, I had to escape death as best I could, to get away from this accursed place. I broke into a run and found a road in the middle of which an ambulance was ablaze, smelling strongly of gasoline. In the fire's light, I saw a field kitchen, which had imprudently come as far as combles, shattered on the ground. The kitchen's 2 horses lay moaning on the ground, and nearby were 2 men, bathed in a puddle of blood, coffee and wine. That night, a company in the trenches will await its rations in vain. This will be a day of fast which they will accept without a murmur, without a complaint, once they hear what happened. I leaned over the 2 unfortunate ones. One was missing his head, guillotined. The other had a leg blown off at the thigh, and probably other wounds as well. At this moment, a squad of territorials appeared, nocturnal road workers, peaceable shovels and picks at their shoulders, already going forth at the first pause in the bombardment, to clean up and repair the damage to the roads and the pathways which must be maintained practicable at all costs. If not, tomorrow and the day after, our cannons would be silenced, our wounded couldn't be evacuated, our men in the trenches couldn't be fed. This duty of the territorials was not without peril. Often some of them spilled their own blood into the mud which they were cleaning up. Their little crosses lined these roads. Observing them, I felt like a lost voyager in the desert, coming upon a caravan. I asked them where I could find the catacombs. "We've just left them," they said. I was just a few steps away. A pile of rubble, a passageway across, an opening, and a gently sloping descent into a long, deep underground passage with a vaulted ceiling dug into the white clay earth. To the right and the left, a large corridor led to other smaller ones. You could see actual chambers all along the way. Offices, telephone centres, first aid stations, sleeping quarters, mess halls, storage rooms for gas masks, tools, sandbags, weapons, etc. Down there was a constant coming and going, incessant activity. In vain I asked if anyone had seen any officers from the 296th Regiment. I decided to wait for daybreak, and I stretched out on a pile of gas masks belonging to evacuated wounded. Although they were both muddy and blood-stained, I stretched out with sheer pleasure, and nothing came along to trouble my sleep. Who had built this underground complex? Was it the Germans? Had it been there before the war? I couldn't get answers about any of this. In any case, it was a safe harbour, a refuge in the midst of the storm. At dawn, I went out to the railway station to see if I could find Lieutenant Lorius there, but this was in vain. I then returned empty-handed to Hardecourt to rejoin my comrades who were wondering about my fate. Each evening, in the cellar which served as our refuge, we hardly got any sleep since the rationers of the 3 gun crews hadn't come back. At least we knew what had happened, and we had some assurance that help was on the way. Each day I went to the field kitchens of my old companies, the 13th and 15th, looking for news. The men were suffering from the bad weather. There were frequent downpours of freezing rain in the mornings, and naturally there were also wounded and killed. You don't make omelettes without breaking eggs. One of my former little bleu, poor Yver, who had given me back 40 sous the day we came up to the front, had burrowed with 2 of his comrades into a little cavity dug into the trench wall, upon which a big shell landed, pulverizing all 3 occupants. Périac's Paul Alpeche had just left the same shelter, not 5 minutes earlier, to go for food, and Eva had taken his place. That's how the war went. Fate determined our life and death in the tiniest circumstances. October 23rd, 1916, is a memorable day in the annals of the 296th. The previous night, the officers were advised that the next day the regiment had to attack, with the objective of taking the first German line. During the night, the men were kept busy digging parallels, trenches extending ahead of our own front line, to shorten the distance for us to cross at the moment of assault. It happened that the 4th Battalion, our own, in the darkness, pushed this parallel too close to the German trench, and we had to be especially careful that they not discover the work being done right under their noses. When, the next day, the fog lifted, the Germans were astounded to see the French a few steps away from them. Since those folks waged war like we did, constrained and forced into it, they judged it useless to defend themselves and unanimously raised their arms, crying, "Comrades, comrades!" However, some of them were scared stiff and profited from the lingering fog and reigning confusion by taking off. As a result, there were only 52 in our hands. Various incidents took place. The well-liked Lieutenant Cordier, commanding the 14th Company, marched at the head of his men and was the first to leap into the enemy trench. Seeing a tent cloth covering a dugout, he tossed it aside. A German adjutant asleep inside fell out of bed and when called to surrender answered with pistol shots at our officer, who was hit by several bullets but who, magnanimously, captured the German and prohibited anyone from harming him. Farther along, a German soldier couldn't get out of his hole. One of our guys reached a hand out to him, saying, "Come on, climb out, lazy bones." To the Frenchman's surprise, the other answered him in our own language, "I'm not a lazy bones, you're a Frenchman, and I'm a German." In the area around the trench, they found the body of an enemy officer, his head bashed in, and beside him a shovel covered with blood. It seemed clear that when he didn't want to surrender, his men had gotten rid of him. Another officer, haughty and furious about his misfortune, was conducted to the post of the commandant, who was absent. When the latter arrived, the German wouldn't budge. Lieutenant Guillot, commanding the 13th Company, was there and said in German, "Hey, salute, it's the commandant." The Boche wouldn't move. Second request, same disdainful immobility. Lieutenant Guillot gave him a hard slap on both cheeks. The German went pale, then red, and then he saluted, with rage in his heart. Meanwhile, at the same hour, the same minute, the 6th Battalion pushed forward, but put under machine gun fire, the men flattened themselves in shell holes, otherwise it would have been a total massacre. The losses, nevertheless, were considerable. They had to be relieved that evening by the 5th Battalion. Relieved, and to rest on our laurels, we went into reserve in a barren, desert-like ravine to the rear of Combles, but an unfortunate counter-order put our 37mm cannon at the disposal of the commandant of the 5th Battalion. That same evening, it was my turn to go get the food with our driver Castet and the ration team from the 5th Battalion's 5th Gun, Thumazou and Frace. The latter, who had been born in Olonzac, land of good wine, in the middle of the Minervois, had a Rabelaisian face. Blessed with a solid appetite and fresh-faced, rosy-cheeked and plump, he breathed joie de vivre from every pore, from the roundness of his belly, the tranquillity of his step, his double and even triple chin, to his peaceful and mocking expression. Philosopher without knowing it, he saw the best side of every occurrence, always ready with a joke or a colourful expression, getting seriously agitated only at the prospect of some sort of day of fast, even at the height of Lent. The 2 rationers from the 5th Battalion's field gun had already been in the Circe trench, where we were going, but after we'd gone past the colonel's command post, in front of the dark and gloomy plain where several pathways crossed each other, they hesitated, uncertain about which was the right road to take. Luckily, 2 liaison men came up, heading for the front line, and were quite willing to serve as our guides as long as they could lighten our load of food a bit. They weren't mistaken, because at every moment, in every direction, the German batteries were unleashing frightful volleys of shellfire. But the 2 liaison men were carrying only a few scraps of paper. We were carrying bundles of jerrycans and musette bags, which made walking difficult. Frace was especially weighted down, overloaded like a mule. Furthermore, the roundness of his belly threw off his centre of gravity. Pursued by bad luck, he was always stumbling into one shell hole or another. After each caper, he lost his orientation, and we sometimes had to put him back on his feet, which would have given us much to laugh about in another time and place. The only point of reference in this darkened plain, where no tree, bush or tuft of grass remained, was a single telephone pole, with 2 others holding it up, or it was holding them up. From time to time, our guides would crouch down and scan the horizon, to seek out these poles outlined by the light of some luminous flare or explosion. Finally, they spotted them. We were a few meters from them when a particularly shrill whistling made us flatten out in a shell hole without being told to do so. No one was harmed. And these shells weren't made of chocolate. They were the real thing. It was pure fate. We got up. "Hurry up," cried our guides. But a second whistle, a second flattening. No damage again. But the liaison men picked up the pace. We were near the Bois de Morval, a place which usually was quite heavily bombarded. At that moment, I thanked Providence for having blessed me with long legs, which allowed me to follow the guides. But it wasn't the same for my 3 comrades, who called out frantically, "Barthas! Barthas! Wait for us!" I implored these orderlies to be willing to wait for a minute or two, which they did, not without complaining, while the shells kept raining down. "We're only 200 meters from the Circe trench," they said. "We need to get there in one bound. Are you all here? Let's go." You'd have thought the German gunners had heard this as a signal to unleash a formidable barrage. 200 meters, that's not much, but how long they seemed in those moments, running, stumbling, sloshing through water, through mud, in the midst of explosions, of flying metal, chunks of clay. You're nothing but a frightened beast, obeying the instinct of self-preservation. Finally, here is the Circe trench. It's the safe harbour, salvation. We don't jump in, we fall into it, we collapse. It is deep, with inhabited holes here and there, with solid ladders. We're saved. But Castell stayed too long in a shell hole. Frace capered about like a clown. Tumazu, nearsighted by day and blind by night, had wandered off to nobody knew where. I had to gather them up. Castet, half dead with terror, and Frace, who looks like an enormous block of mud, finally show up. But the Auvergnat Tumazu didn't arrive, and didn't answer our calls. Had he been hit, the unlucky one? Once the bombardment had passed, we looked for him, we called out, nothing. Here I am, really annoyed. What am I going to say tomorrow when they ask me, where did Tumazu go? To hell with this Auvergnat. To hell with my corporal's stripes. How much trouble they've caused me, and to what good? But no matter whether Tumazu is alive, lost somewhere, or pulverized out there, we need to find those to whom we are delivering rations. In this ravine there is an end of the Bois de Morval. In a jumble of half-destroyed trenches are a number of deep, solid shelters built by the Germans. They know right where they are, and at least one enemy battery has its sights fixed right upon these shelters and their surroundings, where salvos of shells fall day and night. Our commandant had to give up using these precious shelters, which were crumbling little by little. This sinister corner became a resting place for couriers and signalmen, people used to playing hide-and-seek with falling shells. But at night, our little field guns were useless, and their gun crews as well. So they came to seek refuge in these risky shelters. 5 minutes of danger for a long night of security. But just try to discover, in a dark night, and in the midst of landslides, enormous holes or crevasses, the very shelter where our men are hiding. Nevertheless, at the end of an hour of searching, at the foot of a staircase with muddy steps, booming voices called out in answer to us. It was them. Our gun crew having received the order to be relieved, we decided to leave at around 3 in the morning. I led the way and served as guide, with my sole landmarks a dead body and the 3 telephone poles. Nobody got lost, and the return trip was less eventful, but our hands weren't in our pockets. We had to take turns lugging our cannon and our supply of shells. When we reached Hardcore, we had hoped to find Tumazu, but he hadn't come back, which made everyone worried and filled me with anguish. How the devil had this descendant of the Auvergne come to be among us Southerners? A mystery, the whim of a rear echelon recruiting clerk. But he enjoyed himself in our company and liked and admired the petulance, the glibness, the picturesque expressions, the sonorous curses, all of which characterized the Southern spirit and personality. As he was a cabinet maker, we had baptized him Pot-a-Colle, paste pot. Finally, that afternoon we had the pleasure of seeing Paste Pot appear, albeit in a pitiful condition, barely recognizable, muddy, covered with dirt and clay. But yes, it was him, without a fingernail or a hair missing. What a sigh of relief for me. At any moment I had expected an orderly to rise up in front of me and haul me before a scowling brass hat. having to answer this terrifying question, "Corporal Barthas, what have you done with Private Thumazu?" As if I didn't have to watch out for the blows which might fall upon me, I had to be responsible for those which might fall upon others. When he had regained his strength, Pastepot was called upon to explain his mysterious disappearance. He'd been carrying containers of wine and coffee for the men of his gun crew. To quench their thirst, those fellows had to drink water swimming with microbes drawn from a shell hole. He told us that just as he reached the Circe shelters along with us in the midst of frightful shellfire, Frace had taken a particularly bad spill. Thumazu charitably went to help him get up, but then he himself tumbled into an enormous crater. He called out to Frace as loudly as he could, but was the latter stricken with sudden deafness, or had he simply not heard him, as he claimed? A mystery. In any case, Thumazu found himself alone, in the middle of a torrent of fire and metal. He dashed off like a madman, wandered all night long in the woods and the deserted ruins of Morval, and ended up, by daylight, finding some shelters occupied by territorials who helped him, then made his way back to Hardcore. Bad luck rarely arrives alone. The same night that we lost Thumazu at Morval, somebody stole, or in military terms, pinched, the wheels of our field gun right off their axle, near our shelter in Hardcore, big iron wheels, upon which we hauled our cannon on the march. There were no thieves in Hardcore, nor were there any folks who had come there to kill or to get themselves killed, but some gun crew of a 37, having lost its own wheels in some morass, made do with ours. This was no small affair. Gunners who let the wheels of their cannon be stolen away. It put the gun crew's driver, 2 haulers, and me at risk of being sent back to our companies, not to mention disciplinary sanctions. We, the victims of the theft, were going to be punished instead of the thieves. We lost some sleep and appetite, and as a result, from one day to the next, from hour to hour, with the Germans not firing, the encampment at Hardcore grew in size, expanded wildly, pell-mell, to the delight of everyone there. There were people from all the corners of the universe, Australians, Canadians, Hindus, Negroes, Yellows, Redskins. One could have called it an exodus of peoples, of tribes fleeing before a scourge or departing for some far-off crusade. There was everything in this polyglot camp, which we crisscrossed in every direction. Everything, that is, except a pair of wheels for a 37, which we would have snatched away without the slightest scruple. But in vain did we scour all the corners, under trailers, on caissons, around harnesses. Nothing, always nothing, and the day of our relief was approaching. Finally, one night, the rationers of a front-line gun woke us up when they came back and assured us that they had seen, on a trailer at Maurepas, beside the road, a miraculous thing for us, a pair of wheels for a 37. To be sure, the wheels appeared to be firmly stowed on the trailer, under which stretched a greyish shape, which could well be the driver, watching his load and sleeping with one eye open. But we, the 4 larceny victims, were determined. I blush with shame to be writing these lines. We armed ourselves with a saw and a hatchet to detach the wheels, and a towel and some rope with which to bind and gag the driver if he tried to interfere. Like 4 bandits up to no good, we left at midnight for Maurepas, where we easily found the trailer upon which the enticing wheels were perched. Climb up onto the vehicle, saw through the cord, carry off the wheels on our shoulders. All this took barely 2 minutes, without seeing a soul. We hastened toward Hardcore, happy as a gang of thieves carrying off a strongbox, without the slightest remorse, and probably none of us had ever stolen even a cherry. Ah, war, the great moralizer. One day, unexpectedly, 2 arms wrapped around my neck and somebody planted kisses on both of my cheeks. It was one of my former little bleus, Victor Grandjean, a young Parisian orphan. He was my favourite. He called me Papa. The other Périac Poilus took an interest in him too. His battalion was in relief near Combloux, so he took an excursion to see me. He told me about the horrible death of the little Breton, Maurice Eva, blown to bits by an enormous shell, along with a comrade and the corporal who had replaced me in the squad, in a hole where the 3 of them had burrowed. Périac's Paul Alpech had been in this hole right before. It was 9 in the evening. They were calling the rationers to go pick up supplies near Combel. Paul Alpech, who had kept with my successor the functions of rationer, left the hole to gather up pots, pans, and other containers. Maurice Eva immediately took his place in the hole. 2 or 3 minutes later, the drama occurred. That is how in war fate and luck play out, so that the life and death of a man can hang on the tiniest of circumstances. He told me about the unspeakable horrors in the trenches transformed by frequent downpours into muddy open sewers, and the terrible cold which froze always damp feet. In the Squad Delattre, who was from Lille and whose lamentable story I will tell, Maurice Jouy, Peyron and Flamand had been evacuated with frozen feet. Given our enormous losses, we expected to be brought back to the rear. But alas, on October 31st, our 4th Battalion received orders to go back up to the front line that night, along with our field gun. When we were getting our mule, Fallet, ready to haul our cannon and munitions, the Marshal of Dragoons, who commanded the cavalry detachment, declared outright that the road from Maurepas to Combels was too dangerous. No mules could be spared to help us out. For us simple bipeds, this had no importance. There were endless supplies of men, as many as they could want, but it was getting harder and harder to procure mules. They had to be carefully husbanded. This would have obliged us to drag along the load with ropes, to push and pull our gun carriage several kilometres along terrible roads, but necessity breeds boldness. At the moment of our departure, in darkest night, we went and quietly untied our mule, which was kept out in the open under the watch of an inattentive stable guard snuggled comfortably in a nook made of piled-up harnesses and horse collars. Everything went fine as far as Maurepas, but from there on, Fallet began to balk at going any farther, slowed his pace, and ended up stopping altogether, in spite of our urgent exhortations and even some caresses from a stout club. Nobody had ever seen such a stubborn mule. Deep down, maybe he was too intelligent. He sniffed danger from afar. That night, he wasn't mistaken. The road was bombarded, mainly at certain places, which the gun teams crossed at a gallop, even a triple gallop. All of a sudden, 200 metres ahead of us, a shell fell upon the road, right in the midst of a group of territorials going off to work. When we passed by, they were taking care of the victims. A dozen of them, who showed signs of life, were hoisted onto a passing artillery, gone. As for the others, who had breathed their last, we counted 8 of them. They weren't worth being hauled off. They were lined up along the roadside for a quick burial. C'est la guerre. An accident like that in peacetime would have taken up plenty of space in the newspapers for several days. But now it was just a simple, everyday accident. You might say that the impact of this shell made our mule understand that he had to pick up the pace. In fact, we now had trouble keeping up with him. After passing through Combels, when there was no more road to follow, we had to carry the field gun and its accessories up to the front line on our shoulders. That night, our artillery pounded away with an unusual violence. All of our batteries, and those of the English on our left, threw out an avalanche of iron and fire onto the German lines. The air was filled with the deafening shrieks of shells and the pulsating vibrations of explosions. The firing guns and bursting shells made an uninterrupted roar. No matter how accustomed we were to the cannonade's rumble, a storm like this rattled our brains, burrowed into our skulls, pressed down upon our chests with a pervasive anguish. We were dazed, stumbling around like sleepwalkers. This frightful bombardment, in which more cannon shots were fired in one night than in a whole campaign of Napoleon's, was in preparation for an offensive which our corps d'armée was to undertake the next day. They had kept this decision under wraps until the very last moment. The men, very tired, badly fed, stuck in muddy trenches, greeted the attack order with grumbling. Many slipped away from the front lines under the pretext of being overwhelmed by shellfire, or falling ill, or having frozen feet, whether true or not. These men, who weren't seduced by the idea of a bayonet charge, chose to stay put once they reached the field kitchens or the first aid stations, or else they wandered off and were in no hurry to find the right road. Not everyone can be a hero. At 9 in the morning on November 1st, the order was given to go forth from the trenches. There was a moment of hesitation, but on our left, the 125th Regiment went out with élan and swept right over the first German line. 14th Notebook in the blood-soaked mud of the Somme, November 1st, 1916 to January 30th, 1917. Seeing that they were being outflanked by the 125th Regiment, the Germans came out of their holes with arms raised, calling out, "Comrades, comrades!" This word is now known in all languages. Their obliging machine gunners carried their murderous machines across their shoulders. Some comical scenes occurred. There was rivalry between the 125th and the 296th Regiments over who could gather up the most prisoners. Pulled and tugged first one way, then the other, the prisoners didn't know whom to follow. Dazed, they understood nothing about the animated discussions among ourselves, which sometimes degenerated into quarrels and came close to fisticuffs. Some Germans, profiting from this confusion, scrambled away or hid themselves in shell holes. Finally, the prisoners were led to the rear, and we took over the German positions. It was quite a while before the German command noticed the loss of their front line. Under the cover of thick fog which the sun had not yet penetrated, a leader with any initiative could have taken the second German line even more easily than the first. But where were our great leaders, the general or the colonel? Nobody saw them. Prudently they had burrowed into their holes. There was nobody qualified on hand to give orders, to take advantage of circumstances, to alert the artillery to lengthen their range. We stayed in place. Around noon, the weather cleared. The Germans then saw that their positions were occupied by us, and they organized their second line, now their front line. They didn't counterattack, but they rained shell fire of all calibers onto the lost ground, making us pay rather dearly for the day's success. On November 2nd and 3rd, some heavy downpours and a cold temperature made the sojourn of the men in these mixed-up positions even tougher. On top of long hours of guard duty and patrol, they were sent out to dig, to undergo work details day and night, without sleep, badly fed. It was with a keen sigh of satisfaction that they welcomed the order for their relief, which took place in the night of the 3rd to 4th by another regiment in our army corps. At 6 in the morning, the 4th Battalion, to which our group was attached, arrived at Hardcore. The men's fatigue was extreme, but we had to cover 2 more hours of marching before reaching Suzanne, where trucks awaited us. The traffic jams were such that they could not have reached Hardcore without great difficulty. Suzanne is, or rather was, a nice village grouped around some fine chateaux. German shells had wrought great damage and still did so despite our advance. We had to wait for the lame, the halt, the laggards, those with frozen feet. I took advantage of it to visit the village. The church's steeple was intact, but half of the vaulting had collapsed. With the rubble cleared away, the church was still used for regular services. In a chapel were buried under the paving stones several generations of counts, dukes, marquis, lieutenants, captains-at-arms of the most powerful lords of Suzanne, Cappy, and other places. By fate, up to that time, no projectile had profaned this place of burial, which could happen one day or another. I had the time to visit a magnificent chateau near the church, with beautiful staircases, galleries, panelling, tapestries, etc. At 10 o'clock, the trucks headed out, and at 3 in the afternoon, they dropped us off at Aubigny, a little village 2 kilometers from Corbie, beside the Somme. We had, for our billet, a huge barn which had long served as lodging for troops. The only furniture was, along each side, a camp bed, like in a police station. Upon each plank, some scraps of straw. As always, our accommodation was in the sorriest imaginable state of cleanliness. The walls, built of entorches, wattle and daub, were full of holes, letting in numerous cold draughts, just like a dozen or so ventilators. Even worse, the roof was pierced with openings. Rain falling from the sky had formed a pond in the bottom of the shed. The ground sloped down from the courtyard and its inevitable manure pile. The juice, the extract, the liquid manure from this dung heap seeped into the pond and fed it with germs, and every day at this time the newspapers stuffed their readers' heads with incessant elegies about the care, the well-being, the hygiene, the comfort which enveloped the Poilus when they came back from the trenches. It must be said that they did give us a second blanket, which made our packs heavier on the march, but which were very useful to us when we shivered from the cold at night. The weather was bad at this time: rain, snow, heavy frosts. Along one wall in the barn's courtyard were the company's mules. The poor beasts, without the slightest shelter, submissive, resigned, tethered next to one another, they bore these rigorous conditions, also martyrs to this cataclysm, without the means to complain, arousing no sentiment of pity because they were mere beasts, as if the suffering of animals wasn't the same as that of men. Society for the protection of animals. Where were you? What were you doing then? What were the casualty figures of the regiment, of our battalion, of our company? They were careful not to say. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to set them at 200 dead, 300 wounded, and 100 evacuated as sick or with frostbitten feet. From the 7th, the divisional depot sent up all its available replacements. A reinforcement of 200 men arrived from the training camp at Troy. They were made up of bakery workers, pastry chefs, typists, etc., now replaced by people who were lucky enough to have come into the world 2 or 3 years earlier than they did. Of these 2 reinforcements, few were from the Midi. The regiment therefore lost more and more of its southern character. For several days at assembly, it was a downpour of honours and congratulations. General of the division, of the brigade, colonel, each one paying his compliments, exalting our courage, our warlike virtues, our ferocious energy. We were dying with laughter. With you, one can, one should, dare all, said one. With men like you, all hopes are permitted, affirmed another, in all seriousness. Finally, it was officially recognized and proclaimed that our battalion, the 4th, had made an advance of 1,200 meters, taken 256 prisoners, and seized 3 machine guns. Our commandant, wishing that this feat of arms be noted for posterity, asked that his battalion be officially cited in the orders of the army. But this would have humiliated the other battalions, so let us shed a tear of regret that history will not record how we had conquered a kilometre of swampy marshland and taken 256 Germans who eagerly awaited our arrival so they could stick up their hands and cry out, "Comrades!" In brief, each of us believed himself to be a hero worthy of the days of Homer, but our surly Colonel Robert reminded us of the harsh reality of our servile condition by his draconian prescriptions about our attire, discipline and training, and brought down our hero's pride. He set down severe measures against those who, in the future, would lose their tools, their weapons, their spare rations, or would themselves get lost, or would leave the trench without authorization, or would report to sick bay and not be recognized as sick. To serve as examples, some unfortunate ones who had committed one of these grave crimes were handed over for court-martial. But in war, you can't have leaders who are too sensitive, too eager to preserve the lives of their men. Therefore, one morning, a divisional staff car took away, without trumpets or drums, Commandant Cantagril, placed on the inactive list, it was said. In the 14th Company, Lieutenant Oranje was reduced to sergeant for rather unclear reasons. It seems he lacked sufficient decisiveness and sang-froid when Lieutenant Cordier, commanding the company, was wounded and he had to take command. And the training exercises had started up again with intensity in all kinds of weather. That was urgently required in order to train, to daze, to stun all these bakers, cooks, orderlies, etc., who had just arrived to take their shares of mud and glory. That's what they really needed. No, they didn't seem to be burning with sacred fire. Instead, they had the lugubrious air of folks who were headed for the gallows. For us, it was amusing to see them like this. It's true that distractions were rare in Aubigny. One little tavern into which barely a dozen people could fit, that's all. What was there to do after the evening meal in our dark, cold billets? Some played cards by the light of a smoky candle. Others, to make up for nights spent on watch in the trenches, caught up on sleep. Most went to spend a few hours in nearby villages which offered, in their restaurants and taverns, a bit more hospitality. Following the course of the Somme upstream, 2 kilometers from Aubigny, was the pretty little town of Corbie. But to get there, you had to cross the Somme on a bridge upon which several English sentries severely restricted access without authorization from the military authorities. Corbie was exclusively reserved for the use of the English army. Our allies had put themselves in charge there. The boutiques and shops were stocked with articles from the other side of the channel, and everywhere you saw signs and billboards in the English language. We quickly discovered an easy way to get into Corbie. We stationed ourselves 200 or 300 meters from the bridge and waited for an English vehicle, either an automobile or a truck, then climbed onto it, concealed ourselves, and the trick was completed. In a few minutes we were in the town. The English drivers willingly went along with this stratagem. Going back the other way was easy. The sentries never even gave us a second glance. In September 1914, the Germans had occupied Corbie for 2 weeks, but the inhabitants were unanimous in saying that they had displayed a proper attitude, paying for everything that they acquired. During the fortnight we were at Aubigny, we had the ill luck to find ourselves under a full moon, which earned us nightly visits from the Taubes. Barely had we bedded down when the sinister rumbling of the motors could be heard. They flew overhead, turned and flew back again, and finally we heard the racket of the bombs they dropped around Corbie or Amiens. Here and there some cannon shots would be tossed off toward the moon. The spotters played hide-and-seek with the Taubes, which disappeared only when the sun came to relieve the moon in the firmament. Suddenly, on November 19th, the order came down for the 5th and 6th Battalions in the Corbie sector to leave that very day for the front line. Our battalion, the 4th, wouldn't have to leave until the next day. At roll call to reassure us, they read out to everyone that the 296th Regiment was going up to the front line just to prepare the sector that the English would henceforth occupy, which was, it seemed, a great honour. But by now we were on to the rude tricks that our big chiefs tried to play on us. Gloomy, resigned to our fates, worn out with anguish, the men took the road towards suffering, peril, horror, and, for many, death, and what a death. That same day, the chief of our gun team, Sergeant Gauthier, had the coveted good fortune to go home on furlough, rushing off to Fitou, Oude on the Mediterranean coast, between Salses and La Palme. He left me in charge of the 37mm gun, an honour which was far from flattering to my vanity, since I had to go up to the front line with it, instead of staying in the rear echelon. So on November 20th at 10 in the morning, the trucks carried our battalion toward the trenches. At 3 in the afternoon we tramped through Suzanne, and at 6 p.m. we set ourselves up in a reserve trench behind Combles. Being the last to arrive, we couldn't find any shelter for the night, a long, freezing night. Luckily, our Lieutenant Lorius authorized us to pull back to Hardecourt until our battalion was called up to the front line. Around 10 p.m. we reached Hardecourt, where we had to spend the night rolled up in our blankets under the vans. The cold roused us early. To warm ourselves up, we dug a hole 2 meters square and 1 meter deep and covered it with tent cloths, a precarious shelter which a heavy rainstorm would have filled with water. But finally we had a place to sleep, protected from the frigid bice and the damp fog. One soldier who passed by when we were working asked if we were digging a grave. In response to our astonished looks, he showed us, a few paces away, 6 mounds of freshly dug earth, which we hadn't noticed. These were the tombs of 6 soldiers from the 296th, killed and buried the evening before. We had dug our shelter in the Hardecourt cemetery, a cursed cemetery. The dead couldn't even sleep there in peace. Enormous shells had torn them up, pulverized them, scattered their bones all around, as if in expiation of some terrible punishment. They were going to repopulate this cemetery with fresh meat. It would soon be filled up, no doubt, but now there was room for 6 of us who were still alive. There was no reason to move. We'd be no better or worse off anywhere else. The proximity of dead men didn't bother us. Weren't we condemned men ourselves, sentenced to death with a stay of execution? Our hole was at the side of a road, across from a flattened house. In the midst of the ruins you could make out a small cellar, which had been a German machine gun nest. The dugout had only one way in or out, under lock and key. The machine gunners had been locked in there, with no way of getting out. What happened at this strong point when Hardecourt was retaken? Had our soldiers rescued the German machine gunners, or massacred them? A resourceful son of Peyriac, François Maisonneuve, a cook at some greasy spoon or other, had discovered this former machine gun nest and had installed his peaceable field kitchen there. Exploring the surroundings of the village that same day, prowling among the mounds of earth and the shredded, blasted trees, I saw a thin line of blue smoke curling up into the air. At the same time, the appetizing aroma of civet, rabbit stew, such as you can smell only in the Midi, caressed my nostrils. Intrigued, I approached, and in a half-buried cellar I saw my Peyriac friend Richardis, among his pots and pans, preparing the menu for the highly placed personages to whose gastronomic needs he administered. To get down into this cellar, you had to leap. To get out, you had to clamber up, with your hands and feet grabbing holes and bumps in the wall. It lacked comfort, for sure, but it was an unexpected opportunity. You had to be enterprising like a son of Peyriac to find such a redoubt in the midst of this complete devastation. To amuse ourselves, we sometimes went along the road to see the regiments which had been relieved in the night, coming back from the trenches. What a sad spectacle! The men dragged themselves along, singly or in groups. One soldier, crushed with fatigue, crumpled to the ground beside the road, his feet ravaged by the cold. He begged for someone to go to the nearest pump to fill his canteen. I rushed to carry out his request. During my brief absence, a sergeant major came up and roundly cursed the unfortunate soldier, ordering him to get back on the march. "I'm sick, my feet are half frozen, I need to rest for a moment," pleaded the soldier. This answer, far from softening the officer's heart, only exasperated him even more. Eyes bulging from their sockets, face contorted with anger, he threatened to cite the private for disobedience and shook him by the shoulders. I couldn't hold back my indignation. "Monsieur," I said to him, "you shouldn't act like this in the middle of a regiment from the Midi. We're too proud to put up with it." He turned on me in a rage. "Do you know whom you're talking to? You better keep your mouth shut." "Sure, I see your sergeant major's stripes, but even if you were a general, I'd tell you that the military regulations forbid you from laying hands on a subordinate, especially if he claims he's sick. It's the medical officer's business, not yours." "Is there a police station around here?" was all he responded. "To take me to? Thanks, but there's no police station in Hardecourt. Here there are only good folks." Exasperated, this nasty sergeant major headed off, not without muttering vain threats toward me and the laggard, with whom I exchanged a fraternal handshake before he moved on, followed closely by his warder. With our battalion due to head up to the front line on November 24th, the preceding evening, I made my way to the reserve trench near Combles to get orders from the head of our group, Lieutenant Lorius. Not far from this trench, you could see what the English called a tank broken down in the middle of a field. A squad of lucky fellows had found shelter under its carapace. A big howitzer shell had penetrated it without exploding, and the hole served as a chimney for the soldiers who warmed themselves alongside. Lieutenant Lorius told me that this English tank had contributed to the taking of Combles, but after having sown terror, for this device was something new, and death among the Boche, it broke down on its way back from the enemy lines. The English tried in vain to rescue their comrades stuck in the tank, who, rather than surrendering and handing over their vehicle and its secrets, must have set the gas tank on fire. Through the slits in the armour you could see tongues of flame and smoke leaping up, and you could smell the odour of grilled flesh. When Combles was finally taken, they pulled 4 charred bodies out. Heroes, martyrs, or imbeciles. In reality, perhaps they were involuntary victims of an accident, an explosion in the engine. If they were willing victims, they sure were naive to think that their fate would prevent the Germans from building tanks of their own. To spare us further fatigue, Lieutenant Laureus authorized me, for our stint on the front line, to make use of the 37mm field gun, which was already in position, rather than bringing up our own. But unfortunately, we wouldn't be occupying the exact same spot. We therefore had to send up the most enterprising guy in our team to see where the piece was currently positioned, and then to see where our battalion would be stationed, so that he could be our guide the next night. That meant, for this lucky fellow, several hours of scrambling in daylight, in full view of enemy machine guns and shells. Needless to say, nobody in my team offered to be that enterprising. I finally had to draw lots to see who would carry out this mission. It was the gun layer, Corporal, whom fate selected. He was far from the dumbest, and indeed was one of the cleverest. He investigated the place where the team we were relieving was located, and discovered that the position where we were to link up with our battalion was only a few hundred meters to the left. At 8 in the evening on November 24th, without incident, we relieved Sergeant Maury and his men, who left us their field gun with no regrets and quickly hightailed it out of sight. Loading the cannon and munitions onto our shoulders, we headed to the left, under Corneli's direction, to rejoin our battalion, or at least to reach a trench. But at the end of an hour's march, slipping, stumbling, paddling through water and mud, we stopped, worn out, not knowing where we had come from or where we were. A thick fog made the night even blacker. What to do? Wander around on tiptoes like blind men? We could do nothing more than await the arrival of daylight. We sprawled out, immobile, in a shell hole, exchanging no words, no vain condemnations of Cornel, himself a victim of having completed his mission badly. We were soaked with sweat, but soon the frigid bise had us shivering, and now the rain took over from the fog, just what we needed. Ah, what a night to add to so many others, lost on this sinister plain, riddled with cold, under a ceaseless rain. How long it took to appear, this pale, wan November daylight. Cornet, to earn forgiveness, went out on patrol, calling to us when he was out of sight. He finally came upon the blasted tree trunks of the Bois de Morval, and a quarter-hour later we reached the Circe dugouts, which we knew from having been there during our previous front-line stint. We cleaned out the entrance of one shelter, which seemed still solid and deep enough, and we installed ourselves inside, where there was a passageway with 5 wooden bunks, just enough of each of us. After having dried out and warmed up by the fire, we managed to light, rested and fortified ourselves with the contents of our haversacks. We took counsel. In my capacity as team leader, I had to find Lieutenant Laureus or the battalion command and get their orders. But where were they? Since our last time at the front, the French had gained ground hereabouts, and despite the guides sent to lead us, our battalion had wandered off and gotten lost, and hadn't reached its positions until 4 in the morning. Parts of frontline units had been relieved and were streaming back. Thanks to them, I'd be able to put together some idea of where we were. I asked for one of my comrades to accompany me, but once again, no one sought the honour of coming to join me and explore the charming landscape which was before us. We had to draw lots again. This time it was the gunloader Donadiles, a peasant from Albi, whom fate chose to accompany me. It was now fully daylight, but the rain and thick fog allowed us to move unseen across open country. We followed the course of a rough-hewn boyau which was hemmed in by recent shell holes and dotted with dead bodies abandoned to the voracity of crows. This boyau seemed endless, but in a few minutes we reached a big trench seized from the terrible Hindenburg a few days ago. We saw solidly built dugouts occupied by units of a neighbouring regiment. This was now our second line. A moment later, by way of the Michel boyau, we reached the front line, where we met our Lieutenant Laureus, who was stuck in a little half-collapsed dugout that was just about ready to cave in. After consulting with the commandant, he decided that, with this diluvian downpour which risked making the trenches untenable, we'd be best off staying where we were, in our shelter, until further orders. Afraid that the commandant would change his mind, we quickly turned on our heels. But this time we had to move along inside the Michel boyau instead of alongside it, because the fog was less thick and we would have been nice targets for the German machine gunners. This boyau, which had seemed to be in good shape the previous evening, was now nothing more than a torrent through which we sometimes had to wade up to our knees. Finally, we reached our precious shelter, which we didn't have to leave for the next 5 days. During these 5 days, the torrential rain and snow never let up. The walls of the trench were sagging, the precarious shelters which men had dug for themselves collapsed in certain places, trenches filled with water. It's useless to try to describe the sufferings of the men without shelter, soaked, pierced with cold, badly fed. No pen could tell their tale. You had to have lived through these hours, these days, these nights, to know how interminable they were in times like these. Proceeding in nightly work details, or to and from the front lines, men slipped and fell into shell holes filled with water and weren't able to climb out. They drowned or froze to death, their hands grasping at the edges of the craters in a final effort to pull themselves out. For our part, we were spared all these sufferings, thanks to our precious cannon, which was useless in this storm. Right then, the inventor of the 37 had no idea that huddled at the bottom of a hole somewhere in the Bois de Morval, 4 enlisted men and a corporal were blessing his name if he was alive, or his memory if dead. The task of our rationers was harder. We could give them only a vague indication of where we were. The first night we took turns at the entrance to our dugout standing watch for their arrival or responding to their calls, but it wasn't until the next morning that we spotted them in the Bois de Morval after wandering for hours in search of us. From then on, their task was easier, and we were rationed regularly, except for one night when, surprised by a barrage of cannon fire, they became separated and one of them wandered off and retraced his steps to Hardcourt. Since he was carrying the liquid part, we had to go 24 hours with meals without drink, a small matter in the middle of such big events. Making my way up to the front lines with some difficulty the next day to get orders from our lieutenant, Lorius, I couldn't find him there. His shelter had completely caved in. He had wisely judged that the place was no longer tenable and had taken off without leaving a forwarding address. The commandant had fallen sick and been evacuated, and no one knew who was commanding the battalion. The companies couldn't communicate with each other. Left to our own devices, we could do nothing but wait out the events in our providential shelter. During our stay at the Circe shelters, we had the occasion to put comrades on the right road, or rather pathway, and be of help to unfortunate men who had gone astray or were weak with fatigue and cold. For a day, we took care of a stretcher-bearer who had stumbled into our dugout after having taken a bath in a big shell hole. He considered himself quite lucky to have been able to pull himself out on his own. We got him undressed, he wrapped himself in our blankets, and once night fell, we lit a nice fire on the landing of our staircase and dried out his clothes. Another night we welcomed 2 stretcher-bearers who carried a written order to go identify and bury the bodies which were between the lines. To carry out a task which required several teams, they sent 2 men trembling with fear at each shell blast which shook the shelter. Several times they tried to go out into the dark night, the rain, the fog, but each time they stumbled back precipitously, and finally they decided that they had buried as many of them as they could. Bah, as Prussian Chancellor Otto von Bismarck had said, refusing a ceasefire request to bury the dead the evening after the Battle of Champigny. The dead are as well off on top of the ground as underneath it. On November 29th, our rationers informed us that the battalion was going to be relieved. That very evening, we were to make our way with our field gun back to Hardcourt. In our last relief, volleys of 4 shells rained down every 5 minutes onto the Circe shelters or close by. But this time, instead of a battery, there was now only 1 cannon, which punctually fired its 12 rounds per hour, 1 every 5 minutes. At nightfall, grouped at the top of the staircase, profiting from the armistice of 300 seconds generously granted us between each falling enemy shell, each of us shouldered our loads and headed out briskly. At an agreed-upon place, our trail boss, Castet, awaited us with our mule Fale, and spurred on by Jalabert's cudgel, we soon crossed the danger zone, and at 7 in the evening we made our entry into Hardcourt. There we found our Sergeant Gauthier not at all annoyed to arrive back from furlough the very day of our relief. We spent the night under a big tent cloth called a marabou, a type of wading bird. They had put up a large number of them. They were fragile shelter against the cold, and even less effective against shells, but sufficient against rain, nighttime dampness, and the bies. 2 days later, December 1st, our division was definitively relieved by the English, and the trucks which met us at Suzanne dropped us off at nightfall at Salouel, 4 kilometers from Amiens, which we marched through. Salouel could be called a populous suburb of Amiens, which blends into the villages of Saleux and Pont-de-Metz, making up a single agglomeration crossed by a river. There are some factories and manufacturing plants. The population was gracious. You could supply yourself with all kinds of things, and finally, we had good billets with clean straw. We weren't used to such comforts, and we made the best of them. The day we arrived, they announced that 40% of us would go on home leave that very night. There was an explosion of joy. Fatigue, suffering, dangers, all were forgotten. Those who weren't going were also happy. Their turns would come sooner than they could have hoped. Who gave a thought to the dead we left back there in the mud? Since the regiment hadn't attacked due to the bad weather, we hadn't had high losses like at the time of our first relief, but the shells had claimed victims every day, even in the quietest sectors. In my old company, the 21st Houdel's company, my old active-duty Sergeant Dals had been killed by a shell. His brother, a private in the same unit, went to his aid, but a second shell killed him 2 minutes later. This was a simple fact. What did it matter that it was 2 brothers, 2 friends, or 2 strangers? But think about a father and a mother with 2 children, their hope, their help in the future, in their old age, upon whom their thoughts settled, who learn all of a sudden the brutal news, the horrible death of their 2 children. Go talk about glory, victory, the fatherland to these poor old people. They'll ask you not to insult their misery. In the 23rd Company, where I was sent in disgrace when they took away my measly little corporal's stripes, my comrade Escande had been killed. A chunk of his thigh was torn away by a shell fragment. Escande was from Situ, a socialist militant of the front rank in a time when that really meant something. How many worthy militants I saw disappear, cut down by machine gun fire. You could say that war took its vengeance on those who hated it the most, and who sought to unite peoples across borders to prevent this monstrous crime. Someone originally from Périac had also found a cruel death during this time on the front lines. His name was François Petit. Up to the age of 12 we played together, as neighbours, and we got our lessons from the same teacher on the benches of our modest schoolhouse. Then he followed his father to South America, and after almost 30 years of absence he had come back when war was declared. Petit was not a fervent patriot, and he was more inspired by pacifist sentiments than by warlike ones. It would doubtless have been better for him to have stayed quietly in the Argentine Republic, but he saw an opportunity to return to France at no cost, thinking that at his age, almost 40, he wouldn't go to the firing line. But he was wrong, and they did him the honour of assigning him to a fighting unit. That's how he fell into the 23rd Company, where my name was duly inscribed next to his on the roster. Sent out on ration detail for the company, he was killed with 4 of his comrades by a barrage of shellfire which took them by surprise. You can imagine what a sweet death he and his unlucky comrades had. To earn the right and the glory of being a hero killed on the field of honour, you have to pay. Before his last home leave, which he spent with relatives who had stayed in Périac, he told me he intended to slip into Spain and make his way back to peaceful South America, where the people weren't caught up in the warlike madness which had poisoned the brains of the inhabitants of the old world. He had even said farewell and embraced me. But 12 days later, he came back to take his place on the front lines, having lacked the decisiveness and the boldness needed to put his plan for flight to Spain into action. A week later, near Morval, he was blown to shreds by a shell. He'd have been better off staying in South America. Who thinks about him now? His name doesn't even appear on the monument erected at Périac to those of its children who died for France. as the epitaph which the patriotic town council had affixed to the monument says so hypocritically. On December 4, 1916, a corporal named Muller, a Parisian, having all the vices and practicing all the debauches of the capital's lower depths, pervert, lover of cocaine, killed with a revolver a girl of 15 years, whose grandmother ran a tavern and whose father was at the front. Ah, if in an occupied village a German had killed a young girl, what our newspapers wouldn't have said to inform their readers about this innocent victim, this martyred virgin, this barely budding flower, cut down by a brutal death, etc., and how they would have described the murderer, sadistic brute, ferocious barbarian, savage beast, cannibalistic executioner. The dictionary couldn't provide enough tarnishing words. The name of this poor girl would have been passed to posterity, and her misery perhaps cited in the history of France to kindle hatred against the Germans. But alas, the murderer was a Frenchman, and we have to keep silent about this crime, which was kept out of official dispatches. Many soldiers of the 296th Regiment didn't know what happened, and I wouldn't have known about it if our Lieutenant Lorius hadn't told me, knowing that I was writing the history of our tragic epic. It was evening, in a tavern. Corporal Muller, drunk, was waving a revolver around and pointed it at the granddaughter of the landlady, saying, "Say chiche," French slang for "I dare you, bet you can't." The child, thinking it was a joke, called out, "Chicha!" Muller pulled the trigger of his revolver, which he says he thought wasn't loaded, and the bullet tore through the neck artery. Without a cry, a word, the girl fell dead. You can imagine the emotions aroused in Saluel by this tragic, stupid death. The corporal was arrested right away and brought before a court-martial a few days later. The victim's family had the generosity to intervene on his behalf and sought the indulgence of the judges toward Muller, who was sentenced to just 2 years in prison. But this deplorable event had unfortunate consequences for us, as if 2,000 men were responsible in solidarity with the act of one bandit. All our prowess, all our dazzling actions, for which they couldn't find enough elegiac words to congratulate us, carried no weight in the decision of our big bosses, who chased us out of Saluel and sent us into a tiny village devoid of all comforts. So on December 6, 1916, the 296th Regiment, in grey weather and a glacial bise, left Saluel with much regret and marched 12 kilometres to encamp in the village of Briquet-Mesnil, Somme. 296th Infantry Regiment, 1916, Briquet-Mesnil, Aumale, Morvillers, 3rd Home Leave, Valmy. It was nightfall when we made our far from triumphal entry into Briquet-Mesnil. An old peasant, 3 youngsters, and 12 geese were the sole witnesses to our arrival at this place of exile. In this little village, with mainly tumble-down houses grouped around a stinking pond, there was no tavern where you could go to sit down, quench your thirst, restore your strength or your spirits. There was only a tiny grocery store run by an ill-tempered gossip, and a single communal well, which occupied what appeared to be the public square. This well was 90 metres deep, and to bring up some of the cloudy, whitish water required no less than 150 turns of the handle, a 2-man operation, if you didn't want to have your shirt soaked through with sweat. Our cooks lined up early in the morning around the well, to the vexation of the inhabitants, who claimed that the well would soon dry up, forcing them to buy water from neighbouring villages. Our whole 4th Machine Gun Company was billeted in the upper story of a large barn. To get up there, you had to climb up the wall on the outside by a ladder which barely reached the window, a simple opening in the wall, and hoist yourself up by sheer arm strength. For the young guys, this was a game, but for those like me who were nearing 40, it was a dangerous exercise. The first time I climbed into our bedroom, I almost ended up face down on the paving stones below. This motivated me to seek lodgings elsewhere. In a corner of the courtyard, I was lucky enough to find some pig pens, deemed uninhabitable for those beasts, with unhinged doors, holes in the roof, openings in the crumbling walls, but I rushed to take possession of the least dilapidated of them. Just in time, too. The others were taken by storm, a few minutes later. Being reduced to the state of disputing with each other over half-demolished pigpens, that's war for you. And we still thought we were lucky to be there, sheltered from the rain, from bullets, from shells, from poison gas. Little by little, we were being taken over by the instincts of primitive men. I fixed up my precious redoubt the best I could. I stuffed with paper the holes in the wall which the buys blew through. I closed up the rat holes with broken glass. A bit of straw framed with bricks made my bed. A plank stuck to the wall served as my dresser. My knapsack was my pillow, desk and briefcase. For lighting, I transformed an English hand grenade into a kerosene lamp. In brief, I had a fairly long sojourn there, where I could read, write and sleep in peace and quiet, far from the noise and hubbub of the main encampment. From time to time in the evening, we'd go into the village of Bougainville, variation of Bougainville, 4 kilometers away, where it was possible to get provisions and spend a few pleasant moments seated in a warm, well-lit cafe. Just think of it, to take a round trip of 8 kilometers at night in the dead of winter to enjoy a bit of warmth, of light, of well-being. That shows how much we wanted to chase away, to dissipate our boredom and our homesickness. From the day after our arrival, as if to punish us for the crime at Salouel, the training exercises so detested by the men started up again, despite the cold and occasional rain. Once, when our lieutenant and the 3 sergeants of our squad had gone off on a mission or on leave, I had to take command of the group. Since this great honour was accompanied by many worries and few advantages, I cursed this annoying occurrence, despite the fact that they left us pretty much alone. Who would have thought at the end of July 1914 when, in my simple barrel-maker's workshop, I handled the peaceful tools of my trade, saws and planes, that one day I would command a group of field guns and their gunners. Alas, I was no more proud of that than I was of my peacetime tools and peace itself. And Christmas arrived. The only difference from other days was that we didn't go out for training. But that day the newspapers, in huge letters, announced the sensational peace proposal of Emperor Wilhelm of Germany. There was a flash of hope which was soon snuffed out. The servile newspapers, under orders from the madmen who governed us, shouted with joy, with gladness, figuring that if the emperor was making such an offer, it proved he must be running out of everything: money, food, munitions. We must not negotiate, they said, but rather prepare ourselves for the supreme effort, the final death knell, the execution of the exhausted, beaten enemy. By resisting for 2 more years, Germany proved that she still had the means to continue the war, and that our governors had lied. To be sure, I don't seek to defend the odious Kaiser, the living incarnation of haughty, brutal, authoritarian militarism, but he did make a gesture which honours him by inviting the leaders of the warring peoples to try to meet and reach agreement to stop the shedding of blood. By refusing to listen to or even acknowledge the emperor's proposals, under the pretext that they could not be sincere, our leaders assumed an immense responsibility before history and gave the leading role to the Kaiser. Around the end of December, we learned that our regiment was leaving the 9th Corps and moving to the 8th, which left us completely indifferent. Out of 20 men, there were perhaps 19 who had no idea what corps they belonged to. But this event could not be allowed to pass unnoticed, and on January 6th, a farewell ceremony took place, a few kilometers from the village. All the troops of the division, with their flags and bands, were there. The weather was freezing, and we had to spend 3 hours marching, parading, and presenting arms. Finally, they formed us up in a square, and the division's general gave a fitting speech, a great elegy, exalting our warlike virtues, and said that our regiment was now a well-tempered weapon of war. He declared that the thought of our departure brought tears to his eyes. Alas, this war has brought us many more separations, even sadder and more wrenching, for us to be moved by this one. The next day, January 7th, we left Briquet-Mesnil to rejoin our new army corps, and after having marched all day, we arrived that night at the village of Morville, Somme. This village was hardly any more attractive than Briquet-Mesnil. It was made up of 3 hamlets. The church was in the middle of the fields. For our billet, our group had a barn with daub and wattle walls, that is to say, of straw and hardened earth. riddled with holes. On one side there was a crevice which a man could easily pass through, not to mention the wind, the rain, the baies. For a mattress there was a sleeping platform, which might as well have been a manure pile, where legions of lice must have swarmed. Clearly, my pig pen at Brechem Nil was a villa compared to our new campsite. I looked all around for some solitary place to bunk, just right for my misanthropy. But hog pens, stables, dog houses, all were occupied by their four-footed inhabitants. Finally, I caught sight of some premises being used as a storeroom right at the edge of a pond. The ground was muddy, and dampness oozed from the walls. Despite these bad hygienic conditions, I took up residence there, in the company of one of our drivers, my friend Vidal, a son of Carcassonne who had lived in Peyriac for some time. But we had to acquire, whatever the cost, a bit of straw. Even with our billfolds in hand, we couldn't get hold of even an armful. But in a courtyard, we spotted a vehicle which had been used to carry some pigs, calves, or sheep to market, in which lay a nice pile of straw. Like thieves making off with a treasure chest, we carried off this straw and spread it out over some planks of wood. The bedding problem was solved. Oh, how happy I was when I was able to be off by myself, to slip away, to avoid everyone else, to withdraw from that atmosphere of the crowded encampment, from the snoring and the belching of some, from hearing the petty quarrels of irate card players who stayed up half the night, from listening to the rude songs, the stupidities of those who had one too many gulps of Pinard. How I preferred the silence, the solitude, away from all this noise, this brouhaha which prevented my spirits from rising above the sad reality. Those who did not fear the Siberian bais, the gendarmes, and the cost would go in the evenings to the neighbouring town of Aumale, where there were stores, cafes, and shops of every sort. In vain did they tell us every day at assembly that it was forbidden to go there without authorization. The Poilus made fun of this, and on Sundays, when I would go there with some comrades, we would be at least 1,000, strolling the streets with the glorious patch of the 296th, right there on our greatcoats. The gendarmes who guarded the entrances to Aumale were powerless in the face of this invasion. If they hadn't had the prudence to stand aside quietly, and if, especially after dark, they had tried to arrest a Poilu, they'd have been thrashed and massacred without pity. There was nothing to be done about it. Such was the attitude of the combatant, who felt pity for the Boche who shared the same sufferings and dangers as he did, but who had sworn ferocious hatred for the gendarme. This slacker, who was trying to bother him, keep an eye on him, spoil his rest and his liberty as soon as he got out of the trenches. On January 13th, in freezing cold and 15 centimetres of snow, we made our way to a spot near Aumale to participate in a review in which the units of our new division would meet up. For several hours we had to march and parade like in any respectable review, tramping in the mud and snow, and we got back to Morvillas after dark. We could have done without this promenade and this parade. I was about to say, all right, masquerade, but the suffering and the fatigue of thousands of men count for little to the big military chiefs. Tradition and custom must be carried on, rules must be followed, rites must be acted out. On January 16th, at 5 in the morning, in terrible cold, I left Morvillas with a detachment of fellow leave-takers to catch the train at Aumale. The train was supposed to depart, or rather to pass through, at 7 o'clock, but like all the trains full of leave-takers, it was way behind schedule. Since the station was already overflowing with people who were going to breathe their native air, we had to stay outside and undergo some vigorous calisthenics from time to time against the cold. On the station platform, in a pile of merchandise, a box had spilled open, and an indiscreet Poilu had stuck his hand inside and pulled out a bottle of rum. This produced a mad rush, and in 2 minutes the case was emptied. War destroys in man, who in uniform becomes an anonymous creature, all sense of honesty. When killing becomes a duty, a holy thing, then stealing is no more than a peccadillo. Finally, at 9 o'clock, the long-awaited train took us away, and at 10 we were at Beauvais, where we had a long wait. At 9 p.m. we were at the Sevilla switching station, south of Creil. Because of the congestion of rail lines around Paris, it took many long hours to make our way across the metropolitan area, so that it wasn't until 1 a.m. that we arrived at Orléans, too late for the last train to Toulouse. More long hours to wait for another train in the inhospitable station of Orléans. But a train for Bordeaux was ready to pull out, and we piled on board. Much better to ride on an express train than to pace back and forth in a station. A detour of 200 or 300 kilometres meant little to us. We were travelling for free, and the Boche would pay the bill when the final accounts were settled. Unfortunately, at that time there was a shortage of window glass, and on trains many windows had only their frames. You can imagine that the compartments available to us were those which had only one pane of glass, at most. That made for rather exaggerated ventilation, especially with a temperature of several degrees below zero. But when you're going home on leave, it's as if you are seized with madness. You're indifferent to everything. If it meant leaving sooner, we'd have climbed onto the roofs of the cars. Naturally, the cars weren't heated. It was necessary to save coal. Despite how tough our hides were, we almost froze during this long January night, shivering as we piled up in the corners, huddled next to one another. It was with joy that, at 8 in the morning, we put our feet down on the platform of the Bordeaux railway station. A radiant sun warmed our benumbed limbs, and after a couple of hours strolling in the streets of the capital of Gascony, we left at 1 in the afternoon for Languedoc. 12 hours later, at 1 in the morning, I crossed the threshold of my home, where my loved ones, alerted by telegram, awaited me. I found spirits in the village greatly changed since my last home leave. The disaster in Romania, the dispatch of numerous forces to Salonika, the imminent call-up of the conscript class of 1918, the numbers of those exempted from service who had escaped the net of the recruitment boards, the shortages of sugar, coal and transport. All those had turned a sunny optimism into sombre pessimism as eyes began to open onto how things really were. Alas, 7 days passed quickly, and on January 28th it was time to take the road back with an angry heart. Having learned from my friends at the front that the regiment had left the Somme and was already at the front lines on the border of Champagne and the Argonne, I figured out that by altering my route slightly, I could spend one more day with my family. Those who read these lines later on will say, "Bah, 1 day more or less, that's no big deal." True, it was only 24 hours of 60 minutes each, but as these hours and minutes were so precious, how we savoured them, in spite of the bitterness and the apprehension of our departure. As we crossed the middle of France by night, the temperature dropped suddenly, and the windows were decorated with arabesques of ice. The countryside was covered with snow. It was sure going to be nice in the Argonne trenches. Passing through Sceaux, we saw the firemen putting out a fire in a railway station building, started by a bombardment which had just taken place. There were 4 victims. The place where the accident happened was covered with shattered rubble and all kinds of debris still smoking. An agitated crowd pressed forward at the edges, but the soldiers who thronged our train took it all in with an indifferent eye. Ruins, fires, the injured and the dead. They were utterly blasé at sights like these. At 4 in the afternoon we passed through Troyes. Night fell, the cold rose up again. We would have liked to get down, to have dinner and spend the night there, but departures were strictly forbidden. Good tables and nice beds weren't for us, the poor pilgrims of death. At 3 in the morning the train stopped at Valmy, the station where I had to get off. To welcome the leave-takers, there was a barrack where a glacial cold reigned, despite a smoky stove placed in the middle which no one could get close to, since it was surrounded by 20 poilus, vainly trying to gather some bit of warmth from it. I tried to lie down on one of the wooden benches along the walls, but after a few minutes the cold forced me to pace back and forth in the barrack until dawn. They granted us a quart of warm drink, which they called coffee, and each of us left to join his own unit, guided by the ration squads which had come to the Valmy station. We passed through the historic village. As we left, I looked for the famous legendary windmill, but they told me that it had been a long while since any grain had been milled there. Not one stone remained, but a signpost indicated to passers-by where it had stood. With my eyes, I gazed across this battlefield where the fate of France, of the Revolution, and perhaps of all Europe had played out, and I was astonished. According to the accounts, the illustrations, the paintings, I had supposed that Valmy was right at the entrance to a gorge, and that there the invasion had been halted like a torrent rushing down a mountainside and was hurled back right at the point where it would spill forth and spread onto the plain. But the landscape was flat and ordinary, a wide open plain with here and there some slight undulations in the terrain. I stopped at a promontory from which perhaps Goethe and the Duke of Brunswick had observed the phases of the action, a simple skirmish compared to the titanic battles of the Yser Flanders, Verdun, or the Somme. The countryside, covered with a blanket of snow, was silent, the roads almost deserted. Barely, in the distance, you could hear occasional cannon fire. This was a calm sector. What a difference from the Somme sector, where the roads were incessantly crowded day and night, with interminable columns of caissons, trailers, artillery, and vehicles of every sort, not to mention the troops going to and from the trenches. 7 kilometres from Valmy, we came upon a half-demolished village, Dommartin-sous-Han. A few tenacious inhabitants still remained, despite the shells which rained down fairly frequently. I had the happy surprise of finding there the drivers and the crew of a 37 field gun at rest, well installed in an intact house, furnished with tables, chairs, mirrors on the walls, etc. Each trooper slept on a cot or a mattress. We were like real bourgeois, true embusques, shirkers. My own team was due to come here for their 6-day rest break the very next day. All I had to do was wait for them. That evening, just when we were taking our meal around a big fire, 4 explosions shook the house, followed by a clattering of broken tiles. It took a few seconds to figure out what was going on. Then there was a stampede to the basement, but that was all the excitement we had that evening. A shell had fallen on a nearby house where the food stores were located. Luckily, it had exploded when it hit the roof and had made a big hole there, damaging nothing more than a row of sausages, put there by someone with the ill-fated idea of hanging them from an attic rafter to dry. A second shell had fallen right in front of our lodging, into a corral where about 20 of our horses and mules were tethered. 3 of these animals lay on the ground. One of them was headless, while the 2 others were breathing their last death rattles, and to relieve their suffering, someone finished them off with pistol shots. Fraisse, whose appetite was always excited by a glacial bice, was elated at the thought of the fine cuts of horse meat which he would enjoy over the next few days. 15th Notebook, the 296th Regiment from Béziers in Champagne, January 30th to April 26th, 1917, Dommartin-sous-Han, the Main de Massige, the Maison Champagne affair. From morning to night, our stove and grill were busy transforming the choice cuts of these poor beasts into delicious and savoury steaks, which were stuffed into Fraisse's bottomless belly and expanded his rotundity by several centimetres, enhancing the jowls of his ruddy face. His belly satisfied, Fraisse grew more jovial, and by his jokes and colourful and picturesque expressions, he cheered up those whose minds were most afflicted by le cafard, anxiety. For variety, he tried to hunt down some harmless sparrows, but all he caught was a scrawny little owl, which he summarily executed and plucked. Alas, it was so skinny that when you pressed on its belly, it squeaked like a little baby. Fraisse wandered out, and at approaching groups of soldiers coming up to their billets, he pressed on the owl's belly and stupefied those who thought they were hearing a newborn's whimpers. After a bit of this entertainment, the little owl went right into Fraisse's own belly, following the horse and mule meat portions which had preceded it. The next day, my comrades from the gun crew came to spend 6 days of rest at the billet. The house belonged to a little old lady, still quite alert despite her 75 years. She now lived in the village with her son. 20 times a day, her hands in a chaufferette, hand warmer, she paid us visits, and with her ferret's eye she checked to see that all the furniture, the walls, the windows, the ceiling and the floor hadn't suffered any damage, because we were threatened with expulsion at the first sign of any harm to the building or the furnishings. "Old witch, what a leech! Go to hell, you maniac!" we called out in our regional slang at each inspection visit. One day, she went to the cantonment's duty officer to get us to vacate the premises because the smoke was blackening her dwelling place. We had to invoke the impossibility of lodging elsewhere and to promise to light our fires only in a single, out-of-the-way, cold and shabby room. This old lady cursed the Germans who had installed themselves as masters of her house for 2 weeks in 1914. I believe that she would have readily pardoned them for the massacre of Louvain and the destruction of Reims, but not for breaking the front panel of an old armoire and stealing a soup tureen. Some time afterward, frequent bombardments forced the inhabitants to evacuate the village. The old lady had her house demolished, and she herself got a German shell fragment in one of her buttocks. According to the inhabitants, the Germans in 1914 hadn't done any serious damage, and it was almost with pride that they showed us a shed where the Crown Prince, the real one, not our ridiculous adjutant major, had garaged his motorcar. During our stay in Dommartin, the thermometer wavered between 12 and 15 degrees below Celsius every day. You can appreciate the suffering of the soldiers in the trenches. And to think that in the rear, in Paris above all, they were complaining loudly that they didn't have enough coal to heat their dwellings, the theatres, the cinemas. These complaints were an insult to those who were condemned by this odious war to live outdoors, so to speak. On February 6th, at nightfall, it was our team's turn to go up to the front line. We passed through the village of Courtemont, less damaged than Dommartin. We passed by the barracks of Côte 202, where our battalion had come to spend 6 days of rest. Then, close to Minocourt, we reached a height called the Promontory, where our Brigadier General had installed himself, facing the opposing escarpment held by the enemy. We climbed this height by means of a communication trench. Then we headed down the opposite slope and found ourselves at the foot of another hill, the index finger, one of the fingers of the famous main hand de Massige. The ravines separating these fingers are dotted with cemeteries where so many fellows from the Midi have come to their final rest, paying the price for the famous victory in Champagne in September 1915. This Main de Massige is formed by 6 hills extending from a little plateau. But since a Christian's hand has only 5 fingers, one of them was baptized the faux pouce, false thumb. It's there that we came to relieve our comrades, in a very good shelter, with a wire mesh cot for each one of us. In the middle of the room, a big iron drum had been made into a stove, fueled by wood that we stole, fatherland forgive us, from a neighbouring supply depot. In the morning, we carried our field gun up close to the front lines and set up a battery out in the open, but we had orders not to open fire first unless the enemy attacked, which perfectly suited our Pacific temperament. To get across the faux pouce, you passed through a tunnel 150 metres long, through which ran the rails of a Decauville train. Along either side of this tunnel opened galleries and rooms where whole companies were sheltered, but they were extremely damp and dark. Half of the team, with Sergeant Gauthier, and the other half, with me, divided the day on the front line with the cannon, and in the evening the piece was brought back to the shelter, where we spread out like embusques, protected from the rigorous cold of this hard month of February 1917. During the night of February 14th to 15th, at 1 in the morning, we were tumbled from our beds by a sudden, violent bombardment which the Germans unleashed on our lines. Shaken, we got up to see what was happening. Shells were falling all around, even on the edge of our shelter, normally a peaceful corner. It was clear that this bombardment, completely unexpected, was the prelude to a German infantry attack. At dawn, the cannonade redoubled in fury. The villages in the rear, the roads, the batteries, our rolling field kitchens sheltered behind a hillock called the demi-lune, half-moon, 400 metres away from us, all were heavily shelled. Then suddenly the bombardment became very violent on the regiment on our left, the 208th, less intensive on ours, the 296th, and insignificant on the regiment to our right, the 13th. Since our gun was placed in the 13th Regiment sector, we could take our usual position. From there we looked down on the ravines and the slopes which were under fire from the German batteries. The spectacle was impressive, and you had to think back to the tragic days of Lorette, Verdun and the Somme to conceive of a bombardment like this one. It lasted until 3 in the afternoon. At precisely that hour, the German artillery lengthened its range, and the earth shook under our feet, rocked by detonation of underground mines, which bowled over our front lines. Right away we saw Germans storming the positions occupied by the 208th Regiment. The occupants, holed up in the deepest shelters, barely offered any resistance and surrendered. We could see them in bunches marching away beyond the German trenches toward exile, forced labour, hunger, fatigue, but far from the zone of death, with the near certainty of one day seeing their native villages and their familial homes again. The German communiques reported the number of prisoners they took from us at 1,050. Meanwhile, the Germans, having occupied the second line of trenches, pushed no farther, but they tried to widen this breach by attacking from the rear the positions occupied by our regiment, which found itself in a very bad spot by this flank attack. Nevertheless, the Germans made no progress. Besides, they didn't appear to be at full strength, only one of their regiments, the 78th, being engaged. For them, it was only a local limited action, requiring a minimum of preparation, which passed unnoticed by our side and found us completely unprepared for their bombardment. There were, in the 296th Regiment, some examples of individual heroism. A machine gun sergeant, with all his men killed or wounded, stayed alone at his weapon and put the Germans, who got as close as 30 metres to him, to flight. In a Poilu, a corporal, summoned to surrender by a Boche officer, replied with a pistol shot and caused the officer to disappear. A captain of the 208th Regiment and a few men, including 2 squads from the 296th, who were completely surrounded, held out behind barricades of sandbags and were able to rejoin our side overnight. The principal cause of the enemy's halt seems to me to be an error in aiming their artillery, which kept firing violently but did not lengthen its range enough. Its curtain of fire put a barrier in front of the infantry's advance. In the 208th Regiment was my old comrade, Peyriac's Gabriel Gills, who got out of this scrape safe and sound. Before the attack, only 1 battalion out of 3 was up at the front line. From that day forward, all 3 battalions were jammed into the trenches without sufficient shelters, obliged to get their rations, do work details, and relieve each other, practically in the open, the communication trenches having been levelled at several points or filled with water and mud. What had been a sector of quiet repose had become, in 24 hours, the scene of exhaustion, suffering, and death, as bombardments and shellings on the fly were generously served up to us. The 37mm field gun to our left was demolished by a 105mm shell, but the crew got out without a scratch, having taken refuge in a deep shelter nearby. On February 18th, our squad was supposed to go for 6 days of rest, but instead of going to Dommartin, we had to be happy with going 1 kilometre to the rear, simply in reserve, the whole regiment being up at the front line. We went to the index finger. This hill had the honour of sheltering in its slope our Colonel Robert. Having no doubt found the existing dugout unworthy of sheltering such an important personage, the engineers were building another, more spacious one, the index finger, the Half Moon. There I met Peyriac's Louis Lalac, later killed in the final months of the war, who was a corporal in the engineers and who confided in me that the value in material alone, the labour being at no cost, came to at least 10,000 francs. Inside the index finger there were veritable catacombs filled with hundreds of wire mesh cots, but complete darkness and extraordinary humidity reigned. Water seeped through, dripped from the vaulted ceiling, soaked through the walls, which were sometimes wood-panelled and formed huge puddles, a bad place for anyone suffering from sciatica or rheumatism. Outside there were plenty of area shelters, open to the elements, and with corrugated sheet metal roofs and terraces, along the twisting road which snaked down from the summit of the index finger to its base. Unfortunately, we were prey to very clever German artillerymen. Through enfilading or plunging fire, they found a way to rain their shells down upon whatever point in the flank was exposed to them. As a result, most of the inhabitants had abandoned the surface shelters and sought refuge underground. All the way at the end, there was a shelter covered by a large piece of metal, too thin, alas, which a shell had pierced like an eggshell. Inside were a table, benches, cots, a windowed door, brought from who knows where, kept out the draughts. Finally, a supreme luxury, there was a lamp glowing with light. One can imagine that this habitation wasn't meant for vulgar poilus from the trenches. If it had been abandoned for the use of whoever came along, that's because several times a day, and even at night, a volley of shells from less than 20 meters away fell right in front of the shelter, shattering the crosses in an adjacent cemetery and killing inoffensive frogs which inhabited a pond and a large stream at the end of the ravine. These shells, it is true, were only puny 77s or 90s, but whether you're killed by a shell the size of your fist or by one as big as a flour sack, you're just as dead. Despite the danger, 4 artillerymen, fanatical card players, set up shop in this tempting shelter, seduced by the prospect of interminable card games they could have, day and night. The rest of us occupied a cabin right near the crest, thinking ourselves to be perfectly secure. But one night, without warning, a 105 shell crashed down, barely a meter from our roof, right onto a neighboring shelter, which luckily was empty of any tenants. We saw in this a providential warning, and cursing the Kaiser's gunners, we shifted to quarters underground. Before the business of February 15th, the index finger enjoyed almost complete calm. It was an important point in the sector. There was a railway station, yes, a railway station, which was filled with all kinds of supplies brought up by trains called tacots on a 0.6mm gauge rail line. It was even a marshalling yard, because several lines led out from there, going to Beausejour, the Half Moon, and the other fingers of the Man de Massiges. There was a watering station with a motorized pump. A generator fed electric power to light up the shelters. In an underground stable, there was a troop of little donkeys used for ration details and for transporting supplies. And finally, 3 cows furnishing their milk to His Majesty the Colonel and to the sick in the infirmary. After the Germans had bagged 1,000 prisoners on February 15th, General Nivelle declared that whatever the cost in human lives except his own, we had to retake the lost ground. Numerous heavy tractor-mounted artillery pieces quickly were brought up, and on February 23rd they opened a terrible bombardment onto the German positions. Unfortunately, some of these pieces aimed too short, and their shells landed right on our lines, claiming victims. I myself heard Colonel Robert declare that if they continued to kill his men, he was going to hand in his resignation. The French attack was to have taken place on the night of February 23rd to 24th, but the regiment given that assignment had been decimated in the approach trenches by the enemy barrages. In a pouring rain, what was left of this regiment had to pull back, and the attack was postponed. During that night, 2 Germans, for whom the war held no further charms, surrendered. Brought the next day to the colonel's post on the index finger by Perrier, our lieutenant's aide, they said that the fire from our batteries had made their trenches untenable, and that we would have met no serious resistance. After having gathered this and other bits of intelligence, our colonel dismissed the prisoners, snarling, "Get this garbage out of here." On February 24th, our 6 days of rest having expired, we went up at 9 p.m. to relieve the team at the front line, on the regiment's left. 600 or 700 meters from the index finger stood another hill, the Half Moon. Up against this Half Moon hill, our rolling field kitchens took shelter. It was the terminus of the Tacote railway line and the corduroy road by which the ration carts arrived. 2 men from the squad and I stayed at the Half Moon, lodged like termites in the underground galleries furnished with cots. In front of the entrance, 3 fresh springs bubbled up and fed a stream which snaked its way toward Massiges. Our task consisted of sending rations up to our gun team at the front line. Each evening, when the ration squad came back from the gun, I went to the index finger to take the report to our lieutenant from Sergeant Gautier, the gun's commander. Without the shells which fell upon the half-moon, this would have been a leisurely assignment. But since February 15th, the enemy gunners paid particular attention to us. This wouldn't have been of particular importance, except that the regiment's field kitchens were set up right there. The cooks had only the most precarious shelters, and it called for real courage on their part to not quit their posts and throw off their aprons to the devil. The field kitchen of our 4th Machine Gun Company was particularly exposed. When shells exploded too nearby, the cooks and their assistants fled into whatever shelter was handy. Only Master Chef Mauler stayed at his post, unperturbed. If there was less glory in dying with a ladle than with a rifle in hand, there was still a bit of heroism in it. For his tranquil courage, his absolute disregard of any danger, he was awarded the Croix de Guerre. Later on, maybe the worthy corporation of cooks of the Great War will be full of pride about this distinction earned by one of their very own. I'm in the habit of noting down here the characters who offer some sort of originality. I therefore can't leave our own Cordon Bleu in the shadows. He deserves to be remembered in posterity, not so much for the succulence and variety of his menus, no matter how much attention he brought to them, but for other remarkable qualities. Mauler was tall and thin, in his usual pose, holding in one hand the lid of his cooking pot, wreathed in the steam which emerged from it. He evoked the image of the god Vulcan at his forge. He alone set the menus. He relied solely on his own experience in deciding just how a ragout should taste. Every day he arose well before dawn to make the coffee. He never left to others the task of preparing this sacred potion. He presided at the smallest distribution, and despite the daily fluctuation of manpower due to arrivals and departures of leave-takers, those being evacuated, etc., you wouldn't give a thought to squeezing out an extra serving of meat or pinard. He knew from memory, without fault, exactly what each squad was due. He was the sole dispenser of goods from the kitchen. Whoever wanted a clove of garlic, an onion, or a mug of coffee had to present himself to his omnipotent personage, and with the seriousness of a presiding judge he would agree or not agree, with no room for appeal. He'd gotten the nickname Paper. I never learned why or how. One day, having gone to the kitchens to carry back our rations, I was surprised 50 meters from our shelter by a volley of 4 105mm shells exploding around me. Violently thrown to the ground by the concussion, I thought I was dead, or nearly so. My comrades, who saw this happen to me from the threshold of the shelter, were sure I'd been blown to bits. They rushed to my aid and were astonished to see me get up on my own. Checking that all my limbs were in working order, I couldn't find a scratch. But all the canteens and pots of food were pounded into marmalade, and we had to go begging to Paper, who kindly gave us some leftovers for our meal. Death had brushed right past me maybe 20 times and turned aside. Once again, a mysterious hand seemed to have saved me from a hideous certain death. In the half-moon was also stationed Périac's own Vatel, Louis Richardis, master chef, as I've already written, for those two colourless characters, our commandant and our capitaine adjutant major Cross-May-Reviel. One evening, he had the generous idea of inviting all the sons of Périac in the vicinity to a sumptuous feast in his ramshackle cabin, destined any day to be blown to bits by some shell which will find it in its path. But our friend Richardis was a fatalist. What is written, and there's no use fighting against destiny. He cooked away, turning the rotisserie in his cabin as calmly as if he were back in his hotel in Périac. What joy, what happiness to find ourselves around a table, a real table, in places and in times like those, among friends, comrades, compatriots, forgetting the sadness of the present. The conversation turned to our village, to the small everyday events, gossip, tittle-tattle, idle talk, sad stories of dead men, a long list of those who, as the newspapers said, voluntarily offered up the sacrifice of their lives. Among the Périacois guests was Joseph Espagnol, a private in the 13th Regiment of our division, whose shelter was near mine. Late at night, the meal having ended, and having done the honours to a good hearty wine, even though it wasn't a wine from our Memoir region, Espanol and I made our way back to our bunkers. The weather was Siberian cold. There was a thin coat of icy snow, and the slick footing made our progress difficult. My comrade slipped and sprained a leg. Limping along, supported by my shoulder, he reached his molehill and was evacuated the next day, his leg grossly swollen. That's one guy who will remember our dinner at the Half Moon. Since February 15th, the overworked men were in a state of great fatigue. Through his good efforts, our colonel was able to get us to change places with a regiment of the division, the 29th, which was occupying the sector of Ville-sur-Tourbe. On March 2nd, 1917, at 9 in the evening, we left the Main de Massige to head for Ville-sur-Tourbe. So at 9 p.m. on March 2nd, in a driving snowstorm, our group assembled at the index finger and headed off toward our new sector, about 6 kilometers away, dragging our pieces with our own muscle power, which was hard enough, but worse than that was having to walk on a corduroy road made with logs placed one next to the other. Some of the logs were splintered, others were pushed down or stuck up. In spite of the bitter cold, our shirts were soaked with sweat. When we left the road, we crossed an area of ruins, including the shell of a church. That was Massiges. Further along, other ruins, Virginie. Then other ruins appeared, just as gloomy and forlorn. That was what was left of Ville-sur-Tourbe. Since it was our team's turn to be in reserve, our guide led us to a shelter, a cellar in the midst of the ruins. Ville-sur-Tourbe was considered a rest area. Each day the Boche sent a half-dozen shells our way. Out of politeness, our artillerymen sent about the same number, that was all. The village was only a kilometre from the front line. A river, the Tourbe, cut through it, pushing its troubled and muddy waters across swampy areas which we had to cross to get to the trenches. For a stretch of about 400 metres, you had to cross on footbridges mounted on pilings between 2 rows of gabions, wooden cribs, baskets, filled with earth to protect us from being seen and being shot. But these gabions were slowly sinking into the water, almost all the way along the route, so that when it was necessary to venture out onto the footbridges by daylight, you had to hurry and commit your fate to the generosity of the German machine gunners who had their weapons trained on them. During our stay, there were some victims, but nevertheless very few. As for me, I went by there maybe 100 times, and there was only one day when a myopic machine gunner mistook me, with my sergeant's binoculars and my walking stick, for an officer or some other eminent personage, and did me the honour of sending a couple of bullets whistling past my ears. The Germans occupied the train station, and we the church. When the parishioners return, they'll find their church bells in front of the colonel's billet, hanging from the branches of an apple tree, ready to sound the alarm in case of a poison gas attack. Those who cast those bells would never have imagined that they would be put to such a use. The regiment's kitchens were set up a few hundred metres from the village, on the banks of the Tourbe, practically out in the open, barely protected from the enemy's view by a little clump of poplars. As the Germans had set up their own kitchens near their trenches, it was by reciprocal tolerance that, on each side, in a common interest, we each let the peaceful cooks go about their business in peace at their kettles. If this had happened in the Midi, land of the Mistral and the Serres, local names for winds particular to southern France, the Germans could have smelled the aroma of our stews, borne by the wind, and we'd have gotten the vapours of their tasteless choucroute, sauerkraut. In front of the village, separating the opposing lines, there was a Calvaire roadside devotional sculpture still standing, with a tall Christ and a statue of the Virgin. What a symbol! Between combatants, this Christ and this murdered Virgin, riddled with bullets, seemed to have been put there in mute and tragic protest. But alas, Christ, called so powerful, let this excruciating torment weigh down on us and limited himself to this mute platonic protest. One afternoon I had accompanied the gun team bosses up to the trenches to reconnoitre the eventual placement of our cannon should an attack or a raid occur. When we came back, we ran into Captain Chiffaut of the 4th Machine Gun Company on the threshold of his shelter. With a wave of his hand, he stopped me. "Corporal Barthas," he said, I have to notify you that I am going to have you court-martialed for dealings with the enemy. Captain Chaffaut was a university graduate of some merit, but alas, he was an inveterate alcoholic, rather too familiar with his men, sometimes joking with them, and then suddenly, for no reason at all, loading them down with inspections, wearing them out on the drill field, imposing a rigorous discipline on them. Several times he had tried to saddle our group with his despotic authority, but each time he had run up against the resistance of our Lieutenant Laureus defending our autonomy. The accusation of our captain was so outrageous that at first I didn't take it seriously. He's drunk, I told myself. He's just having fun with me, trying to scare me. My captain, I replied with a smile, is surely joking. No, I'm not joking. There are 4 witnesses ready to testify against you. Oh, come on, I said with some impatience. This is the first time today that I've been up to the front lines. This accusation is absurd. You're making a mistake for sure. It's not here at Ville-sur-Tourbe. It's at Côte 193 in Champagne, at outpost number 10, that you had dealings with the Boche. I felt beads of cold sweat at my temples. I couldn't suppress a trembling of my limbs. Had the secret of outpost number 10 been betrayed? I saw myself lost. In a few seconds, I called up the memory of those anguished 24 hours, at 6 paces away from the German outpost. The grenade thrown at the officer who snuck up on us by night, trying to catch us at fault, how he burst in, revolver in hand, yelling threats. Then, in the morning, I myself warning the Germans that we were under a strict watch, and that they shouldn't show themselves or talk to us. Evidently this was, in the eyes of the brass hats, an unpardonable crime, and 4 men of my squad were found who would denounce me, after 6 months, to this authoritarian, mean-spirited captain, loathed by his men. No, this wasn't possible. But where were my poor little Bleu from Champagne? All dead or shipped out. Delattre had deserted to Switzerland, having escaped from a German concentration camp and made it back to French lines. He had pleaded not to be sent back up to the front, so he wouldn't fall into German hands again and risk a firing squad. All they were willing to do was to change the name in his paybook. Profiting from a furlough, Delattre took off for a country Switzerland, where the minds of those in charge had resisted the winds of universal madness. The only other veteran, the Périacois Paul Alpech, was dying in a hospital in the Midi. There was only my little buddy, Big Jean, machine gunner in the 4th Company, who would jump into the fire for me. I gathered my strength, a bit reassured. "Captain," I said, "who are the witnesses who dare to bring such an accusation against me? I have the right to know their names. Present them to me, and you'll see how I'll prove them wrong." "Fine," said the drunkard. "I'll see what I can do." I went to work in search of the one survivor of the squad, Big Jean, whom I found at a crossroads of communication trenches where his machine gun was emplaced. Of course, he had never spoken a word to anyone about the outpost affair. He got really worked up at the baseless rumours which had reached the ear of the captain. "You know," said Big Jean to me, "if anyone causes something bad to happen to you, I'll kill him." Deeply moved, we embraced each other before we parted company. Nothing further ever came of this business, and Captain Chaffaut never said anything about it to me again. On March 23rd, under cover of a very dark night, a German patrol got into our lines and captured 3 sentries who weren't expecting this kind of nocturnal visit. The Germans were going to haul away a 4th and had tied a rope around his neck, but he head-butted a Boche right in the belly and got away, sounding the alarm. When our side showed up in force, the patrol had disappeared, along with the 3 prisoners. This nighttime kidnapping caused a lot of ruckus in our sector. The general and the colonel were furious. For several days, at roll call, there were lamentations, blames, threats, clear instructions about prisoners, friendly sentries, outposts, etc. The colonel ordered that we, in turn, go and grab up a few Boches from their trenches to avenge this affront which they had inflicted upon us. An elite patrol was put together for this purpose, but it failed miserably and came back empty-handed, missing 1 man who never returned. All the colonel had to do was to go out and cross through the impenetrable tangle of barbed wire in the darkness. He'd see how easy it was. You had to be as tenacious as a Boche to crawl your way through, carving out a path with a pair of shears. All this accursed month of March, the weather was terrible, bitterly cold, with fog, rain, and snow squalls. But that didn't stop the firefights or the violent bombardments which rained down upon Maison Champagne to take and retake a few stretches of broken-down trench line. It wasn't that the possession of these trenches had any capital importance for one adversary or the other. It came from a sense of prestige, of conceit, of glory for the generals responsible, both French and German. The sufferings and deaths of hundreds and thousands of soldiers counted for little in relation to all that. Due to more and more frequent bombardments on Dommartin, the supply column had pulled back to Valmy. One by one, the 3 corporals took turns going to the supply column to report to our liaison. On March 26th, it was my turn. I left Ville-sur-Tourbe at 2 in the afternoon, taking the road to Saint-Menehould. At 3 kilometers, I passed through the village of Berzieux, completely destroyed and deserted. All by itself, in an underground shelter, an ambulance American volunteer field hospital was installed. Leaving this village, there were several forks in the road. I asked a territorial which one I should take to get to Courtemont, the next village which I was supposed to reach, but he gave me the wrong directions, and the road I took was soon nothing more than a vague, muddy footpath which petered out in unfarmable fields. I kept on walking, hoping to see the bell tower of Courtemont at any moment. All of a sudden, the snow started coming down heavily, wiping out any trace of a road. Soon I was walking any which way, and I began to get really worried, especially since daylight was already fading, when I happened upon the rails of a narrow-gauge railway. I followed it, thinking that it would surely take me to some inhabited place. Indeed, I soon came upon a wooden structure and a storage dump next to it. On a sign I read, Point K Station. A couple of territorials were inside the station. They told me that I had gone the opposite way from Valmy and that the station was 15 kilometers away. I had to be in Valmy before 6 o'clock to get instructions from the corporal, whom I was relieving. A nice bit of bad luck for me. Meanwhile, these good territorials invited me to approach their roaring fire, obliged me to share their dinner, and gave me a swig of hooch. Finally, an unhoped-for lucky break. A tacote train came down from the trenches at about 5 o'clock, heading for Valmy. I hoisted myself onto the running board, because on these trains there weren't any first or second-class cars. The empty train moved rapidly downhill, and I was thoroughly frozen upon arrival at the Valmy station. In ordinary times, I wouldn't have gotten out of this without some inflammation in the chest, some congestion, or at least a bad cold. But we had grown insensitive, toughened against hardships like savage, primitive men, and the next day I was fresh and healthy as usual. I profited from my stay in Valmy by climbing the hillock which dominates the village and where the monument to Kellerman stands. On its base I read, "From this place, from this date, a new era begins. Goethe." There is also a chapel and a funeral mound upon which is inscribed the last wish of the victor of Valmy, that his heart be buried among the soldiers who died on the field of battle. That should give pleasure to those who left their bones on this battlefield. Finally, on a post I read, "Here stood the mill of Valmy, which appears in paintings and prints depicting the battle." One morning, the Germans sent our way some inoffensive little balloons from which were suspended packets of newspapers. A slow-burning match was attached to the string holding the packet, which allowed it to fall when the match burned through the string. 2 of these fell on the village. It did no good to order us not to open these packets, to hand them over to the military authorities immediately, that anyone found carrying one of these newspapers would be punished. It was no use. There was a rush to snatch up the newspapers. I was lucky enough to put my hands on 2 or 3 of these famous Gazettes des Ardennes. There you could read lists of names of French soldiers buried in occupied territory, clippings from French newspapers reprinted without comment, and some anti-English articles. On the illustrated pages were engravings taken from French newspapers and a photograph of a long column of French prisoners taken last February 15th at Maison Champagne, which took up a whole page. Nothing sensational about that. But the Germans sent over other things besides children's balloons. From time to time, big projectiles whistled over Valmy, brushing past the hilltop where Kellerman seemed to be trying to catch them with the big hat in his hand, and continued on until they landed 2 or 3 kilometers farther, I don't know where. Nevertheless, none of them ever fell on the village. The Germans seemed to want to respect this historic place where their great-grandfathers had fought. But on March 31st, a devil of a Boche gunner, doubtless without meaning to, aimed a bit short, and a nice little 350mm shell, if you please, plummeted down like a race car, barely 2 meters from the makeshift barn where the company's mules and horses were stabled. By a stroke of bad luck, I was going to visit our mules, along with my friend Castet, the driver of our gun. The shell struck the ground a few steps away from us. By all logic, we should have been pulverized, vaporized into thin air, with no trace of what happened to us. By great luck, landing on damp earth which had been soaked by the daily rains, the shell didn't explode and instead ploughed deeply into the ground, digging a hole that a 12-year-old kid could have easily climbed into. But the violent shock was such that we were thrown brutally to the ground and terrified by the frightful shriek of the projectile. Covered with mud, we stayed motionless for a moment, without realizing what had happened. Castet, who had a black terror of shellfire, almost fainted dead away when he saw the terrible danger which we had just escaped, not by a miracle, but by flawed manufacture of the shell or other natural cause. The horses and mules, war-hardened as they were, had been badly shaken up by the monstrous shriek of the shell and the shower of stones and mud which rained down when it fell. At the same time, the barn was 3/4 demolished, and several of the beasts broke loose and fled in distress, to the great despair of their handlers. In the churchyard were several hundred graves of military men who had died in the Valmy Field Hospital. Since the Chalons-Saint-Menehould rail line passed close by, they had camouflaged the cemetery with tarpaulins and branches to mask the view from impressionable travellers. That's true, rows, ranks, and squares of crosses. How sad, how monotonous. Let's hide them from the happy, satisfied citizens. That's the opposite of glory. In the church, tourists admire the magnificent stained glass windows presented by dukes, counts, generals, princesses of the Kellerman family, each one containing a portrait of the donor. Meanwhile, on April 1st, we learned that our division was to be relieved, and at nightfall I went up with the drivers to retrieve our pieces from the front line. One more night of fatigue and danger, of being bombarded, and of treacherous roads, rain and snow. To get some rest the next day, we were going to rejoin the regiment at Bro-Saint-Coyer on the road to Saint-Menehould. Relieved from the Ville-sur-Tourbe sector, the 296th Regiment, in stages, comes to billet for several days at Aulnay-sur-Marne. Unknown destinations, Issevaux-de-Mange, the offensive of April 16, 1917. They wouldn't even give 24 hours of rest to the soldiers coming from the trenches who had marched all night. They weren't in that much of a hurry, and first of all, where were we going? Nobody knew exactly, but we had a premonition, according to certain rumours, that we were going to take part in an imminent big offensive. On April 4th, we left Bro-Saint-Coyer, and after a 25-kilometre march, we billeted at Somme-Yevre. On the 5th, we took up our march again, passing through several small villages which all resembled one another, from Dommartin-sur this to Somme-sur that, and after having covered 25 kilometres, like the day before, we billeted in the pretty little village of Vésignelles-sur-Marne, southeast of Chalons. Along our route, when we passed through one village, the population pressed forward to see us go by. On the faces you could read the pity. One woman called out, "Oh, the poor fellows! When will this life of hardships be over?" Maybe it was a mother whose own son was in the furnace. In the corner of the village square we noticed a peasant with long hair and a greying beard, standing immobile as if at attention, holding his cap out to us in a broad gesture of salute. He had a look for each of us, a look of sad farewell. This sincere salute, full of sympathy for the men being led to sacrifice, moved us profoundly. In another village, There was a group of children marching in formation with a leader at their head, like soldiers, and they made quite a disharmonious racket with their rattles. That's how we learned it was Good Friday. The bell towers were silent, and the children were calling the faithful to church services. We passed near Chalon-sur-Marne, and finally, after a long and rough march, we reached the momentary goal of our journey, Aulnay-sur-Marne, 12 kilometers northwest of Chalons on the road to Épinay. In this village, the Germans had blown up the bridge in their retreat in September 1914. The inhabitants told us that the French engineers built the very sturdy new bridge out of wood in 24 hours. The region of Aulnay must be a paradise for hunters. Rabbits and hares are in abundance. As we crossed the countryside, we could see them in bands of 10 or 12, running, gambling, frolicking, as if they were far from mankind in some virgin forest. Strict orders protected the peace and quiet of these animals. Vigilant gendarmes were on the lookout for those for whom the sight of this game would tempt the appetites and awaken the instincts of the poacher or the hunter. A Poilu who let himself get nabbed by the cops with a hare in hand had to give back his prey and would get the penalty of a month in prison inscribed into his paybook. Our 37mm gun crew was lodged as usual in a barn. I set myself up in an empty stable stall with a big horse on one side and a cow on the other as roommates. One day, I discovered by chance a corner where 3 careless hens had roosted and laid their eggs. I shared my discovery with my 2 buddies Vidal and Castet. Honest and scrupulous, we held a sort of council of war to consider what to do next with this find. It's certain that, had they fallen into the hands of other poilus, these eggs would have disappeared into their pockets and haversacks in less time than it takes to write this down, especially since the farm folk weren't very generous and caring toward us. But we handed over these eggs without hesitation, asking only that they sell them to us as a favour. We did the same thing on the following days. The proprietress and her daughter couldn't get over our unselfishness. In exchange, they rendered us all manner of small kindnesses, to the astonishment of our comrades from whom we kept the news of this little event. All of our comrades would have laughed scornfully at our scruples. On April 12th, our departure was announced for the next day, but at the appointed hour, assembled and ready to go, there was a counter-order, so we unexpectedly earned another 24 hours and another good night in a warm stable. 2 days later, the 14th, same orders for departure and same counter-order, but on the 15th we left Aulnay for good. We passed through Jalons-les-Vignes, where I didn't see even a stump of vigne vine stocks, and the regiment came to billet at the village of Issa, where we spent just one night. Finding myself in too tight a space in this encampment, I climbed onto a pile of fodder, where I slept rather badly, because there were thistles in large number, and their little barbs pricked my skin disagreeably, which left a piercing recollection of Issa, the only one, by the way. The next day, April 16th, the regiment left Issa at dawn to head for the front, where the cannonade was raging. April 16th, ill-fated day, the unleashing of a fruitless, bloody offensive, the slaughterhouse of the Chemin des Dames, where our regiments were decimated and where all the field stations were overflowing with wounded, who were too numerous to be cared for or evacuated. To support the headbutting planned for the Chemin des Dames, the offensive had to be extended all along the Champagne front. As usual, our division wasn't part of the shock troops in the front line. Instead, our job was pursuit and mopping up. That's why, at dawn on the 16th, we were spread out along roads and paths, instead of charging with fixed bayonets at each hour. At only 3 kilometers from Issa, we halted in the village of Vaudemange. At a crossroads at the entrance to the village, a dozen brave ones from the 1914 Battle of the Marne had found eternal rest in a common grave. We were warned not to make ourselves too comfortable, because at midnight we would be heading up to the front to begin our pursuit of the enemy. At roll call, they read us the order of the day from the mass murderer of April 16th, General Nivelle, to communicate to the troops, or rather to the victims, the day before the attack, among other bits of nonsense, that the hour of sacrifice has sounded and we can't be bothered by thoughts of home leave. Alas, it was already almost 30 months that the hour of sacrifice had been sounding every day for some poor soul. And as for home leave, in spite of all the orders of the day or night, that's all the Poilus thought about from morning to evening. Everything else was pushed aside. The reading of this patriotic drivel aroused no enthusiasm at all. To the contrary, it only served to demoralize the soldier who heard in it only a terrible menace, more suffering, great danger, a frightful death, a useless sacrifice, totally in vain. No one had any confidence in this new round of killing leading to any useful result. In fact, our great leaders didn't doubt for an instant that the Germans would be routed. The most minute preparations had been made for a vigorous pursuit of the enemy. Each man received rations for several days, enough containers for 4 liters of drink, grenades by the dozen and cartridges by the 100, with no thought about whether the soldier could carry such a heavy burden. As it happened, many threw aside both meals and munitions to lighten their loads. So much waste due directly to the carelessness of our bosses. Therefore, at midnight, in a very dark night under a driving rain, bent double under the downpour, we left Vaudemange and headed into the fiery furnace. After marching a few kilometers on a good road, we headed off on a path across the fields with muddy ruts where our caissons got stuck and our mules slid and stumbled. The rain kept pouring down. Our feet slopped along in waterlogged shoes. Finally, at 4 in the morning on the 17th, the dark night began to clear up. They halted us in a wood, a little to the rear of a heavy artillery battery. Right then the rain stopped and was replaced by snow, which fell in big, fat flakes like I'd never seen before. A blizzard on April 17th. While in our Midi, down south, the trees would be already in bloom and the grapevines a sea of green. But it wasn't a mirage. It was indeed a coating of snow that soon covered everything under a white blanket. Our fatigue was such that most collapsed at the bases of trees, in groups of 3 or 4, like animals surprised by a storm, even though we were soaked from head to foot and were shivering with cold. It was just the right time to read and reread General Nivelle's famous Order of the Day. Now that would have brought forth quite a burst of enthusiasm. As for me, I slumped down for 5 minutes, but I got so cold that despite my fatigue, I made the effort to walk around, just to keep myself warm. I felt a grumbling in my stomach, reminding me that I'd had only a light supper the day before. I wanted to scrounge around in my mess bag, but my hands were numb with the cold and couldn't work the buttons. In any case, there wasn't much very appetizing inside. The bread, chocolate, cheese, everything was soaked, pulverized, and rendered inedible by the deluge. Finally, at about 6 a.m., repeated whistle blasts brought all these poor devils, numb with cold, to their feet. To stimulate the courage and the energy of these men with their haggard, downcast looks, it was quickly announced that ahead of us, the first and second enemy lines had been taken in a single burst of elan, and that trench warfare was at an end. As a result, we would now be deploying in open formations. The regiment formed up, and the 3 battalions, spread out into lines by section, marched off. It was superb. The landscape was covered with pine groves, interspersed with large clearings. We were, it appeared, about 4 kilometers from the front lines, but we had just covered 1 kilometer when we got the order to halt. An hour, 2 hours, 3 hours went by, and we were still there. Evidently something wasn't going right. This something turned out to be a German strongpoint, bristling with machine guns, upon which shells were having no effect, and which was holding up our advance. Luckily, the snow had stopped, and no shells were falling in our vicinity. In the afternoon, by an impossible route, our field kitchen caught up to us. A container of bouillon and one of jus, coffee, were most welcome. The cooks told us that on all the roads and byways, the regimental supply trains and other convoys sent up for the pursuit had gotten the order to keep their mule teams harnessed, and they were wandering around this way and that, with no idea where to go. Night fell, and the teams stayed where they were until the next day, awaiting orders that never came. Our great leaders had better fish to fry than to worry about poor beasts of burden and their drivers. They forgot about us too. No orders arrived. There was only the night and a chilling breeze. Our tents gave us precarious shelter. To battle the cold, we had to light fires, but around there, all we could find to burn was damp, green wood, which threw off a thick, suffocating smoke. Another pretty night engraved on our memories, to think back on when we're safe at home in our own beds, those whom death will spare, that is. The next day, April 18th, we were constantly on alert, not daring to wander off from our positions. But no orders came our way, only rain falling in buckets. Then another long night, shivering under our fragile tent cloths, which the rain penetrated with ease. April 19th, the same uncertainty, same waiting. But fate had it that I would witness a conversation between our Colonel Robert and a general on horseback, who told him, "Colonel, it's your regiment's turn to move up and attack. Head for the front line right away." Our colonel yanked the pipe from his mouth, let fly a stream of saliva, and to my great amazement, replied deliberately in a gruff voice, "General, look at these men and the state they're in. Do you think they don't know they've run into an insurmountable obstacle? The first day they could have marched ahead, but not now, and me neither." Not many colonels would have had the courage to make this kind of reply, to spare the lives of his men, but under his rude, brusque, grumpy exterior, Colonel Robert hid a good, generous, and compassionate heart. He was indeed a rare soul. I thought that the general would be enraged by this formal refusal of an order, but he wasn't at all. "Oh well, if your men are too tired, go off and let them rest in some nearby village." Indeed, at 3 p.m, we marched off happily to the village of Sepso, just 3 kilometers away. This was a good-sized village to the rear of Prosnes, only 5 kilometers from the front lines. In spite of that, most of the houses were intact, and a few inhabitants were still around. It was one of the quietest sectors. The Russians had occupied it for quite a while. An old woman sowing potatoes in her garden told me that for 13 months not one shell had fallen on the village, but for the past 2 weeks they had fallen almost daily. The day after our arrival, we were taking our evening meal peacefully in the courtyard of our billet when a couple of shells fell on the village. It wasn't our neighbourhood which was watered, so we didn't upset our table for such a minor inconvenience. Table is just a figure of speech, since our table was the pavement of the courtyard. We soon learned that these shells had claimed just one victim, Commandant Kos, killed instantly just as he was dressing down a sentry. This senior officer, carrying out vague and useless functions, seemed to spend all his time enforcing petty rules and, with mean-spirited tricks, making everyday discipline even more difficult to bear. Recently, while we were passing through the village, he surprised one of our gunners who had the wild audacity to quit ranks to buy a cigar at a tobacco shop. He blew this up into a story without end, declaring that it warranted no less than a full week in prison, and the same punishment for the first non-com who followed us for not closing up ranks to fill the space left by our cigar-loving comrade. The news of his death didn't spark the slightest hint of sympathy among anyone. "So much the worse for him," said one. "If he hadn't stopped to chew out that sentry, this wouldn't have happened to him." "Good riddance, that's one less," others called out. It was with just such indifference and scorn that welcomed the news of the death of officers who had made no effort to win the sympathy of the soldiers. For once, jolly old man Death had spared the little guy and tripped up the proud and arrogant big shot. Alas, that very evening, at 9 p.m, I was just settling in when a volley of shells crashed down upon the village, and a projectile landed right on the roof of a house where a section of the 22nd Company was billeted. The roof and a section of wall collapsed, burying 3 soldiers who had already gone to bed. If that shell had fallen a few seconds later, it would have killed as many soldiers as were bunked there. More volleys landed during the night, troubling our sleep. That soured us, so you can imagine how we welcomed with joy the news that we would be evacuating the village that very day. At noon, in small bunches, we left Sepso, following the Marne Canal, Canal de l'Aigne à la Marne, where we saw the artillerymen who, during the night, moved up to fire on the enemy's rear lines. After a half-hour's march, we reached the main road from Reims to Chalons. Here, the canal passed through a tunnel, which I was told was 2.5 kilometers long and so straight that you can see all the way from one end to the other. We soon left this road to climb up Mont de Billy. We passed right next to an immense artillery ammunition depot. There were thousands and thousands of shells of every caliber, lined up like monstrous insect larvae, which one day would burst forth in a blast of fire and brimstone. It's certain that each new offensive made all the munitions manufacturers even richer. There were several millions francs worth right there. As Anatole France has written, "You may think you're dying for the fatherland, but you're really dying for the industrialists." What was inconceivable was that the Germans had never fired one cannon shot onto this munitions dump, nor had an airplane dropped a bomb which would have been enough to blow the whole depot sky high. And it was right in the path of the German planes which often flew over on their way to bombard Chalon-sur-Marne, Montmelon, etc. One might have said that in this war of extermination of whole peoples, there was a tacit accord between the warring parties not to destroy munitions. On the other side of the mountain, or rather the mound, stands the village of Billy-le-Grand, where they billeted us. I don't know if there is a Billy-le-Petit, Little Billy, but Billy-le-Grand, Big Billy, in spite of its flattering qualifier of big, wasn't more than a hamlet, and our battalion had a hard time fitting into it. Our 37mm gun team ended up in a stable, already occupied by some rear echelon horses. As was only fair, we put them outside to make room for us. If the animals were, like us, prone to egoism and meanness, they would have looked at us with hatred, but they didn't even seem to understand. Oh, beasts, how superior you are to us, in so many ways. You'll remember that my team's field gun was smashed to marmalade during the Maison Champagne business on April 25th. I got the order to make my way to Chalon-sur-Marne with the gun's driver, my buddy Vidal, to go to the Army's artillery park and get a shiny new 37mm cannon. 22 kilometers separated Billy-le-Grand from the chief town of the Marne, Département, here Chalon-sur-Marne, where we arrived at 5 in the afternoon. We went to try out the hospitality of the Chanzy artillery barracks to spend the night there. They were willing to grant us, for sleeping, a huge stable, empty of horses, but for our supper they wouldn't spare us a bowl of soup or a crust of bread. We had to dig into our pocketbooks and shell out 4 francs for a meagre supper in a restaurant. To our great astonishment, the town was bursting with soldiers wearing armbands and patches of every colour, all manner of kepis, sleeve stripes and service ribbons, silver and gold insignia, shiny shoes and collar tabs. Everyone was strutting about, parading back and forth, crowding the café terraces. With our mud-stained helmets, our dusty greatcoats and trousers, Vidal and I looked like vagabonds, mangy dogs, party crashers in the midst of all these fine embusques. Embarrassed, we slunk along the walls. The next morning we set out for the artillery park to take delivery of our new cannon. We found the place, but alas, there was only one cannon without fletches, arrows or trails extending out behind the gun carriage, that is to say, without a gun carriage. A syringe would have been just as useful as this kind of bronze cylinder. "I advise you to take it," said the ordnance officer to me. "As soon as any fletches turn up, we'll send them to you. If not, you run the risk of not having a cannon at all for a long time." I resigned myself to taking back this half-cannon, but what would Lieutenant Lorius say when I got back, especially if he had taken a few too many swigs of hooch? He was entirely capable, in a fit of anger, of kicking me off the gun crew, and if I arrived empty-handed, with nothing at all, wouldn't that be worse? We set our departure from Chalons for 10 o'clock in the morning. Before leaving, we would have enjoyed a bit of breakfast. But in these strange times, an obscure rule authorized soldiers to get food and drink only between 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. The cheapskate restaurateurs, in this era of huge profits, wouldn't run the risk of bending the rules to be nice to 2 poilus from the trenches. Having done all we could, we decided to go see the canteen keeper at the Chanzy barracks, but hardly had we made our request when she responded with astonishment, as if we were asking her for the moon. "Impossible! Don't you know that the canteen is off limits until 11 a.m. The evening before, we had bought a litre of wine at a bistro across the street, and the proprietress seemed friendly enough. We bought a couple of eggs and went and asked this wine merchant to cook them for us, but alas, we got the same inflexible answer. 16th Notebook, The Killing Ground of Montcornillé, the 296th Regiment in the Argonne, April 26th to July 1st, 1917. We were just about resigned to swallowing our eggs raw, but a woman who happened to be at the bistro offered to take us to her place, where, an alluring prospect, we'd be well received and taken care of. It wouldn't have taken us too much to give this woman a kiss on both cheeks, despite her uncertain age. From the rear, she appeared to be around 25, in profile, about 30, and face to face, at least 3 dozen. Her hair was a mess. The early morning hour was an excuse, to be sure, and her blouse was far from clean. Well, those were just minor details. What was important was that we were going to have a nice breakfast. She led us down a street as narrow as a communication trench and took us into a low-standing house with grey, cracked walls made of wobbly, bare stones. This was her abode. We stepped into a cramped room where hopeless disorder reigned, as well as enough filth to dampen the appetite of even our friend Frace himself. The table seemed to be perpetually set and never cleared. Glasses, platters, plates were piled up, seemingly unwashed for a fortnight. This woman picked up a skillet which a mangy dog and a scrawny cat had just licked clean, and without even bothering to wipe it off, cracked our eggs right into it. At the sight of this, my buddy Vidal declared that he wasn't hungry anymore and felt a bit of indigestion coming on. As for me, I admitted that I too was feeling unwell, which took away my appetite. The woman, dumbfounded, claimed the eggs for herself and her ragged little kid who had just come in. Meanwhile, she rambled on in friendly banter with us. She confided that she was burdened with an old and bad-tempered husband of 60 who could never bring himself to laugh, while she still felt young, etc. We couldn't listen to this anymore, and we cleared out, not before promising this busybody that we would be happy to be her guests the next time we were in Chalons. That day, we dined on a piece of bread and a can of sardines. In the evening, without incident, we went back to Billy, where with some worry I presented my half of a cannon to Lieutenant Lorius. The lieutenant, although furious, was willing to listen to my explanations, on the promise they had given me that, in a short while, they would send us the fleshes we needed. He didn't find fault with me. We had hoped that the complete failure of our great offensive of April 16th would have cured our generals of any idea of trying another one. But that was a misunderstanding of their mentality. Our regiment had lost nothing by waiting. We too had to pay our debt in blood. For 8 days, orders and counter-orders succeeded each other, proving the incoherence which reigned in the upper ranks. One day, we learned that the 296th Regiment was attached to such and such an army corps, the such and such division, only to hear at roll call the next day that we were replacing another division which was going to the rear to rest. Abruptly, they announced our departure for the front lines that very evening. At the last minute, a telephone call postponed this departure to the next day, and then the next day, and then the day after. One morning, the squad leaders left in a hurry to reconnoitre a sector that we were to occupy the following night. But the orderlies stumbled over each other to bring them back. We were now assigned to another sector. This disarray of command, these uncertainties, had a negative effect on the soldiers' spirits, and we were all in a state of depressed morale. But does anyone pay attention to what a soldier thinks and feels? When the order comes to march, to attack, whether you're depressed or not, who would dare to resist, to refuse? One day, Colonel Robert had assembled his officers for a conference when an officer from headquarters, all buffed, waxed and polished, dressed to the nines, came up, bringing the latest orders. We were to leave for Montcornillé. When the colonel learned about the mission assigned to his regiment, he rose up, eyes flashing furiously, in front of this parade ground officer, and with a voice of thunder he roared to him, I have this directly from the mouth of Lieutenant Lorius, tell your general that he makes me mad as hell. I've had enough of these orders and counter-orders the past week. Tell him that my regiment is not going to attack until the barbed wire has been blown to bits. Yes, and tell him that if I'm holding them up, let them come and tell me." On April 27th, our battalion left Billy-le-Grand at 1 in the afternoon, and at nightfall we made camp at the village of Courmelois, completely evacuated, half destroyed due to the range of the German guns which that evening had the good taste to turn their muzzles elsewhere and leave us alone. The next evening, April 28th, at twilight, the regiment made its way to the village of Wes, not far from the trenches and completely empty of inhabitants, where shells landed daily. The next day, April 29th, the whole regiment moved up to the front lines. Our group left behind an ammo dump at Wes. I had the unexpected good luck to be assigned by Lieutenant Lorius to stay with Jalabert from Narbonne, to stand guard over this dump, to assure liaison with field kitchens and our drivers who had halted at Courmelois, and our big caissons stationed with the supply column, as well as with all the other embusqués of the regiment stationed far back to the rear, near the Issus-Isse bridge. But this time the Germans played a nasty trick on all these embusqués, because they were even more heavily bombarded than those who were in Courmelois or Wes. Terrified, some of them didn't hesitate to pull back a full league more of road, to go sleep in the long aqueduct tunnel of Montbilly, in spite of the damp which reigned and the chilly draughts which poured through. My buddy Jalabert and I were installed in the near-deserted village, Wes, in a house which was miraculously intact, none other than the parsonage. No piece of furniture of any value remained. Religious paintings hung on all the walls. Crosses, statues of the Virgin and saints were stacked in every corner, and a profusion of Bibles, books about the lives of saints, etc. Enough to convert an army of pagans, installed like a couple of bourgeois, lounging comfortably in the beds of the curate and his housekeeper, was enough to make us feel ashamed to be so well off when our comrades were doing so badly. Nevertheless, our repose was disturbed by more and more frequent bombardments which fell upon Wes, where we were soon practically all by ourselves. One night, 2 shells of respectable caliber landed right on the house next door. That was a bit too close for comfort. In the middle of the parsonage garden, surrounded by debris and trash, stood the statue of the Virgin, barely grazed by shrapnel. Was it the Mother of Christ who was protecting this house, where not one shell had yet landed? It was possible, but just to be safe, from this night on, we went to bed prudently in a shelter which some foresighted poilus had set up next to the house, and this in spite of the rats as big as sabots, wooden shoes, and lice like grains of wheat which infested this shelter. But you have to choose between the lesser of 2 evils. The rolling field kitchens were moving up at night, not without danger, near the trenches. Our roles consisted of, for Jalabert, getting wine, tobacco, and other provisions to the men of our group who were up on the line, which suited Jalabert just fine, as it permitted him to go to the villages in the rear, to live it up, drink, and test the virtue of one or another pretty champagne girl. As for me, I had only to make my way quietly to Courmelois to gather our provisions, which we then prepared and cooked ourselves. Quietly, in a manner of speaking, that is, since sometimes a few shells would fall upon the road where, by daylight, passers-by were scarce, and upon Courmelois, which I had to cross through, the field kitchens being stationed in a thickly wooded park at the far end of the village. I then had to cross a marshy area where you could get stuck in the watery mud up to your knees, but where the German gunners, suspecting that only inoffensive toads and frogs were there, would never aim their fire. But while we were living the easy life, what was our regiment up to? An offensive, combined with a division which was to engage on our right, was fixed for April 30th at 7 a.m. It was postponed to 12:40 p.m. During the morning, our Colonel Robert, standing in front of his dugout, was mortally wounded in the head by a shell fragment and died that very day at the field hospital. This death brought profound emotion in the regiment, but at that time, in such a furnace, we barely had the time to mourn. Everyone was too worried about his own fate. So at the appointed hour, the 296th Regiment surged forward, and with almost no resistance, it reached, in a single bound, the 3rd line of German trenches. But whether the occupants of those trenches had been massacred by our artillery or they had gotten away, we scooped up only about 100 prisoners who were hiding in the sturdiest shelters. We would have advanced even farther, but to our right, the 47th Regiment was halted by the machine guns of a strongpoint which could only be taken after several days. The next day, May 1st, the Germans counterattacked several times, led by teams of grenadiers. We had to yield some of the terrain we had gained, and at one point the munitions were starting to run short. The Germans kept pressing forward, capturing some isolated groups. The situation was becoming serious. In these circumstances, Lieutenant Guillot, commanding the 13th Company, gave proof of sang-froid and coolness bordering on the superhuman. In the midst of general disarray, he took command of the units at hand, and in shirt sleeves, brandishing a rifle, he led his men, electrifying them, and charged the Germans, pushing them back from position after position. Finally, we stood as masters of the first two enemy trench lines, and the opposing positions were definitively fixed. To the left of Montcornille, the 296th Regiment had pushed back, or advanced if you wish, the French border by 500 metres. Our generals should have been satisfied. What importance did the loss of human life have? What counted was being able to feed the dispatches, to maintain what they called the activity at the front, to dazzle the fat-bellied civilian patriots in the rear with the accounts of their exploits. Having pushed the Germans back a few hectometers, that was heroic and brilliant enough. That was a great victory. In reality, it was a useless massacre. Oh, what kind of executioner's soul you had to be a general, to order such killings for nothing, for the amour propre of the big bosses, for a trumped-up national pride. One evening, a sizable work detail from the 14th Company was carrying munitions up to the front line when a shell landed nearby and set off some cases of grenades. There were 15 men killed or wounded. Captain Miquel from Béziers was among the dead. The Germans, having decimated our troops at the Chemin des Dames, brought up masses of artillery against us. They fired furiously upon our lines. It became worse than Verdun. I saw one soldier carried off raving mad. The lieutenant commanding the 17th Company lost his wits and had to be evacuated. Right beside us, the 47th Regiment, which had ended up taking, or rather encircling, the German strongpoint, wasn't able to capture all the defenders, who sought refuge in the underground corridors, no doubt expecting to be rescued in a counterattack by their own side. We blocked up all the exits with walls of sandbags and threw asphyxiating grenades into the strongpoint, which henceforth stood as silent as a tomb. Oh, isn't war fine to behold? The ones who did that gave it no more thought than would hunters smoking a fox or a marten out of its burrow. One day, to my bad luck, Sergeant Gauthier, the head of our gun team, fell sick. He had colic, simple colic, indigestion from undercooked beans. When an offensive was on, it wouldn't do for a soldier, not to mention a non-com, to be sick in his belly, stomach, throat, or any other organ. That would be suspicious. So Sergeant Gauthier thought it prudent to not go to sick call, but rather asked Lieutenant Lorius for the authorization, which was granted to him, to go rest up for 2 or 3 days back with the field kitchens. The result, orders for Corporal Barthas on May 6th to replace Sergeant Gauthier at the 37mm gun. I had to yank myself away from our tranquil life, our cosy lodgings, and a nice bed, a real bed, to go to the slopes of that sinister Montcornille, which was smoking like a terrible erupting volcano. I didn't know the sector, and I received the order to present myself to the dugout of our officer at Les Marquises. The road that ran in front of the Wes parsonage would take me right there, but it was highly imprudent to venture onto the road during the day, at which time it was completely deserted, because it was within easy firing range of the German cannon. At night, however, or during part of it at least, you could circulate there in almost complete safety, and this road, crisscrossed by hundreds of vehicles of every kind, was teeming with life, noise, and movement. The Germans, too, needed to feed themselves, and there was a tacit agreement between the two artilleries that they wouldn't fire on the roads at night. During this time, the cannon weren't idle. They fired without respite upon the enemy trenches instead of on the roads. Oh, what nights of horror for the poor sacrificial victims, the martyrs who had to live and die there. By noon, no horseman or bicyclist or pedestrian had yet appeared on the road. I had resigned myself to heading out alone when I finally saw 2 machine gunners carrying ammunition, and I joined up with them. As we left Wes, the road crossed an empty, desolate plain, without the slightest rise in ground to take shelter behind in case of bombardment. That gave you quite a chill to head out into open country at the mercy of the simplest 77. It's true, the road was camouflaged. That's to say that some drapes of grey cloth suspended from telegraph poles protected passers-by from the enemy's view. But the shells had, in many places, opened huge gashes and breaches in the cloth, which weren't very reassuring. At the end of this plain, where the most complete solitude reigned, the road entered a wood where we could see green branches, but we observed with distress that the Germans were bombarding this wood, which seemed to be on fire. There were a number of French batteries hidden in it. When we arrived at the wood's edge, we stopped, terrified. Enormous, monstrous shells, more terrible than lightning bolts, were tearing up, shredding, decapitating giant 100-year-old trees. We saw them wrenched from the ground, twisted and broken, as if by a giant cyclone. The whole forest seemed to be complaining, groaning, cracking under the blows of a Titan's cudgel. Suddenly, from every corner of the wood, we saw artillerymen of the 47th/2 47th Regiment, 2nd Battery, fleeing as if they had the Germans right on their coattails. "We've been sold out, betrayed," they said. "As soon as we change our positions and camouflage them, they're targeted and bombarded." Just then, fearing that some shell or other would blow up their ammo supplies, they had given the traditional order of sauve qui peut, every man for himself. Lucky artillerymen who could skedaddle at the first sign of danger. It wasn't like that for us, the poor infantrymen, who were never granted the right to turn their backs to the enemy. Nevertheless, these gunners having assured us that right then no one was shelling the road itself, we entered the wood. This information wasn't quite true. Some fairly recent craters, their edges still black with powder, were somewhat numerous along the sides and even in the middle of the road. The territorial road menders would have plenty of work the next night to put the road back into shape. Crossing the wood involved a span of barely a kilometre, but we were in such a hurry to get out of there that this kilometre seemed longer than a league. Finally, panting, gasping, out of breath, we reached the other side. Right there stood a roadkeeper's cabin torn open by a shell blast. We caught our breaths for a minute in an adjacent pedestrian shelter. At this place, we left the Prunay road for that of Les Marquises, a hamlet or a chateau of which nothing more was left than a pile of rubble. We arrived there after a half-hour's suffocating walk along a boyau. Les Marquises was the terminus for the mobile field kitchens each evening, and also the site of munitions and equipment depots. There were some reserve units there, as well as the shelter of the colonel, on the doorstep of which Colonel Robert had been killed. Someone pointed out to me a pile of ruins which, he assured me, belonged to the beautiful and famous Madame Steinheil, in whose arms, so the story went, had died a president of the Republic. At Les Marquises passed the main road from Reims to Saint-Ménehould and Metz, called the Roman Road. Shelters had been dug under the roadway, and it was in one of them that I found our officer, who had me accompanied up to the emplacement where our team was posted, about 500 metres toward Montcornelet, which looked to me like a whitish shape, the shells having completely overturned and scraped clean the topsoil and laid bare the layer of clay underneath. I found my comrades entrenched a few metres from our former front line, in a rather deep shelter, at the bottom of which was a little square space filled with mortar rounds that they'd seemed to have forgotten about. It was nothing more than a simple flight of stairs, down into the ground, where you could very easily be buried alive if a shell collapsed the entryway. This fear wasn't completely imaginary, since a shell exploding nearby had thrown up against the entrance a big pile of dirt and had almost completely blocked it up. Luckily, those inside were armed with picks and shovels and could dig themselves out. Nevertheless, even as it was, this shelter was a precious and coveted refuge. With bombardments like these, all the shelters would collapse one by one, and all the men who were crouched in the bits of boyo waited for nightfall during the day and for daybreak during the night, and always waited for either death or relief. I've said that, by day, the German batteries fired on the roads, the woods, and the villages, but by night they concentrated their fire on the trench lines, knowing that in night-time the men were obliged to bring up the rations, go on work details, reliefs, etc. At any moment, each night, men on work details, liaison duties, ration trips, surprised in our vicinity by frightful barrages, came to seek refuge in our hospitable dugout, bunching up thickly in our staircase. We couldn't even think of getting a minute of sleep there, but it would have been mean-spirited to complain, when others not only weren't getting any sleep, but were stuck outside in a storm of steel and fire. One morning I saw appear, framed in the doorway of our shelter, the silhouette of our Sergeant Gautier, who had finally digested his beans and come back to rejoin his post. On the double quick, I yielded my place back to him and headed out to Wes with no regrets. Looking back, I had hardly played any sort of glorious role at Montcornillé, where our field gun stood mounted in a shell crater, its menacing mouth fixed on the edge of a wood, where those lucky Boche took advantage of the abundant cover these woods provided. Our gun had to fire only when an attack was on. The Germans much preferred to pound us with their marmites, heavy shells, than to undertake bayonet duels with the Frenchmen, so I could spend my sojourn in that area as a simple spectator. At Wes, I met up with my friend Jalabert, who welcomed me with great joy, as complete solitude reigned in the village, which was bombarded more and more frequently. All that remained at Wes was an outpost of 2 artillery spotters at the top of the church tower. These artillerymen figured that the Germans used this tower as a range-finding reference point. Otherwise, they would have already knocked it down like a bowling pin. Each day, the men on the front line anxiously awaited their relief. They were at the limit of their strength, but our implacable bosses didn't want to grant them relief, as long as they had not yet reached, as in all the offensives, the expected percentage of losses. Exasperated and in despair, some men surrendered to the Germans, and some Germans surrendered to the French. What cowards, say the patriots in the rear. But if all the soldiers on both sides had done the same thing, wouldn't that have been sublime? The generals would have had to fight each other. Poincaré could have gone a couple of rounds in the boxing ring with the Kaiser. That would have been hilarious. My comrade Sabatier from Rio Minervois, whom I've referred to several times in this account, was taken prisoner with a colleague while heading out to occupy a forward listening post. Poor Sabatier, now dead as I write these lines, illiterate and simple of spirit, had, like so many others, never understood why we were at war. Nobody asked his advice in declaring it, so he didn't ask anyone's permission to slip over to the Germans. "Your war's over," the Boche told him, when Sabatier and his buddy fell into their trench. That's all they were asking for. Finally, on May 15th, the regiment having poured out its share of blood and paid its tribute in suffering to the hydra of war, the 296th was relieved on the night of May 15th to 16th and went to billets in the village of Issa. No official numbers of losses, or unofficial ones, were issued, of course, but according to reliable sources, the regiment marked its passage by leaving 150 dead on the slopes of Montcornillé, 100 more missing, and counted around 350 wounded. Private Babou of the 13th Company from Narbonne had his own son as his sergeant. It took wartime to produce such a paradox, a father forced to passively obey his own son. The very day that the regiment went up to the front line, our Colonel Robert had the generous thought to hold back in reserve the men of the oldest conscriptier classes who would rejoin their units only when any attacks or counterattacks were completed. When Babou Senior rejoined his half-section, he no longer found his sergeant, that is, his son, who had been killed in a German counterattack. He didn't even have the consolation of seeing where his son's body had been left in enemy hands. If our poor colonel had, like all the other colonels, marched everyone forward, the father and son might have both been killed, side by side. Ah, this damned war, 1917, destination unknown, Compertrix, Daucourt, the Harazay sector, Saint-Ménehould, the regiment revolts. At dawn on May 20th, the 296th Regiment left Issa and took the road to Chalons-sur-Marne. This was a Sunday, but those whose slaves we were didn't care about that, the poilus having been forgotten in the list of beneficiaries of a weekly day of rest. It was pretty hot following the long, dusty road, and we cast an envious eye on the cool shade of the Marne River valley we were marching along. We were quite worn out when we reached the little village of Compertrix, a few hundred metres outside Chalons. After the evening meal, with a comrade, I took a walk into Chalons. We could hardly find a glass of beer to drink, with the thousands of embusques soaking it all up each day. Lots of activity in the streets, the embusques showing off their newest képis, their brightest stripes and chevrons. Most had on their arms their wives or other women in flowered hats, corsages, dresses with festive colours. All these fine folk strolling around, smiling, gossiping, flirting in perfect ignorance and tranquillity. Nevertheless, you could hear in the distance the dull sound of the cannon. Over by Montcornillet, the Rocher de Tailleur, and the Main de Massige, human blood was flowing. Ambulances quietly brought wounded flesh to the city's hospitals, next to which the cemeteries grew bigger every day. We left the town, heartbroken by this indifference, this selfishness, this forgetfulness which insulted those who were dying, who were suffering in the trenches without even knowing why or how. The next day, at a very early hour, we were on the road, passing through a deserted and silent Chalons. We stopped at the village of Lepine, where we admired a magnificent church, Notre Dame de Lepine, a destination for pilgrims who come to drink the sacred, holy, miracle-working water from a well located inside the church. Halting in the village right by the walls of this church, quite thirsty and with my canteen dry, I could have easily drunk a whole quart of this precious water, because in the village there was neither a fountain nor a public well, but the church was prudently locked, and I had to beg a glass of water from a housewife who hastened to give it to me, while telling me that water was very tightly rationed around there. Around noon, we arrived at our destination, Somme-Vesle. Next to the church you could see the remains of several burned-out houses. The inhabitants told us that when troops were recently billeted in the village, there was a big explosion of grenades in one encampment which led to the burning down of a group of houses and a part of the church and the bell tower. Sadly, 5 soldiers had been killed. The war was over for them, and they rested in the little flower-filled cemetery surrounding the church. At Somme-Vesle, the war had left its traces of fire and blood. The next day, May 22nd, after a long march, we billeted at Daucourt, 6 kilometres from Saint-Ménehould, the last stop in our latest journey on foot. We stayed at Daucourt for 9 days, resting up from the exertions of our latest offensive, with the usual distractions, parades and reviews both big and small, field exercises which were either wearying or boring. At this time the Russian Revolution broke out. Those Slavic soldiers, only yesterday enslaved and bent double under the weight of iron discipline, unknowingly marching off to massacres like resigned slaves, had thrown off their yokes, proclaimed their liberty, and imposed peace on their masters, their hangmen. The whole world was stupefied, petrified by this revolution, this collapse of the immense empire of the Tsars. These events had repercussions on the Western Front and throughout the French ranks. A wind of revolt blew across almost all the regiments. There were, besides, plenty of reasons for discontent: the painful failure of the Chemin des Dames offensive, which had no result other than a dreadful slaughter, the prospect of more long months of war ahead with a highly dubious outcome, and finally the long wait for home leaves. It's that which bothered the soldiers most, I believe. I cannot pretend to tell the whole story of what happened almost everywhere just then. I will stick to writing what I know regarding our regiment and the repression which followed. There was, at the end of the village, a shopkeeper for whom the war brought only profit. He sold beer, and he had a cute little waitress to serve it to customers, powerful attractions which, every evening after supper, brought a whole crowd of Poilus, a well-behaved clientele which plunked down in groups in the big courtyard adjacent to his shop. One evening, some of the soldiers were singing, others were entertaining their fellows with songs and skits, when a corporal began singing words of revolt against the sad life in the trenches, words of farewell to the dear souls whom we might not see again, of anger against the perpetrators of this infamous war, the rich shirkers who left the fighting to those who had nothing to fight for. At the refrain, hundreds of voices rose in chorus, and at the end, fervent applause broke out, mixed with cries of "Peace or revolution, down with war," as well as "Home leave, home leave." On another evening, "Patriots, cover your ears," the Internationale was heard, bursting like a storm. That time, our chiefs got stirred up. It gave our old friend Capitaine Adjutant Major Cross-Merivier such an unbearable itch that he quickly sent a patrol of 4 men and the inevitable corporal to remind these vile whiners that, 8 o'clock having rung, the men had to hand over the street, the taverns, and the ladies to the officers, and report to their sergeants of the day who were waiting to carry out roll call at the doorways of our empty billets. The patrol prudently judged that it should beat a hasty retreat, and our Capitaine Adjutant Major Kopp came out himself, escorted by the local police squad. He tried to speak with moderation, but as soon as the first words left his mouth, he was halted by formidable shouting. Sputtering with rage but powerless, he turned on the unfortunate sergeants, who had unwisely reported that no one was absent, and forced them to call roll a second time. A crowd of several hundred soldiers, scorning the roll calls, had massed in front of the police station, where Captain Cross had sought refuge. To give him even more of a scare, one hothead fired a couple of pistol shots into the air. At noon on May 30th, there was even an assembly outside the village, and to constitute, following the Russian example, a Soviet composed of 3 men from each company, which would take control of the regiment. To my great astonishment, they came to offer me the presidency of this Soviet, that's to say, to replace the colonel, nothing less than that. That would be quite a sight. Me, an obscure peasant who put down my pitchfork in August 1914, commanding the 296th Regiment. That went way beyond the bounds of probability. Of course I refused. I had no desire to shake hands with a firing squad, just for the child's play of pretending we were the Russians. But I did decide to give an appearance of legality to these revolutionary demonstrations. I wrote up a manifesto to give to our company commanders, protesting against the delay in furloughs. It began like this. On the eve of the offensive, General Nivelle had read to the troops an order of the day, saying that the hour of sacrifice had rung. We offered our lives and made this sacrifice for the fatherland, but in exchange, we said that the hour of home leaves had also sounded a while ago, etc. The revolt was therefore placed squarely on the side of right and justice. The manifesto was read out in a sonorous voice by a Poilu who was perched astride the limb of an oak tree. Fervent applause underscored his last lines. My vanity was hardly flattered. If they learned that it was I who had drawn up this protest, moderate as it was, my fate was clear. A court-martial, for sure, and possibly 12 level bullets dispatched to send me off to another world, long before my appointed hour. Meanwhile, the officers had taken note of the call for an enormous assembly of soldiers out by the Dokor washhouses. They tried to interrogate some Poilus about the purpose of this meeting, but no one was willing to respond, or they answered evasively. Our commandant tried to block the road by the police station, but the Poilus got through by using other routes. In the afternoon, the order was given for immediate departure. It included the formal promise that home leaves would begin again, starting the next day, at a rate of 16 per 100 men. The military authorities, so arrogant and authoritarian, had to capitulate. They needed nothing more to re-establish order. In spite of that, there were lively disturbances, especially in the encampments of the 4th Machine Gun Company, a few moments before departure, and the men headed out only after singing the Internationale right in the faces of their stupefied but powerless officers. At 3 o'clock, under a brilliant sun, we left Dokor. At 5 o'clock, The regiment marched through Saint-Ménehould, where tragic events had just played out. 2 regiments had just mutinied and seized their barracks, crying "Peace or Revolution." General X, who went to try to harangue the mutineers, was grabbed, slammed against a wall, and was just about to be shot when a much-beloved commandant succeeded in saving the general and winning the promise that the insurgents be allowed to make their way to the camp at Chalons for a long rest. Rifle shots were fired on a group of officers who were trying to approach the barracks. The bullets went wild and hit some innocent victims in the town, killing 2, it is said. They judged it prudent to separate the 3 battalions of the 296th Regiment from one another, and they billeted us fairly far apart. Our battalion was quartered in barracks 4 kilometres from Saint-Ménehould. It was only when we got there that we learned that the other battalions were elsewhere. The next day, May 31st, at 7 a.m, they assembled us for departure to the trenches. Noisy demonstrations resulted. Cries, songs, shouts, whistling. Of course, the Internationale was heard. I truly believe that if the officers had made one provocative gesture, said one word against the uproar, they would have been massacred without pity. So great was the agitation. They chose the wisest path, waiting patiently until calm was restored. You can't cry, shout, and whistle forever. And among the insurgents there was no leader capable of taking decisive direction. We ended up heading for the trenches, not without an undertone of griping and grumbling. Soon, to our great surprise, a column of mounted cavalry came up and rode alongside us. They accompanied us all the way to the trenches, like convicts being led to forced labour. Annoyed and suffocated by the dust kicked up by the horses, we didn't have to wait long before scuffles broke out between foot soldiers and cavalrymen, and then some brawls. There were even a few blows from rifle butts on one side and from the blunt sides of sabres on the other. To prevent a real battle from breaking out, they had to move the cavalrymen farther away, which wasn't at all disagreeable to them. We passed through Moiremont, the final inhabited and civilized place, then Vienne-la-Ville and Vienne-le-Château, 2 good-sized villages in ruins. 300 metres from what had been the village of La Harazet, in the smiling valley of the Biesme River, we relieved the gunners of the 358th Regiment. We set ourselves up in a veritable little fortress situated on the flank of a valley, facing the enemy. In the underground galleries and rooms, we could withstand any bombardment, having 100 metres of bedrock above our heads. At the ends of 2 embrasures, 2 fixed, pivoting naval guns aimed their menacing muzzles at the facing slopes and the ravines which opened into the valley. The Germans were only a kilometre from our fort, but they couldn't see it because of the oak and pine woods which still covered the steep slopes facing them. The entrance to our fort and the terrace in front of it, built in stone and earth excavated when it was dug, were masked from our counterparts, the Kaiser's gunners, by thick bushes and branches, which we often had to replenish so that they mingled closely with the surrounding greenery. Well installed on this terrace for our meals, card games, letter writing, etc., we spent happy and peaceful days there. Below us, a forest with its green and aromatic carpet of flowers, verdure, wild strawberries and raspberries. Hundreds of birds, drawn by our breadcrumbs, dazzled us with their chirping and twittering. A couple of wrens were bold enough to build their nest in the greenery surrounding the embrasure of one of the naval guns. Beasts and soldiers are made to get along, but what a contrast, the grace, the gaiety of these little birds, right next to a horrible instrument of death. To remind us that the war wasn't yet finished, the Germans occasionally sent some volleys of shells into the Biesme Valley, which obliged us, readers or card players, to flee into our fortress, like mice chased by a tomcat. It's also true that, once night fell, our neighbours across the way brought up machine guns onto the colossal plateau over by the Fort de Paris and swept the valley, which they had in enfilade, and sometimes bullets came and ricocheted off our fortress. But apart from these little inconveniences, which an embuscade would perhaps have found terrifying, we considered ourselves very lucky, and our fate made others jealous. In case of an enemy attack, we were supposed to hold until the assailants crossed the Biesme, then blow up the works and make our getaway by an underground passage which let out near the summit of the escarpment. That part of the sector was deserted, and no one except us knew about it or poked around this hidden passageway. One warm July afternoon, we were all out on the aforementioned terrace of the fort, enjoying ourselves loudly, reinforced by a couple of watchers from a nearby surveillance post. 3 or 4 parties of bourrée or manille card games were underway, and a few containers of pinard from the local wine growers' co-op had served to loosen our tongues, southern tongues so clear and sonorous that you'd have thought yourself on the barques in Narbonne, a riverside promenade, or along the banks of the Garonne in Toulouse. Bareheaded, in shirt-sleeves, untidy, we were taking our ease when we heard, first in the emergency passageway, and then inside the fort, loud voices and a racket. In the darkness inside, someone was crashing and stumbling around. Quezaco, Occitan for who is there, cried Simard the Toulousan. But at that very moment, in the entrance to the fort which opened onto the terrace, 2 men appeared, their uniforms splattered with mud. The first of these 2 men was a junior cavalry officer. He stepped aside, and then there appeared before our bewildered eyes our divisional general, Élie de Boisière. If we'd seen the Kaiser himself appear before our eyes, we wouldn't have been more surprised. The general, who had by chance discovered the outlet of our escape route, not knowing where it led, seemed as stupefied as we were. There was a minute of heavy silence, broken by the dry voice of the general. "Who commands here?" he said. The commandant of the fort stood up. His heart was in his boots, this commandant, who was none other than my comrade Sergeant Gauthier. "It is I, General," he stammered. "What's going on here?" For better or worse, more worse than better, the sergeant tried to explain. The general wasn't happy with these vague explanations, and he wanted to know in detail the calibrations of each artillery piece, the distances, the instructions, the reference points, etc. The sergeant began by mumbling and stammering, but I came to his aid by presenting to the general the panoramas, firing tables, etc., that I had drawn myself and which I had quickly taken down from the walls. That way he could realize the importance of our post, from which in a minute we could open fire on any point in front of us. The general appeared satisfied. He looked at us for a moment longer before leaving, and shaking his head he said to us, "You're like cocks en pâté. You're in clover, you're sitting pretty." So the Harazi sector was a calm one, a place of repose which only rarely was honoured by mention in dispatches. Its tragic, celebrated hour in 1915 had almost been forgotten, the time when terrible combats bloodied this poetic corner of the Argonne. The army of the German Crown Prince had given us a real kick in the butt there. Sweeping down the valley from the Fontaine aux Champs, the Germans had even occupied La Harazé, but a French counterattack pushed them out of it. You could still see the shell of a fine house where the Crown Prince had set up his command post. He was almost collared there by our boys, and owed his salvation to a little door in the rear by which he could flee. The storm of these fierce combats having passed, the front line was set for the next few years, 700 metres from the village. The only reminders of the fighting were a few grassy corners transformed into cemeteries, and our dead took their final repose there, in the shade of the lindens, willows and pines, soothed by the soft murmur of the Biesme. La Harazé had kept its village-like appearance. The walls of its little church and a few houses were still standing, since the shells reached them only with some difficulty, the village being strung along the steep slope of the valley. Among its ruins you could make out the walls of a villa, the country house where the academicien André Thuriet, I was told, came to vacation and to breathe the vivifying air. In the shade of a linden tree I've written these lines while sitting on a stone bench where perhaps the gifted writer himself wrote those books which tell about the surrounding countryside. One of his books plays out its whole plot in the setting of the Biesme Valley. At La Harazé, a rivulet of pure crystalline water which nourished Thuriet's garden flows into the Biesme. It's the water from the Fontaine aux Champs. This spring was now behind the German lines. At long intervals, on signs nailed to the trunks of pine trees, you could read the words, "Drink at own risk." We stayed in this sector nearly 6 months. There was never any serious business here. no mine explosions or gas attacks. This tranquility was troubled only by some coups de main, trench raids, by one side or the other, which made more noise than they did any harm. But what is a trench raid? Any Poilu knows about them, but how many civilians have an even approximate idea what they were? Damn few, I'd say. Their ignorance is excusable because all the accounts, official or unofficial, even those recounted or written by those who took part, have led them down the wrong path. They talk or write only things that shine light on the courage, the heroism, the disregard for death shown by the French soldier. They're silent about anything that could diminish his glory, his beauty, his valor. One lies, or, if you will, one alters the truth for patriotic reasons, just as one kills or one lies for reasons of state. First of all, it is generally thought that these trench raids were carried out by elite soldiers who combined the virtues of a warrior with those of an exemplary citizen. That's the first big error, with few exceptions. These heroes were hard cases, unruly, and often had police records which were far from unblemished. But you might say it's surprising that rascals like these would be able to carry out actions requiring great sang-froid and solid courage. Hold on before deciding. These guys were picked for their weak points. They were obsessed with independence, so the straitjackets of their discipline were loosened a few notches. Drunk with liberty, they suffocated in the trenches, so they were pulled out and billeted at divisional depots in the rear, and came to the front lines only a few hours before the appointed time of the raid. At the depot, they were free to have fun, sing, brawl, make a racket, dine, quarrel, brawl among themselves. They were left alone. Relegated to separate barracks, they were treated as indulgently as others were treated severely. They were compensated each time with a few croix de guerre, which they were crazy about, and a 4 or even 8-day leave for each one, if the group brought back just one prisoner, which was rare. The day came for one of these adventurous excursions to visit Messieurs les Boches. The volunteers were brought up in automobiles or vans close to the trenches, and during the night they installed themselves right up at the forward posts from which they would move out. Passages through the barbed wire would have been cut in advance, just beyond the forward posts. This was generally done at the first glimmers of dawn's light. The silence was suddenly broken by the distant firing of a large-caliber artillery piece. This was the signal. The echo wouldn't have finished reverberating through the valleys and ravines before all the batteries of the sector and of neighbouring sectors opened up a rolling fire on the point that was going to be attacked. At the same time, all the trench artillery, mortars, bomb throwers, 37mm cannon, Stokes guns, etc., spit out iron and fire on the enemy's forward posts and beyond. And all this deafening racket was unleashed at one time, as if a single hand had fired 100 cannon blasts at once. The volunteers, piled up in a boyo, their stomachs well fortified with wine and hooch, threw themselves forward at the first cannon shot. The first ones out carried clusters of branches on their heads. Arriving at the Boche barbed wire, the first one tossed his branches and stepped aside. The second climbed onto the first cluster and threw his own ahead, and so forth until they reached the enemy's forward post in 2 or 3 minutes. But while all this was going on, what were the Germans doing under this deluge of iron falling upon them like an avalanche? They had a clever tactic. In their forward listening posts they left just 2 men, whose mission it was to fall back at the first cannon shot, not to the front lines, which were completely deserted, but to the second lines, organised for a solid resistance, and which would have been too rash for us to attack. These forward sentinels, if they hadn't been blown to bits right at their posts, would fall into our hands only if they were wounded while falling back. Sometimes they disappeared into underground mines or saps linked up by galleries. Most of the time, the raiding party ended up empty-handed. To the French general who waited impatiently at the colonel's command post, the raiders brought back only a pick or spade with the handle broken off, or a tarpaulin or tent cloth picked up in the German trenches. Eyeing these meagre trophies, the general would furrow his brow. "And the prisoners?" he would say. With admirable accord, everyone swore that the Boche simply wouldn't surrender. and they were forced to kill every last one of them. Sometimes they actually succeeded in capturing one or two who were good enough to surrender. That was a real triumph. That meant 4 days or maybe a week of leave. Starting that very evening, the giddy general would distribute cigarettes, vintage wine, croix de guerre, etc. One day they brought back a prisoner, while the men of the raiding party crowded around the general, who probed them about the perils of the raid. A junior officer, who had not been on the raid, approached the Boche, insulted him and threatened him with a clenched fist right in his face. A couple of the volunteers spotted this and shouted at the officer. They didn't want him to touch their prisoner. "He's ours," they said. "You didn't bring him in, did you?" And the dumbfounded prisoner found himself plied with cigarettes, coffee, wine, hooch, etc., right in front of the offending officer, who only could stand there in complete silence. These raids had diverse results. Some had tragic outcomes. Others were more like burlesques, bordering on the ridiculous. Sometimes it happened that the volunteers, completely drunk, would start arguing, get into brawls, and even wound each other, right in the boyo as they prepared to go over the top or when they were out on their way to the attack. There were also mad panics, groups which wandered off and got lost in the tangles of barbed wire. The Boche would never know what happened, but our general would get a full and detailed account of the successful action. Finally, the general, a bit skeptical, decided that the raids would take place in broad daylight, but this brought no better results, and so they went back to the pre-dawn hours. To be fair, it must be noted that, at least one time, the volunteers showed some real courage. Reaching the German trenches, they ran smack into an enemy raiding party which, by bizarre coincidence, was heading for our lines to grab some prisoners. A frightful hand-to-hand combat ensued, and our heroes emerged victorious, killing or chasing off their adversaries. That's what the raids were all about, so fashionable at the time, and just who they were who carried them out. Some of the raiders were ragged, untidy, like scarecrows. Others were perfumed dandies with long hair, strutting around, indulging in wild bits of apparel for which they sacrificed all economy. What role did our unit play during the 6 months we were in the sector? First of all, our unit was sharply reduced in size. 2 men had to leave for the army of Salonika. Another was sent off to be a miner, and a 4th to be a truck driver. There was hardly anyone left at the front but the riffraff of peasants, guys with dirt between our toes. Comrade Delisle had written to his wife and told her about the anti-militarist demonstrations back in June. To teach him to be a little more discreet next time, they sent him off to the divisional disciplinary company. A third of those who remained left us to go to form a divisional battery of the New English cannon called Stokes. But the more they shrunk us, the more they increased the number and the variety of hardware to be employed. 3 37mm guns, 1 revolver cannon, 4 Brand compressed air mortars, 3 47mm naval guns. In brief, there were more cannons than cannoneers. But our duties nonetheless were not very difficult. On the front line there was only 1 revolver cannon and 1 Brand mortar, served by 4 gunners. The others were in reserve, in case of attack, in the fortress studded with our 5 cannons and some machine guns manned by territorials, who occupied a part of the works. For the trench raids, which became a nightmare for us, you had to go up to the front line, sometimes as far as the farthest outposts, with our whole arsenal. We had to fire madly all the while that the raid lasted, for 15 to 20 minutes, and then quickly scramble to find the nearest shelter, because the volleys of 77mm or 105mm shells soon came crashing down upon the communication trenches. Our commanding officer, who had served in the artillery, estimated that each trench raid cost, in shells alone, from 300,000 to 500,000 francs. And for what result? Grabbing 1 or 2 prisoners, pulverizing a sentry. What a waste. But what did money mean to our leaders, for our generals? Germany would pay it all back one day, or the French taxpayer would. There were in history the Red Terror and the White Terror. Now you can add the militarist terror. The first made use of the guillotine, the second employed the knife to teach people how to live. The third used penal companies and the execution post for those who didn't toe the line. The stirrings of revolt, which manifested themselves in May and June in various units, had incited our bosses to impose more harsh and severe discipline, we soon noticed. For some time, most of our mail was opened. Woe to one who voiced approval of the demonstrations, who said he was tired of the war, or who made some other imprudent comment. One subversive word and it's a court-martial, or at least a couple of months of vacation in one of the penal or special companies, which had been hastily put together within each division. No one could be out on the roads, which were lined with gendarmes, without authorization signed by the colonel. Those going on home leave from the front lines were escorted to St. Menehould like dangerous convicts. We had to march in ranks of 4 on the road as if in drill, bracketed front and rear, and on the side by non-coms. As far as Moiremont, the leave-takers were led by junior officers from the lines. From there, non-coms also going on leave took command of the troops under their charge. It was absolutely forbidden to sing, even La Madeleine, to break ranks, or to stop individually, even to tie a shoelace or obey a call of nature. Either the whole column had to stop at once, or a corporal had to stay behind with the laggard. In other circumstances, there would have been grumbles and even violent outbursts, but to go on home leave, to escape this atrocious life for just a few days, to see loved ones, we would have walked barefoot, we would have crawled on our knees, we would have endured the kicks of boots and the lashes of riding crops and whips. From La Harazet to St. Menehould, there were beautiful cherry trees all along the road, almost without interruption, and their interlacing branches formed a fresh arbour over our heads. In June and July, these trees were covered with beautiful cherries, red, white, golden, multicoloured. But in yet another torture of Tantalus for the leave-takers, there was hell to pay if you got caught pulling down a branch full of cherries. 3/4 of the fruit rotted on the tree, but too bad for the Poilus. That would teach them once again not to sing the Internationale. Once we reached St. Menehould, they kept us from passing through the middle of town. If we had been lepers, they couldn't have done a better job of preventing any contact between us and the civilian population. We therefore made a big detour, which allowed us to admire the military cemetery, where several thousand heroes were buried. Then we reached the barracks outside of town, where a big iron gate closed right behind the last of the leave-takers. We were prisoners, right up to the time the train left, and then we marched no farther than 2 kilometres from town before getting onto the train, in the middle of the woods. The return worked the same way. To organise this procedure and to ensure its smooth operation, if one can call it that, they put in place at Moiremont an officer superior in rank, if not in qualities. It was a commandant, whose name escapes me. In civilian life, he was probably director of an insane asylum or a camp of convicts. This officer, already on horseback at dawn, scoured all the roads in the sector which brought leave-takers back from morning to night and fell upon them like a thunderbolt, counting heads, trying to catch them in some misstep. Watch out, squad leader. The slightest infraction of the rules would lead to your being broken in rank with no chance for appeal. Every day he had to claim at least one victim as testimony to his vigilance. It mattered little that the soldier or the non-com was a model of courage or bravery. There was no recourse. They needed to make examples. They needed to terrify. On the day I was leaving for my 4th home leave, we were approaching St. Menehould when one of us stopped to take a leak, then tried to catch up with us. But the terrible commandant surprised him before he regained his place in the ranks. 17th Notebook, the end of the 296th Infantry Regiment, July 1st, 1917 to January 28th, 1918, La Harazet Sector, 1917, Argonne. The situation was very serious, as you will see. A Fourier, quartermaster sergeant, was leading us. He was slapped with 8 days of probation. His home leave was suspended, and he could say goodbye to the sergeant's stripes on his sleeve. The unlucky Fourier tried to explain that he had authorized the man to stop, simply exercising his rights as squad leader. But the strongest always wins every argument, and the commandant stuck to the punishment he had handed out. calmly warning the non-com not to risk making things worse by protesting further. This damned commandant accompanied us to the barracks, making us keep in formation and step out like new recruits on the drill field. But once our ranks were scattered, the grumbling arose. The commandant had returned to the office of the week's adjutant next to the police station. There he was literally besieged. Everyone called out to him, shouting that if the sergeant wasn't permitted to go on leave, none of us would go. Seized by a violent rage, the officer appeared at a window, brow furrowed, giving us a look that should have silenced us. But faced with equally fierce expressions, he detected such a level of hostility that he judged it prudent to yield. "Let him go," he said. "This sergeant will serve his punishment afterward." Nevertheless, when he came back from leave, the sergeant wasn't bothered at all. Throughout the companies, battalions and regiments, there were decent captains, commandants and colonels who were moved by these arbitrary punishments and demotions for the most petty and ridiculous reasons. They made themselves heard by vigorous complaints, which were mainly useless. This commandant, our so-called morale booster, was imposed on us by the high command. He was just carrying out the inflexible orders he had received. Once they decided that we had been sufficiently disciplined, beaten down, choked, they relieved us of this undesirable personage. He was named a lieutenant colonel somewhere. He had really earned this promotion. During our stay in this sector, I twice went on relaxation leave. I noted that in the rear, the wild enthusiasm of the start of the war had given way to complete indifference. Each person had arranged his life with the goal of realizing the most well-being and profits. If you approached a group conversing among themselves, whether in a cafe, a station, or any other place, you heard talk about everything except the war. Everyone was so habituated to it, they had stopped caring about it. The price of wines soared to new heights, bringing huge profits to those who could till their vineyards. The war was no longer considered a scourge. From time to time you heard that the son of so-and-so, or the husband of what's-her-name had been killed, blown to bits, burned to a crisp, smashed, suffocated up there in the distant trenches. But these inevitable deaths were considered the price to be paid in ransom for general prosperity as we awaited the final victory. Except for home leaves, no one from our group ever left the trenches as part of battalions being sent to the rear for rest, because there weren't enough of us to be relieved. For almost 6 months we lived in the Argonne woods, cut off from the rest of the world. These 6 months of exile were, for me, interrupted by 2 stints of 10 days each, when I went to Camp Sumiat, near Saint-Menehould, for ballistics training. For me, my instruction consisted of sticking paper on the targets and having them brought and set up on the firing range. That's all I learned how to do. One November day, we were near our little fortress, busy cutting up an oak tree for firewood, when Sergeant Gautier, coming back from the kitchens, announced some surprising news. The 296th Regiment was being dissolved and was going to be dispersed among the units of a Breton regiment which had just been decimated in the Bois-le-Chaume, north of Verdun. This news got various welcomes in the regiment, with pleasure by those who for 6 months had been shuttling between the outposts and the miserable reserve dugouts, from which by night they went out to place barbed wire and haul other material on their shoulders. This dissolution was an unhoped-for windfall, a getaway from the trenches for a few days. Who knew for how long? A nice rest before winter's cold set in, perhaps? But for those who had a comfortable assignment, the dutiful orderly, the greasy cook, the comfortable bicyclist, all the way up to the payroll clerk and the quartermaster, the news brought uncertainty, the fear of losing their cushy jobs. Clearly there were reasons for this dissolution. The role played by the 296th in the anti-militarist demonstrations of last June was probably not unrelated to the disgrace which fell upon us. The 296th Regiment was also the regiment headquartered at Béziers. Béziers, where in 1907, at the time of the wine-growers' protests, the regiment had mutinied. Who didn't know the stirring tale of this regiment, the 17th Infantry which, under the command of a corporal braving the thunderbolts of discipline and the anger of the tiger himself, Clemenceau, then in power, dared to stand in line of battle against the troops of General Lacroixade? Well, a few days before our dissolution, Clemenceau rose to power again, I should say dictatorial power. Did he fear that, in the 296th Regiment, there were some former mutineers of the 17th Regiment who, like some evil yeast, might stir up some incidents, protests, demonstrations against the return to power of the former butcher of the Midi? It's possible that such fears inspired in our premier flick, Top Cop, the idea of getting rid of us, but if that's what he meant to do, he was curiously mistaken. The 296th Regiment had become an amalgam, within which were represented almost all of our provincial races. Only a very small number now hailed from the region of Béziers, and even rarer were those who had not forgotten the memory of the tragic events of 1907. Nevertheless, there was still the corporal who, for a few days back then, had taken the place of the colonel of the 17th Regiment, which didn't keep him from now being signal sergeant. His name was Fondecave. On November 16th, the news of our dissolution spread widely, and on the 19th, our group, with the last remaining elements, left La Harazé, where we had spent such a peaceful 6 months and where we would have happily remained until the war's end. But now we had to embark on new journeys. We went to rejoin the regiment near the village of Florent on Argonne, at the Darnéville encampment, made up of barracks hidden in the middle of the woods. This was a stroll of more than 20 kilometers, because the officer who was guiding us rode a bicycle and preferred riding on the main road to bumping along a country lane, so they had us make a big, useless detour to Moremont. This preference cost our legs 4 or 5 more kilometers, but what the hell? Foot soldiers are made for walking, just like birds are for flying and fish for swimming. At Darnéville, the first to arrive had, as was their right, occupied the best barracks and even the bad ones, since 3 battalions had to camp where there was enough room for only one. It was impossible to find even a little bit of room for us, and since there were no hotels at the Darnéville camp, we had to find places under the trees to spend the night, a cold, freezing night, but luckily without rain or snow. We could even light some campfires with brush, branches, dead wood, and even live wood, which warmed us up a bit. The next day they handed out flyers with the farewells of our division's general. It was written in emotional terms, recalling all our exploits from Vermelles and Lorette all the way to the Argonne. There was reference to the events of last June, but the sponge had wiped clean the misdeeds of the 296th Regiment. The general declared himself highly satisfied with its loyal and proper attitude, and said that it had resisted being dragged into the defeatist campaign. That was a good point. The general couldn't ignore what had happened, but he was politically savvy enough to pretend to ignore it. Dinner eaten, the regiment assembled for its departure. It was with no regrets that I left this inhospitable camp where I had shivered all night long under an oak tree. Trucks came to get us, but because we faced an interminable slope which would no doubt have required too great an expenditure of gasoline, we had to walk for more than an hour to reach them. Covered with sweat, we arrived at the place where the trucks were lined up, right next to St. Menehould, and by unknown roads we left. A joyless journey because, after having perspired, now we froze, shivering with cold inside the trucks, devoid of any comfort, open to every breeze and cold draught. Around 3 in the afternoon, the truck stopped in the middle of the countryside. They made us climb down. Right then, the battalion's leaders, by confidential written orders, got word to convey their units to various surrounding locales. Why so much mystery, so many precautions about our moves? What were they so afraid of that they didn't dare bring the whole regiment together again, one final time, for a big sensational parade and review, as is usually done in those situations? That served to bolster the suspicion that the regiment was in disgrace and being punished. They treated us like dangerous men, or at least suspects, and that chilled our dignity. We were indifferent to anything that didn't regard home leaves and peace. As for everything else, the soldiers couldn't give a damn. Our battalion got the order to go to the village of Bassuet, and we set out along the roadway like a flock of sheep heading for the fairground. Soon there arrived officers from various units, flanked by aides and sergeant majors, making their choices. In the blink of an eye, by sections, by squads, by whole companies, Everything was taken away, disappeared, and only our group remained. Night fell, and the roadway, where a sharp bice was blowing, sweeping up all the dead leaves, was completely deserted. Nobody wanted us. We were abandoned. Our sub-lieutenant Laureus was furious. He set out to find the colonel of the 248th Regiment, part of which was billeted in the village, and he explained the strange fate of 32 soldiers from the 296th Regiment in distress, without anything to eat, left on the public highway. The colonel was willing to take us into his regiment, provisionally. The next day he assigned us to a machine gun company and asked the billeting officer to take care of our lodging. That evening we had to go without supper. What had become of our field kitchen, with its hard-earned battle scars and wounds from Comble, and our #1 chef, Mauler, whose portrait I've already sketched in these notebooks, and who was awarded the Croix de Guerre for not having left his station under furious bombardments. As for our lodging, all the billets being occupied already, we had to resign ourselves to a spot at the edge of the village, in an old coach house which no one else had wanted, because the roof was busted through in 20 places, and 100 draughts seeped through chinks in the wattle and daub walls. The flooring consisted of bits of straw made rotten by the rain. Our blockhouse at La Harazé was a palace compared to this hovel. Although shells and bullets fell upon Basway only rarely, the rain and the snow during our stay there came several times each night, forcing us to flee the drainpipes and seek out a drier corner somewhere. To our great amazement, that very evening, a tailor was sent to cut off the badges of the 296th and to sew on, in their place, those of the 248th Regiment. Why this haste? Couldn't they wait until the next day? Was the number 296 so damning that they had to scrub it off like garbage? If they had known how indifferent we were about it, there would have been less of a rush. No matter what regiment you were in, you were still in the clutches of militarism. We were thus assigned provisionally to the 4th Battalion of the 248th, awaiting the final determination of our fate at a higher level. The day after we arrived, the commandant of this battalion felt the need to make our acquaintance, but I'd never seen a review like this one. We left the billet in single file. The commandant, at the gate, stared at each one of us like a butcher inspects a flock of sheep at his barnyard's gate. After we'd lined up in front of the billet, he repeated his inspection, stopping at length in front of each man, to whom he posed a few questions about his conscription class, his recruitment, etc. Why did he look at us like strange beasts? What reputation had they pinned on us? When he stopped in front of me, he said, "You're a skinny one, you." I kept my mouth shut. "Why are you so skinny?" "Commandant, when you don't miss a hitch in the trenches for 36 months, you can hardly get fat." The commandant's voice softened. He turned to our Lieutenant Laureus and said, "All your men look good, but you have this corporal who's worn out. Take care of him." This certainly wasn't our former Commandant Kansgram, showing interest in whether I was too skinny or too tired. This was the first kind-hearted word that a superior officer had said to me since I'd been at the front. That's why I've made note of it. One evening, in a large structure, a troupe of artists, real artists, came to Basway to give a performance. There were female artists in this troupe. That's all that was needed to bring hundreds of Poilus running from all the neighbouring villages. The Brigadier General himself attended, sitting in the front row, as you'd imagine. It's only in the trenches that the Poilu gets a front row seat. The 248th Regimental Band was the orchestra. The young, pretty girls were a huge hit. Half naked, decked out in jewels, they cut capers, danced, sang songs, performed saucy skits. Transported, excited, the Poilus stamped, clapped, and roared with laughter. Ah, this French insouciance, this joy, this laughter, weren't they an insult to the hundreds of dead bodies left by the division in the mud of the sinister Bois-le-Chaume? The earth hadn't yet soaked up all their blood, and their comrades who had seen them fall were now letting themselves go like this, having fun, getting drunk on songs, music, and off-colour jokes. There were also speeches and patriotic songs, which were a little less well received. I didn't wait for the end of the performance to return to my hovel. A few comrades who shared my heartache did the same. I even know some who had the dignity not to attend the show at all. After a week at Basway, the fate of our group was finally handed down. We were to be dispersed into various units of the division. As for me, I was kept in the 248th Regiment, which had its headquarters in Guingamp, in the Côtes du Nord, Brittany. I was assigned to the 18th Company in a battalion located in the village next to Basway, which I joined on November 29th with 3 comrades, including my friend Frace from Olonzac, who were attached to other companies. Well, we didn't feel like singing Le Madelon as we marched along. We didn't see anything worthwhile about being incorporated into a regiment of Bretons. "Did anyone think about that?" said Frace, usually so jovial, "about putting us with such grumpy, stubborn, buttoned-up, melancholy folks? I'll give them the slip pretty soon." He was lucky enough to have a patch of chronic eczema on one leg, which had already gotten him evacuated 3 times. Now, during a rest stop, he showed it to us. It was starting to soften, to scab up, to form a sore. "Soon it will be done just right," he said, to take to the Major medical officer. In peacetime you would have felt sorry for someone afflicted with such eczema. Now we envied him for it, this lucky Frace. Convallo, convalescent hospital, and then a trip back to home base brought the prospect of 2 or 3 months of rest. I had the bad luck to be the only one from our group, and the only one from the 296th to be assigned to this 18th Company, where I would find only foreign faces. While other companies had been almost completely wiped out, the 18th Company had suffered only a few losses, which had already been made up for with replacements from the rear. The whole 296th Regiment was insufficient to rebuild the division from that disaster which had passed unnoticed in a banal communiqué covering reciprocal raids, clashes of patrols, Major artillery activity in the Bois le Chaume. In peacetime, a chimney fire would have gotten more notice in local news columns than did this massacre which covered Brittany in mourning. At the office of the 18th Company, where I presented myself, they gave me command of the 15th Squad. Off I went in search of this phantom squad, which I couldn't discover in any of the billets occupied by the company. I immediately found that the Breton soldiers, figuring out from my accent alone that I wasn't one of their own, looked at me with suspicion and weren't at all interested in giving me any information. I nevertheless learned that the company took its meals in premises converted to a mess hall. This innovation made for a veritable luxury. It was the first time since I'd been at the front, since 1914, that I'd seen benches and tables put to use by poilus for eating their meals. For sure, this dining room's furniture consisted only of rough, rickety benches, wobbly tables, all as rudimentary as could be. Up on the ceiling were plenty of cobwebs, and this room was well ventilated, too well ventilated, in fact, by numerous draughts. But in the end it made for progress all the same. At supper time it was therefore easy for me to find the 15th Squad, represented by a grand total of 2 Bretons, who greeted me with unintelligible grunts. They were completely drunk, and had been for 3 days, it appeared. They weren't the only ones, and I saw that very first day the passion of the Bretons for alcohol and wine, which led them to drunkenness every time they had the means and the opportunity. A Breton would have thought to be dishonouring Brittany if he didn't have a pipe or a quid of tobacco in his mouth. And I noticed with disgust that almost all of them were covered with vermin. The ticks don't have a preference, a marked predilection for the skin of a Breton compared to that of a Parisian or an Auvergnat. Nevertheless, it wasn't completely the men's fault. In the 248th, they distributed clean clothes so rarely that most of the men possessed only what they were wearing. The Bretons are stubborn, quarrelsome, pugnacious, unsociable only when their minds are disturbed by the vapours of wine or other fermented potion. Outside of this abnormal state, the Bretons are as soft as sheep, as valiant and courageous as ancient Gauls, good-hearted and devoted. The rest of the 15th Squad was either away on leave or had been sent out in agricultural work teams. The higher-ups were starting to understand that it was more useful to put men to work in the fields than parading them around or having them amuse themselves by knocking sticks together or playing leapfrog. I learned with delight that among the leave-takers was a southerner. This was the company's barber. He was from Auch. I would have at least one person with whom I could bond, but while waiting for him, I spent several lonely days without a single comrade, in the midst of indifferent, if not hostile folks speaking an incomprehensible language. To make matters worse, the section chief was an old sub-lieutenant who lived by the rule book and followed it to the letter. 10 times a day he visited our billets, multiplying the inspections, parades and roll calls. What a difference from our good old sub-lieutenant Laureus, who, outside of his duties in the trenches, never bothered us with all the things he could have done to make our lives miserable. I needed to be brought into line. This maniacal officer saw that right away, and from the first day he was after me. Sometimes it was my shoes not properly shined, or the billet not in order, or the squad not at full strength at roll call. One day I lost my patience, and I answered this officer, who had just given me a snide comment. "Lieutenant, I'm asking you to speak to me in a more polite tone. You're my superior, but that doesn't excuse you. You don't have the right to speak to me rudely. Show me some respect if you want me to respect you." The officer, to whom I, taciturn and solitary, had spoken only when constrained and forced to do so, no doubt thought I was a near idiot. He seemed stupefied by my brusque statement. "But," he said, nonplussed, "the chore that I assigned to you was badly done. I've done my best. If you think you have to punish me, that's up to you and your conscience. Go ahead, punish me." I have to admit that he didn't end up punishing me, and to tell the truth, he hardly ever punished anyone. He even showed himself to be indulgent and affectionate toward his men. It was said that he had proven his courage and his sang-froid. In my section, the men held him in high regard, and they supported his obsessions without grumbling too much. Personally, he left me alone from that day on, and subsequently even showed me some kindness. In spite of the snow covering the ground and the sharp cold, we went out on exercises every day, during which, to amuse us, they had us run races and play games. You can imagine what fun we had. Meanwhile, the division was brought back to strength. We were ready to head back to the trenches. They couldn't let the soldiers spend too much time in the rear, getting soft. On December 5th, we left Bossuet, conveyed to the front by automobile. The cold was downright Siberian. The thermometer hovered around 12 degrees below 0 Celsius. Travelling in vans covered with canvas full of holes, immobile, tightly packed, we really had to be as hardy as cavemen to not succumb to the cold. But we were immunized. The next day, there were no more visitors than usual to sick call. At nightfall, the vans dropped us near the village of Senades, where the regiment was billeted. Our company was billeted in a hamlet with its name inscribed on a touring club sign, La Contrôlerie, the inspection post. Funny name. I wonder what they had to inspect in this agglomeration of 5 or 6 houses lost in the middle of the woods. We didn't stay long at La Contrôlerie. The next day, after soup, we headed for the trenches. We passed through Les Islettes, Le Neufort, Le Clau, and La Chalade, along the valley of the Bisme, which flowed onto La Harazet at the foot of our sorely missed little fort where we had been barely 17 days ago. All these villages we passed through, except the last one, La Chalade, were still partly inhabited despite their proximity to the front lines, because they were protected by the wooded escarpments of the valley. At nightfall, they stuck us in the front lines. This installation consisted of taking possession of a few tiny shelters or individual dugouts carved into the trench walls. They were shored up with wood. Once you got into one, you could stretch out but not sit up because the ceiling was too low. You were well protected from an ordinary shell, but not from the cold, which was so rigorous that it would have been imprudent to let yourself fall off to sleep. Wandering around a bit, I noted that some sections were better lodged than we were, while others were worse off. I had to do 12 hours on guard duty out of 24 from noon to midnight, which was fine with me. They kindly let us corporals decide among ourselves. That way, each of us had about 7 hours of nighttime duty. Take note of this. 7 hours of walking along the muddy boyau, a blanket draped over your shoulders, hurried along by a glacial bice or by rain or snow in this chilly Argonne. 7 hours of tramping the deserted trenches where you might still have an unlucky encounter. Sometimes German patrols infiltrated between listening posts and pounced upon a solitary wanderer. Or maybe it would be a French officer making his speedy rounds, eagerly telling you that at such and such a post the sentinels weren't on the lookout, or catching you taking a break on the steps of some dugout. You had to go from one outpost to another where, at the end of a sap, 2 sentinels, huddled, curled up, immobile, waited for the hour of their relief with the passivity of beasts of burden. Most of the time they weren't even watching. Numbed by the cold, they dozed off. Every 2 hours I had to wake up the relief teams, and I had to listen over and over to their complaints and their curses against the war. But in the end they got up, sometimes chased by the cold or just to shirk their duty. Some sought shelter at the mouth of a nearby mineshaft. Then we had to mount a veritable manhunt in the dark shadows. Those damned corporal stripes, how I envied the men of the squad, those guys who could, once their 2 hours of watch were over, burrow into a hole quietly without any responsibilities. This went on for 8 days and nights. It would have lasted longer if the men hadn't raised loud complaints which were transmitted to our captain by our sergeant, a lawyer, going to plead our case before courts-martial and earning wide influence in our company command. They led us 200 meters back from the front line into a deep and spacious shelter with a wire mesh cot for each one of us. They were really spoiling us. As was the rule, we had work details from morning to evening, but at night they were generous enough to leave us alone. Our main job was to bring rations up to the men on the front lines. The field kitchens were nearby, at the bottom of a ravine, or you could call it a precipice, next to which we were posted. You reached the bottom by a staircase which counted 500 steps, not one less, and they were Poilu steps, 50 to 80 centimeters each one. You couldn't be asthmatic and climb this gigantic staircase. It wasn't too hard in dry weather, but when the snow and ice and slick mud covered the steps, watch out for slippery spots. You had to grab onto roots and rocky outcroppings so as not to tumble all the way to the bottom. And the Bosch lines weren't even 100 meters from the last step of this staircase. Our outposts were only a few steps away from them. Along the bottom of this deep valley, there was room just for a little tributary of the Biesme and for a road which must have been an enchanting hiking trail up until a certain day in 1915 when the front lines were fixed there. On this sheltered road, you could have thought yourself perfectly safe, but alas, the Bosch gunners found a way, by tir plongeants plunging fire, to rain their shells right onto the stream or the road, and our field kitchens had to seek shelter in a sharp curve of the valley or in sorts of grottos which they had to dig. But these artillery men were wizards. Bombs, shells, mortar rounds often poured down with a thunderous racket right up to the entrances of these grottos. On December 14th, our battalion left the front lines and went into reserve 1 kilometre to the rear, in large shelters, in the middle of the woods, near the forester's cottage, of which not a trace remained. Bloody combats had taken place in this area. Those who had fallen there slept their eternal sleep in a vast cemetery, which grew every day with the dead from this sector. This well-kept cemetery was surrounded by a palisade. At the entrance, on the frontispiece of a triumphal arch constructed skillfully with pine branches, you could read this inscription from the verses of the great Victor Hugo: "Those who piously have died for the fatherland deserve to have throngs come and pray at their tomb." Victor Hugo had no doubt written these sublime and immortal verses for the heroes of the great French Revolution, which had freed peoples and spread the ideas of liberty throughout the world. He could not have imagined that the leaders of nations, seized one day by a monstrous folly, would undertake this killing in which the victims didn't know why they were being driven forward, why they were falling. If Victor Hugo were alive, he would surely protest the abuse with which they treated his sublime hymn in wartime. He would have found other words to scourge the authors of this war and all those who hadn't made every effort to head it off. They'd also built a chapel out of pine boughs, with an altar where a priest said mass when a soldier was being buried. In one corner, a few vacant coffins awaited their occupants. They had even been so far-sighted as to dig a few graves in advance. You could call this a deluxe cemetery. In letting us visit there, they thought they were doing us a favor by seeing that the dead were very well received there and even pampered. Right near the model cemetery, along the slope of a wooded valley, we set ourselves up in large, spacious shelters, even too spacious, with several entrances and exits, as you'd like, as big as carriage entrances. Of course you couldn't close them, so the bitterly cold Argonne beasts swept in, and sometimes snow too. No need for ventilators here to refresh the air. It refreshed itself quickly enough to help some kitchenware salesman get rid of a collection of outmoded, defective stoves. They had sent some of them to the front, and a few of these were set up in our shelters. This was an unexpected luxury, unknown up to now. Poilu's stoves for the Poilus. Naturally, the newspapers talked about it, praising the thoughtfulness of our top leaders. But unfortunately, we had to fuel these stoves with green or soggy wood. They let off insufficient heat and smoke, intense enough to suffocate all the foxes in the Argonne. We had to stop using them. These stoves had served to enrich only their cellars. There was relatively little snow this December, but it covered the ground. That seemed to provoke famine among the rats, because they arrived by the ravenous hundreds in our shelters. Too bad for him who had forgotten to hang his mess kit up high, or who left in his pack or his cartridge box a piece of soap or chocolate or bread or whatever, except for iron and stones. In the blink of an eye, everything fell to the teeth of these scavengers. The finest delicacy for them was soap. From Marseille or from the Congo, it mattered little. Since we were given it only very parsimoniously, we held on to bits of soap like precious stones. If at night time you hadn't taken the precaution of covering up your head, you wouldn't be the first to feel, on your nose, your chin, or your ears, the sharp teeth of these accursed beasts. For beds we had stacked single wire mesh bunks in a rather bad condition. That's how the shelters were in the Basse Chevrerie, lower goat shed. Commanders who were motivated by a larger spirit of solicitude for the soldiers could have made conditions better with the help of the engineers, at slight expense and minimal effort. But maybe that wasn't what they were looking for. Was it all done on purpose? They didn't want to give to the soldier who was on rest detail, in reserve, too much well-being, too much comfort, so that he wouldn't find the transition too brutal from the tragic life of the trenches and its unspeakable sufferings. Even as spread out as these shelters were, the Germans ended up finding them, and to prove it to us they would, from time to time, toss a couple of shells which ploughed into the area. Finally, they had pushed their bad manners to the point of firing poison gas shells, which had claimed victims among our predecessors. That required us to post vigilant sentinels day and night ready to sound the alarm, to leap not to our arms but to our gas masks. Every day there was a work detail of 20 men sent out 3 kilometres to chop down and cut up trees for His Majesty, our Brigadier General. Yes, read it well. They needed 20 men a day, no matter what the weather was, so that this general and the embusques who surrounded him wouldn't suffer from the cold. And these 20 men, whom they didn't even compensate with a thank you, then came back to our shelter, which was as cold as an icehouse, to shiver all night long. However, these 20 men never complained. It didn't make any difference whether they were cutting down trees or digging trenches which other teams of soldiers would occupy. Both tasks were just as difficult. What would that kind of treatment do to an ox in his yoke, dragging a cart or a wagon? During our time at the Basse Chevrerie, some Boche prisoners, no doubt overcome with bitter nostalgia, escaped from a camp in the rear and tried to cross through our lines to rejoin their comrades. These prisoners must have been fired with zeal to want to resume their lives on the front lines. It was our bad luck that they chose our sector to cross the lines. All the available troops, in reserve or at rest, were put on alert to stop them. The capture of the Bono gang didn't involve such a marshalling of police forces. No hunter's quarry ever saw on its heels such a pack of bloodhounds. Night and day, all the crossroads were guarded, closely watched. Roads and footpaths were incessantly crisscrossed by patrols of Poilus armed to the teeth. That's fine for daytime. At night, we're walking a beat at a crossroads for 3 or 4 hours, or scouring another corner of the forest. Fine if the moon was clear and lit our way, but she proved to be a lazybones, at rest or on furlough. So we slipped and stumbled on the ice, bumped into hidden roots and invisible strands of barbed wire, broken branches, etc. Sprains, scratches, torn clothing and skin, that's what these nocturnal rambles brought us. And there was nothing to show for it. Not the slightest trace of these prisoners who had just disturbed our sleep, disrupted our nights. Couldn't they have waited for the end of the war to see their unhappy Germany again? Or maybe they would decide to stay on our side, let's add egotistically. But where had they gone, these super-patriotic prisoners who disappeared into thin air as soon as anyone spotted them? You could start to believe that they were ghosts from another world. Finally, one night, they succeeded in reaching our front lines, but the racket they made while crossing the barbed wire caught the attention of the occupants of a listening post. Qui vive? Who goes there? Came the cry. Not getting a response, they fired on them. There were 3 of them, not one was hit. 2 succeeded in fleeing. They grabbed the 3rd one, who was caught in a tangle of prickly barbed wire, just like a rabbit in a trap. He stated that he and his comrades had fled from Arcis-sur-Aube, north of Troyes, south of Chalons, that they didn't have anything to complain about, but that, as prisoners since 1914, they wanted to see their families again. The unlucky prisoner had to take the road back to his camp the next day, postponing until later the pleasure of kissing his Bertha or his Gretchen. Finally, we were finished with this manhunt and with beating the bushes day and night. On December 23rd, we left the shelters of the Basse Chevrerie. We thought we'd be taking the road to the outposts again, but instead they announced that we were going to get 2 weeks of rest. They led quite a cushy life, this Breton regiment. Our company went back to billet in the little village of La Contrôlerie. 2 days after that was Christmas. This was the 4th blood-stained Christmas spent far from home and hearth, far from the hometown church tower and the familiar ringing of the bells. On the night of December 24th to 25th, yesteryear's joyous night of parties, a violent snowstorm struck, whipped up into a blizzard by a big glacial wind. In our billet, this was a sad Christmas Eve, as you can well imagine. To defend ourselves from the cold, we all went to bed early, rolled up in our meagre blankets, packed tightly against each other. Oh, the comrades who stood watch out there in the listening posts, on the edge, on the rims of craters which the mine explosions had dug. What did they think about those who, on this very night, in Paris or elsewhere, crowded the cinemas and the theatres, rushing to get seated snugly around well-stocked tables? A few intrepid Poilus made their way to the village of Senades to attend midnight mass. On the way back, they almost got lost. Blinded by the whirlwinds of snow, they thought for a time that they'd never make it back to La Contrôlerie. The regimental band of the 248th graciously offered its services to this celebration of Mass. The war had accomplished this miracle. The army of the secular, anti-clerical, free-thinking republic lent its regimental bands to give more life to religious ceremonies judged to be ridiculous, stupid, contrary to healthy thinking. In return, the French Church offered fervent prayers for the ultimate victory, raised to martyrdom the fallen soldier, promised him paradise, and thus turned this ignominious war into something sacred, sanctified, divine. The next day, as if by the wave of a magic wand, the wind calmed down completely, but a nice layer of snow brightened the landscape. Upon awakening, I was duly warned that I had to carry out, on this day consecrated to the birth of the Saviour, the annoying functions of corporal of the day. I thought it would be bad enough to have the snow swept away, or to sweep it away myself, from our billet, and to carry it off somewhere nearby. But in addition to these chores, I had to take Private Plumecoq to the village of Lannou. This soldier had tarried for 24 hours too long in the delights of home and hearth. To punish him for this lack of eagerness to rejoin his corps, he had to go spend 20 days in the divisional disciplinary company, which they called the Pâté Company, after the name of the general who commanded it. In the 248th, the state of discipline was fairly relaxed. You could get drunk, get into a fight, lose a tool or your gas mask or your rations, wander off from a parade, a drill or a work detail, all with impunity. But discipline was harsh for the slightest lateness in returning from home leave. The next day I was on guard detail at the police station with 4 Poilus. It was only a single company, but no matter whether it was a regiment or a squad, there was always a police station. That was the rule. To add to our bad luck, we got word that a suspected spy, disguised as an infantry non-com, was at large in our sector, who had, so they said, tried to obtain intelligence of a military nature by questioning an artilleryman. The whole Argonne sector was on alert. A reward was offered for the capture of the spy. Search parties were organised, but no one turned up any trace of this mysterious spy. Maybe he existed only in the imagination of an artilleryman who had gone a bit overboard in celebrating the birth of the saviour. The only result was harsher duty for the listening posts and the sentries, while at night the snow fell thicker and the wind blew harder. The captain of our company took it upon himself to pull the sentries back from the front lines. It sure wasn't our old Captain Cross-Mayreviel, the Kronprinz, who would never have been so considerate. Finally, on December 28th, I headed off to the nearby station at Les Islettes for my 6th home leave. By a singular stroke of fate, in my village of Périac-Minervois, right next to my house, a family of refugees from Les Islettes, the ex-family, were lodged in an old farmhouse. I pass over the joy of spending time once again in the midst of my loved ones, and the sadness of returning to duty. I was completely discouraged, broken in body and spirit, when I found myself once again at Les Islettes station, the morning of January 14th. Sad and alone, under a grey sky in which a few snowflakes swirled, I made my way to the trenches. At the village of Le Neufort, where the company's sergeant majors were encamped, I hoisted my pack, my weapons, and all the gear with which a Poilu was loaded down, and I headed off briskly, because I had a dozen kilometres to cover, through the woods, along bad roads unknown to me, as the regiment had by now taken up front-line positions near Vauquois. After the village of Le Cléon, I had to climb a steep hill which forced me to stop a dozen times to catch my breath. The road, now leading through thick forest, was almost deserted. As the snow fell, it hardened on the ground and got slippery, which made walking quite difficult. At the Croix de Pierre crossroads, I had to leave the road and follow footpaths. Night was falling, and, despairing of being unable to arrive before daylight's end, I looked for some sort of shelter in which to spend the night. Luckily, a sergeant of the 248th Regiment came along, whom I only had to follow to finally reach the ravine where our field kitchens were hidden. Then I just had to tag along with my squad's homme de soup rationer up to the place where the section was posted in reserve, about 200 metres back from the front line. The men had come there that very morning, having spent 4 days in the forward outposts. I had the unexpected luck of getting some rest that night. For sure, the shelter lacked any comfort, but when you were expecting to spend a long night outdoors, contemplating the stars when they are visible, you count yourself lucky and privileged. The 4 days spent in the hollow of the ravine where our shelter was located cured me of the fatigues of my journey. Each day we would put back into shape the boyau which had been blocked by some shellfire or by landslides brought on by the heavy frosts. Each evening, after supper, we would spend 2 or 3 hours placing barbed wire between the lines or carrying up heavy chevaux de frise, portable wire entanglements, already wrapped with wire. I assure you that it's much sweeter to spend an evening by a crackling fire in the warmth of family life. But it was with some regret that we left behind this shelter and these chores, once our 4 days were up, to go up and occupy the forward outposts. The squad had to furnish 2 sentries for a listening post, perched on the lip of a gigantic mine crater. The earth that had been thrown up by the explosion formed a rim which you reached by climbing a ladder. All the listening posts were similarly placed, and on the opposite side were the Germans. From the height of these lookouts, the surrounding landscape was frightful. All you could see were enormous blisters and scars, as if the earth had undergone chaotic convulsions. The opposing front lines were now separated by an uninterrupted row of gigantic mine craters, transformed by the rain into muddy lakes. How can one describe the melancholy, the sadness which weighed upon these places, most notably at times of calm, when the heavy silence was disturbed only by the cawing of a famished crow? About 200 meters to the left, there was a mound, a little higher than the others, thrown up by the explosion of a deep mine which had literally split the hill in two. This elevation was the fille morte, dead girl, often mentioned in dispatches. I don't know whether there had ever been a dead girl in the vicinity, but there were quite a few young fellows who found their tombs there. For quite a while now, the echoes of the Argonne had been only rarely disturbed by the thunderous detonation of underground mines. Mine warfare was dying out, gunpowder was growing more and more costly, and the timbers needed to shore up the mines were growing scarce. Lastly, the results were mediocre because on both sides we had pulled back and abandoned a large expanse of terrain in which only a few listening posts were scattered. Here and there you'd hear the explosion of a camouflet, so deep underground that sometimes the surface wasn't even disturbed. These camouflets were intended to destroy the enemy's approach tunnels by means of clusters of explosives sent into the mine shafts by a sort of motorized drill. Woe to anyone who happened to be in a mine when one of these explosions took place. You'd be buried alive or suffocated by the gases. For those who worked day and night deep in the mines, these camouflages were a terrible danger. But following a tacit accord between the French and German engineers, there were rarely any victims. For a while, mines and camouflages were set off only between 2 and 6 in the morning. At 10 minutes to 2, every night, on both sides, the listening posts and front lines were evacuated, then reoccupied quietly at 6 o'clock in the morning. Since that time, there were hardly ever any casualties from these mines, which before had been so murderous. On both sides, the sacred flame of patriotism was burning out. The war was lasting too long, but war is meant to waste money, and that's why they still kept digging, at great cost, the expensive and useless mines. The tunnels were lit with electricity. Ventilators, pumps, drills, winches, all were run by electric power produced by a veritable underground factory, set up at the second line of defence, right in the trenches, which fed the whole sector. Power stations in the trenches. But then they were thinking that the war would go on for years and years. Our squad, lost in the midst of these chaotic upheavals, was connected to the outside world only by the homme de liaison, who came every day at 4 o'clock bringing letters, packages, newspapers, and what we had ordered the day before, tobacco, candles, etc. How impatiently we waited for his arrival at the turn of the boyau. As chief of the outpost, I had to see to the relief of sentries, walking all night long from one listening post to the other, while staying in contact with neighbouring outposts. This would have worn out the legs of the wandering Jew. Those who gave out these impossible orders, were they unconscious, or did they have the souls of executioners? But no order can overcome the laws of nature. When fatigue and weariness weighed down too heavily, you collapsed even in the most miserable hole. As a result, when the sentries at a listening post didn't see their relief detail arriving, one of them scrambled back into the dugout to wake them up, and sometimes both sentries left the listening post at the same time, leaving surveillance completely to chance. But whose fault was that? On January 27th, it was someone else's turn to come and contemplate the peaceful landscape of the mine craters, and having become a reserve section, we went to occupy shelters in wooded terrain. That meant we actually saw some trees which had not been ripped up, guillotined, mutilated. The whole section packed into a deep but damp shelter, so damp that it would have filled up with water if they hadn't pumped it out from time to time. It was a breeding ground for rheumatism, bronchitis, and tuberculosis. We were all the way at the end of this grotto, piled up with 2 levels of wire mesh bunks. It wasn't unusual that, in the morning, those in the lower bunks felt water lapping against their backsides. The lack of space forced us to take our meals out in the boyau, in all kinds of weather. Oh, you didn't have to blow on your soup or your rata to cool it down. The January buys took care of that. In 2 or 3 minutes your meal would be finished. One day, with my squad, I was ordered to go to the colonel's command post to pick up some oilskin or waxed jackets. This was an event, a special day. After 3.5 years of war, someone seemed to have finally noticed that the Poilu didn't have anything to keep off the rain, water being considered as an unimportant element which didn't deserve worrying about. Here we are then, en route to picking up these precious raincoats. After having followed the boyo for about 400 meters, we had in front of us a wide open space crossed by the Varennes Road and a narrow-gauge railroad track. Beyond was the colonel's dugout, prudently hidden away. For several days, a German battery had fixed its sights on this road, the Taco railway line, and the clearing. Just when anyone was least expecting it, without warning, a volley of shells would crash down like a thunderbolt, and almost every day there were some victims. We doubtless could have escaped this trap by making a detour of 500 or 600 meters. But the soldier never fears a danger which isn't apparent. He has faith in his own star, and almost everyone imprudently crossed the clearing, which served as a target for the Germans. After a quick consultation, by 4 votes against 1 and 1 abstention, mine, we decided to cross, which we did at full speed with no accidents. The return trip went off just as peacefully. We carried oilskin jerseys, but only 2 per squad, only a sampling. We also brought fine rubber boots, a sure way to keep the feet dry, but again, only 2 pair per squad. We brought all this to the captain's command post, which was in a tunnel at least 500 meters long. This tunnel was spacious, 2 meters high, solidly shored up with timber. It opened near the front line, and there were numerous rooms to the right and left. In one of them our captain was installed, spending his nights snoring away and his days playing cards, drinking, and eating. The rooms and the tunnel were lit by the fairy electricity. In anticipation of the expected big German offensive, the sappers had dug, here and there, 4 no-de-mine mine stoves to blow up the tunnel in case of retreat. The captain, eyes shining, face flushed with drink, cast a disdainful look on the oilskin jerseys, but right away he took hold of a pair of rubber boots. It was no doubt the praiseworthy intention of those who had sent these boots that they be destined, first and foremost, to the sentries who had to stand immobile for hours on end at the listening posts, feet stuck in the mud or the snow. But officers, adjutants, sergeants, orderlies, etc., pounced upon these boots like a flight of crows upon prey, under the complicit eye of the captain who had himself set a scandalous example. On January 29th, work details completed, we were bedding down in our damp shelter at 11 p.m. when the sudden sound of a barrage broke out like a clap of thunder. This was the German riposte to the last trench raid, which the French had carried out on January 21st at the Fort de Paris. I scrambled up the muddy and narrow staircase to find out what was going on. I noticed with a selfish satisfaction that it was going on at least 2 kilometers to our left, probably on top of the regiment next door, the 202nd Regiment. There was nothing to worry about. We could go back to sleep. In front of us, all was calm. I started going down the stairs to reassure my comrades. I had put my foot on the first step when I heard someone arriving at full speed. It was our sub-lieutenant, X, the section chief, agitated, crazed, seemingly gone mad. "Hey!" he shouted when he saw me. "You haven't heard the barrage. Let's go. Grab your rifles. Everybody up and outside." "But, Lieutenant," I said to him, "the firing isn't in front of us. See, our sector is completely quiet. Nothing abnormal." But the officer would hear none of it. He called us out in full gear, as if the Germans were right there, and posted us haphazardly along the abandoned boyau. We were stationed there at the ready. He kept us there a full hour, stomping in the freezing mud and blowing on our fingers until the last cannon shot was heard. Basic common sense, even if the shells were falling right onto us, would be to stay in the dugout with just 1 sentry posted at the top of the staircase, because we're at least 1 kilometre back from the front line, and we had an advanced section posted 500 metres in front of our shelter. Trench raids were preceded by sudden, violent bombardments, trying to catch anyone who had the bad luck to be outside at the moment, leaving shelters to take up positions in the wide open in a boyo, just because an enemy patrol was going to pay a visit to a distant listening post that was risking men's lives through sheer stupidity. It's true that the officer stayed out there with us. For him, it was an extenuating circumstance. 18th Notebook, The Last Year of Martyrdom, January 29th to August 11th, 1918, the Philomorty Sector, Argonne, 1918. Of course, for anyone else but us, the show would have been worth watching. White, red, and green rockets lighting up the night sky, blending together, giving to the heavens unexpected colours and reflections, accented with the flashes of cannon fire and explosions of projectiles which seemed to burst out of the very earth. It was terrifying, hallucinating, phantasmagorical, and along with it a racket which would cover the noise of 10 simultaneous thunderbolts. Blasé as we were, we hardly paid any attention to it, but waited impatiently for the calm to return so that we could reclaim our hole in the ground. This time, the Germans didn't succeed in taking any prisoners, the main goal of any trench raid, but their bombardment produced 20 casualties, killed and wounded, in the ranks of the 202nd Regiment. Not many for a bombardment like that one, for such an avalanche of projectiles, but always too many for those who lost their lives. After 4 days of so-called rest, we came back up to the front lines, more tired than before we came away from them. In our lodgings we were badly allotted. We had to pile up 2 squads in a redoubt where one squad would have had trouble fitting. In the middle of this so-called redoubt, which was nothing more than a roofed-over crossroads of trenches, there was a big barrel of gasoline which Poilu ingenuity had turned into a stove. It was central heating of sorts. Only 4 men could stand around it at one time and benefit from the soothing heat that it emitted. These 4 privileged places were reserved for the sentries, chilled to the bone, who had just come back from spending 2 hours of suffering at the listening posts. One day, the Sergeant Major made his twice-a-month appearance in the trench to pay off our pittances of salaries. He came only for that opportunity. For him, there was a lot of money to be made in this. In a calm sector, he even pushed boldness and imprudence as far as coming to pay the poilus at the farthest outposts. That same day, some of the Bretons, whom I believe would have sold their souls for a cask of wine, decided to transform their pay into bidons, containers of pinard, which the rationers went to seek at the co-op, without a care for the shells that often rained on the Varennes road they had to follow and the clearings they had to cross. In the afternoon, the drinking bout began. A Breton declared that if someone would bet him a few litres of wine, he would shave off his moustaches, fine moustaches like those which our Gallic ancestors wore. The bet was made, and in the midst of the joy of general hilarity, the face of the Breton was changed into that of a coachman or a Benedictine friar. A second Breton offered his moustaches up in sacrifice for some jugs of Grappier-Bourg juice, then a third, then a fourth. I lost count. It was such a large number of bidons of pinard consumed that almost all of them were drunk, and 2 or 3 were dead drunk. They fell into arguing, shouting, singing all at once, just as if they were in a peaceful corner of their Brittany. The sergeant who was with us was in despair at not being able to quiet them down, fearing an officer making his rounds or a German patrol coming to see what was happening. In this sector, the terrain was riddled with mine shafts. It was like being on top of a volcano, always ready to blow its top. For the reasons I mentioned above, we were under orders to pull back to the second lines at 2 in the morning. It was no small task to gather up all these drunkards. At a forward listening post, 2 sentries had passed out and refused to come along. Others wandered in the labyrinth of boyo. With the terror-stricken sergeant, we really had to beat the bushes to try to find them, which didn't work. If by misfortune a mine had gone off that night, what would have been our responsibility, humble grades, non-coms, to have left men up at the front line despite formal orders? Luckily that night there was neither a mine detonation nor an officer's rounds, and the next day we were all together again. The drunks were ashamed of their conduct and promised never to do that again, until the next opportunity, no doubt. On February 5th, a company of the 248th Regiment was given orders to make an incursion into the German lines. We couldn't just sit there twiddling our thumbs, and we had dispatches to feed. This company was the 15th, commanded by young Captain Guillot, who had acquired a well-deserved reputation for bravery in the 296th. Almost all of the men had followed him to the 15th Company of the 248th, which had been practically wiped out at the Bois-le-Chaume. It was now a company made up of Southerners within a Breton regiment. Guillot's company appeared to be the elite unit of the regiment. In fact, it was capable of carrying out difficult missions where others had failed. Why so? Were its men hand-picked to be the bravest, the most devoted? No, there was no warrior quality which distinguished them from the masses of Poilus, but they loved their young captain, who treated them all like comrades, who indulged them in their peccadilloes, who kept them out of whatever drudgery he could, work details, parades, drills, all those things that soldiers hate. He was no prouder of his medals and his stripes than the lowliest private was of the unadorned sleeves of his coat, when he was the first to leap over the parapet and dash towards the enemy lines. He didn't need to look back to see if he was being followed. Not one man stayed back in the trench. Southerners within a Breton regiment, Guillot's company appeared to be the elite unit of the regiment. In fact, it was capable of carrying out difficult missions where others had failed. Why so? Were its men hand-picked to be the bravest, the most devoted? No, there was no warrior quality which distinguished them from the masses of Poilus, but they loved their young captain, who treated them all like comrades, who indulged them in their peccadilloes, who kept them out of whatever drudgery he could, work details, parades, drills, all those things that soldiers hate. He was no prouder of his medals and his stripes than the lowliest private was of the unadorned sleeves of his coat, when he was the first to leap over the parapet and dash towards the enemy lines. He didn't need to look back to see if he was being followed. Not one man stayed back in the trench. All morning long, our big caliber batteries, hidden in the woods, rained destructive fire on the German lines and their batteries, which kept silent. At noon, the firing from our artillery redoubled in violence. The assault company, Guillot at its head, following the edges of the shell holes, reached the German forward listening posts in a few bounds. We saw men, bent double in the nearly filled-up boyau, infiltrating toward the enemy's second trench lines. Then they were lost from our view. They all came back, with not one killed or wounded, having scooped up 25 prisoners and 5 machine guns. The Germans had offered no resistance to speak of. Their subsequent artillery fire was very feeble. In the regiment there were only 2 victims. 2 rationers, inoffensive and peaceable, were utterly blown to bits while bringing up food for the squads. This lucky trench raid cost us only 2 dead, for nothing. The next day, February 6th, the regiment left the trenches for 2 weeks. Our company set itself up near the mobile field kitchens in the Memoir ravine, where we spent only one night. 1918. Argonne, work in the forest, up to the lines again, incidents and accidents. A few days earlier, the dictator Clemenceau had spoken about calling up some older conscript classes to undertake various defensive works, in anticipation of a big German offensive everyone was talking so much about. Due to the deplorable effect produced across the country by this announcement, he had decided instead to get this work done by Poilus, already spending the winter on the front lines, under the heading of relaxation. That is how, the very day after our arrival at the Memoirs ravine, our captain called us together and gave each section its work assignment. He alone had nothing to do. The section I was assigned to was charged with cutting down trees in the woods near Neufort. They didn't ask if this was our profession, but it is understood that a soldier should know how to do everything, at least in theory. We traversed a dozen kilometers of muddy, barely passable roads, accompanied by chilly rain showers. After 3 or 4 hours walking, we arrived at the village of Les Petites Islettes, where we were posted in support of an artillery unit. These artillerymen who formed the garrison of Petites Islettes were surprised by our arrival, which hadn't been announced to them. The consequence of this oversight was that nothing had been foreseen about where we would lodge or what we would eat. We had to wait a couple of hours before somebody decided to give us a few cans of sardines, along with, for dessert, a bucket of jam to dip a piece of bread into. Then they conducted us to some cabins made of planks, built at the edge of the forest. What did this group of artillerymen, without cannon, do in this village of around 50 inhabitants? This group was called a section of infantry munitions. Its role consisted of bringing up supplies from a nearby station to the neighbouring village of Neufort, where the ammunition depot of our regiment could be found. And for this ridiculous assignment there were, in this village, a good 60 horses and 150 men, with, at their head, a big-bellied captain, a pomaded lieutenant, adjutants, sergeant majors, quartermaster sergeants, billet assigners, miscellaneous employees, all of them plump, fresh, and rosy-cheeked. The simple mortals of the artillery, enjoying more meagre fare, had a less flowery look about them. From morning to evening, they took care of their horses and those of the numerous striped sleevers, or carried out work details. For 3.5 years of war, this privileged group hadn't had one casualty, despite their village being within easy reach of German cannon. Not a shell, not a piece of shrapnel had fallen on them. These embusques died only of sickness. The next day, 2 forest guards, young and vigorous, who looked down on us and spoke dryly, spelled out our duties. We had to cut down trees and transform them on the spot into logs, fence posts, mine shaft walls, firewood, etc., all tallied up, measured, down to the smallest twig or stick or wood, not for us to be paid. We worked gratis, but to quantify each day's work, which they never found to be sufficient. During our stay in this place, I can tell you that the isolated Bretons, far from any officers or non-coms, indulged in drunken binges, which could only lead to tragic consequences. One night, one of them fired all the cartridges in his revolver, at the risk of wounding some comrade, and struck terror in the village where the firing could be heard. The captain of the embusques, who perhaps hadn't heard the gunshots closely enough, spoke the next day only about sending the drunkard in front of a court-martial. One evening, 2 Bretons who bunked with me in the same cabin left for Neufort to go drinking. At midnight, I was tossed out of bed by the noise of the door opening loudly. At the same time, someone stumbled on top of me, uttering Breton curse words, "Fil den Dieu, son of God, mu mama, my soul, my Dieu, my lady." I rolled the drunkard to the other end of the barrack. He tripped over sleepers, who gave him a warm. One night, one of them fired all the cartridges in his revolver, at the risk of wounding some comrade, and struck terror in the village where the firing could be heard. The captain of the embusques, who perhaps hadn't heard the gunshots closely enough, spoke the next day only about sending the drunkard in front of a court-martial. One evening, 2 Bretons who bunked with me in the same cabin left for Neufort to go drinking. At midnight, I was tossed out of bed by the noise of the door opening loudly. At the same time, someone stumbled on top of me, uttering Breton curse words, "Fil den Dieu, son of God, mu mama, my soul, my Dieu, my lady." I rolled the drunkard to the other end of the barrack. He tripped over sleepers, who gave him a warm welcome. I lit my candle. "Where did you leave your comrade?" I asked him. I don't know, he stammered. And he passed out in a corner like an inert mass. An hour later, some artillerymen living in a shelter halfway from the village came to tell us that they heard some moaning and groaning in the area. That couldn't be anyone but our second drunkard. Carrying a lantern, there we were in the dark of night, very cold, drowned in fog, searching for this boozer who, no doubt having fallen asleep, gave no signs of life. We couldn't find him. The next day, at dawn, he showed up, and in what a state! He'd been rolling around in muddy potholes, then had fallen asleep according to the natural laws of drunkenness, protected from the cold by Bacchus, the god of drunkards. This quiet and solitary life in the middle of the woods pleased me greatly. Only in the evenings did sadness overcome me, alone, without a comrade. In the dark, cold cabin which the Bretons had abandoned in search of Pinard, it was no fun. Sometimes I went to spend the evening at the Foyer du Soldat, Soldier's Retreat, in Les Islettes. There, for 3 sous, you could drink a mug of café au lait or hot chocolate. There was a fireplace, books and newspapers. I would spend 2 or 3 hours there, in the warmth and the light, but it was a 7-kilometre trip each way to cover in the night time. But our apprenticeship as woodcutters was coming to an end. The 248th Regiment had to go back up to the front lines, and on February 21st, after supper, we left to rejoin the 18th Company at the Meurissant Ravine. A van carried our packs, and I had the good luck to be picked to accompany the driver, who didn't know the route. The others had to take the connecting roads. It was somewhat moving to follow this route across the dark Argonne forest which, more than a century before, the unlucky fugitive King Louis XVI had followed. But unlike him, we couldn't reach Varennes. Our friends the Germans had established themselves solidly there. We stopped at the dugouts which the 18th Company occupied, where we spent only one night. The next day we went to occupy reserve shelters built into the slopes of one of the Mamelon's nipples, which bordered the valley of the Bisme. This place was called Le Chalet. There was a real little village, dugouts, cabins, hangars, little chalets, supply dumps, and a Tacote train station. Night and day there was an intense level of activity, and this just a few hundred metres from the German listening posts. But the sharp declivities of the valley's terrain didn't permit the German gunners, clever as they were, to drop a shell on us. But one detail was hardly reassuring. All the trees were dead. A hideous yellow coating covered their trunks, clearly indicating that a deadly cloud of poison gas had passed by there. Our section was exclusively devoted to making ribards. The war will have had this one good result, enriching the dictionary with new words. Those who will look up the definition will learn that a ribard is composed of prickly barbed wire rolled around iron loaf-shaped cores. After dark, you'd go out by moonlight and toss these ribards between the lines. In summertime, this work duty was somewhat entertaining, but handling this prickly barbed wire with fingers blue with cold, several degrees below zero, if you please, we would have preferred to be standing guard at the outposts. There are folks who find the 8-hour day too short. I'd like to see them rolling ribards in the Argonne in the dead of winter. On March 9th we moved out, still in reserve, and headed for Les Sapins, Pine Tree's position. This was now the 4th winter I'd spent in the trenches. I was more and more worn out, bone-tired. I looked so bad that the captain and my section chief, taking pity, exempted me from daily work details. Along with some pipsqueaks and other worn-out guys, we did our chores in the shelters and peeled potatoes with the cooks. Every morning I mustered the sick, including some who were better off than I was, and led them to sick bay under a big, comfortable tent. There was an infirmary where they took care of the slightly wounded and the sick who were under observation. At that time it cost you plenty in order to be evacuated altogether from the trench lines. You had to have broken legs or arms, or a fever like a horse. The height of comfort, a board-certified dentist with stripes on his sleeves gave dental care. This tooth puller had plenty of work. First of all, it was free of charge, and then, for those chosen as patients, there was the precious opportunity to miss a morning of work. During our sojourn at Les Sapins, there was a tragic series of accidents. In a long, tunnel-like shelter, 100 men slept on iron-frame bunk beds in 2 tiers. On the iron mesh bed frames, everyone spread out armfuls of ferns and straw. One night, a drunken Breton lit his bunk on fire, which spread to adjacent ones. The tunnel filled with flames and a lot of smoke. All the occupants of the tunnel were able to get out, except for the guy who had started the fire. They found him dead of smoke inhalation. The next day, our Caporal d'Ordinaire and our Sergeant Fourier, quartermaster sergeant, on a spree fueled by the company's Pinard, were playing around with a revolver when all of a sudden it went off, and the bullet went through the Caporal d'Ordinaire's arm, and he was evacuated. A few days later, a guy was cleaning his automatic revolver when it went off, and the bullet, he didn't know it was in the gun, struck a corporal in the belly. He died the next day at the field hospital. This was Corporal Mons, one of my old comrades from the 296th Regiment, a husband and father. He was from Ornessons, Aude. Clearly, these automatic pistols were dangerous toys for their owners. They probably killed more Frenchmen than Germans during this war. At Les Sapins, they set up a very well-stocked co-op. There you could buy fresh fish, coquillages, shrimp, oysters, and escargots, as well as lots of other things to eat. They even sold marrons, chestnuts, which a clever Poilu with an Auvergnat accent and appearance was roasting in a perforated tin can and offering to everyone hot marrons, 6 for a sou. On the night of March 20th to 21st, the division was relieved and pulled back from the sector. The companies had to be dispersed farther back from the front on a large expanse to carry out defensive works. We were under the threat of a major German offensive, but we didn't know where the onslaught of fire and steel would fall upon us. We lived in anxiety, like a scrawny little bird sitting under a leaf, waiting for the onset of a violent storm. Our company was picked to be stationed in the village of Les Islettes, wielding picks and shovels while awaiting the big blow. Argonne, 1918, Les Islettes, the final German offensive, departure, Saint-Ménehould, Orve. My strength was diminishing day by day, and each relief was a nightmare because often I couldn't keep up with my comrades. That evening, I made a great effort to arrive at the same time as they did, because it wasn't any fun to be looking for your squad's campsite in the dark, and you were sure to have the worst spot if you arrived last. At midnight, we entered Les Islettes. They ordered us to form up in bunches. To my astonishment, I noticed that I didn't have my rifle. I had left it at Les Petites Islettes, where we had taken our last rest break. What a warrior I was, forgetting my sacred weapon in a ditch beside the road. Without breathing a word to anyone, I made my way back to Les Petites Islettes under a magnificent full moon. I ran into a group of non-coms from the company who had stayed back to give guidance to our replacements. Among them was my section chief, Sub-Lieutenant X, who recognized me and said, "Where are you going, Barthas?" "To our last rest stop. I forgot something and I'm going back to get it." So what is it? Might as well speak frankly, I thought. It's my rifle that I forgot. "Your rifle? My God," said the officer, sputtering with surprise. "How did you manage to do that?" "I was so tired, Lieutenant, that I wasn't thinking when I got back on the road." "Well, go find it, at least," said the lieutenant, with more solicitude than menace in his voice. My rifle was right where I had left it. Quietly, with barely enough strength in my legs to carry me the 4 kilometers, I rejoined my comrades, who had been worried about my disappearance, at the campsite. There were only a few inhabitants left at Les Islettes. The village was frequently bombarded, but there must have been some pretty lackluster gunners on duty, because very few of the houses were struck by shells. Every day the company went out to dig trenches. To stimulate the workers' zeal, we were paid at a fixed rate for the job, but nobody made a fortune. The strongest ones earned only 15 sous a day. Clemenceau got up early for the Poilus. Next day, my lieutenant was up early to see if I had found my flingot rifle, literally pea shooter. It had been bothering him all night long. Basically, he was a good man, and seeing me wasting away, he exempted me from going on work details. All I had to do was to accompany the sick to sick bay. Meanwhile, the war had ended on the Russian front. Germany was marshalling all its forces for a supreme effort on our front. It was around Amiens that the main hammer blow fell, but from the North Sea to the Vosges, the Germans unleashed an impressive effort. Every night their planes bombed railway stations near the front. Their batteries fired on roads and villages incessantly. Shells fell on Paris. Mine explosions, gas attacks, nothing was spared to sow terror, fear, discouragement. One day at roll call they said to us, "All leaves are cancelled." How heavy with menace that sentence was for all of us. So laconic, yet such a blow for those who were going on home leave that very day or the next day. I know some who had given their families such joy in announcing their impending leave. and who only got home once the war ended between 4 pinewood boards. On March 23rd and 24th, the village of Les Islettes was heavily shelled. All of the units based in the village were quickly moved out. In the night of the 24th to 25th, blessed with an accursed full moon, the Gothas flew over several times and dropped their bombs, trying to destroy the railway and the station. 2 or 3 bombs fell barely 100 meters from our billet, which we had to abandon and then spend the night outdoors. Better to risk a touch of bronchitis than to be guillotined, disemboweled, or blown to bits. On March 27th, we were put on alert. We spent the whole day at the ready, our arms stacked. Finally, about 5 p.m., we got our orders setting our departure on foot for 6 the next morning. At 8 a.m. on March 28th, we marched through Saint-Menehould, which offered a sad spectacle. This city had been spared by the Germans up to this point by a strange whim, but for 5 or 6 days now, volleys of shells had fallen. The inhabitants scrambled to get away, like fleeing a cataclysm, some with wagons, some with handcarts or wheelbarrows, or some just carrying on their own backs what they considered most indispensable. In streets and neighborhoods not yet shelled, the inhabitants hesitated to leave. It's not easy to quit your home, your work, your daily routine, to head out into adventures and misadventures. The fact that we were leaving made an impression on the civilians and bothered them. "Why are you leaving us? Why are you abandoning us?" they said. To the contrary, our departure should have reassured them. If we were being sent elsewhere, it was because our bosses didn't think there'd be an attack right here. As we left the village, an old lady came up to us, carrying something in her apron. They were some eggs which she handed out to us. As I passed by, I managed to snatch one. It's a small thing, an egg, but we were very touched by it. This poor old lady was giving up something necessary for her to give us this offering. How a gift is made is more important than the gift itself. This was a tough march. Around noon, despite my comrades from time to time carrying my rifle for me, I had to fall out of rank. Our lieutenant told me to keep up as best I could, simply suggesting that I take charge of the laggards at the rear, who were becoming more and more numerous. They were counting on me to buck up the laggards. About 4 p.m., after 10 hours of marching without much of a break, we arrived in a village called Auvon, the Auve River, southwest of Saint-Menehould. We were lodged in wood-plank barracks. When I got there, I collapsed in a heap without having the strength to take off my gear. My comrades had to pull the pack off my aching shoulders. The captain came to tell us that we had to get to bed early. Next day's march would be even longer. This hardly encouraging news spurred me to go to sick call, to try to get exempted from carrying a pack the next day. Just as I got there, the Major, medical officer, was just closing up. At the sight of me, he got angry. "Another one of them? Why didn't you get here earlier?" "Monsieur le Major, I couldn't keep up with my comrades. I've only just arrived in Auve." "Hold on," he said to his caporal infirmier, medical corporal. "Let's evacuate this one too, otherwise he'll be nagging us every day. But I'm sure there's nothing wrong with him. It's just that we have to get rid of these people who don't want to do anything," he said in rising anger. My self-interest should have led me to keep quiet and play the idiot, but I was stung and I responded, "Monsieur le Major, since 1914 I've never been evacuated, but now I'm at the end of my strength." "And what about me?" shouted the two-bib doctor. "I've been at it since 1914. I've been in Belgium and everywhere else." He didn't even ask what was wrong with me. To his scribe, when he asked what he should put down on my card, he said, "He's got nothing wrong. Put down whatever you want." And turning to me, "Be back here in 20 minutes with all your gear, or else I'm not evacuating you. Do you hear?" "Yes," I heard just fine. Despite his unjustified anger toward me, despite his insults, I would have hugged this man's knees, kissed his hands. With wobbly legs, I stumbled back to the cantonment. The squad was eating dinner. The old-timer Sonnes from the Gers, department west of Toulouse, grumbled to me, "Well, where have you been hanging out? Too bad for you, we couldn't wait for you. Eat up, friends, don't worry about me. I'm leaving right away. I'm being evacuated." At these words, forks hung suspended in mid-air. Dumbstruck, the men gazed at me, then their hands reached out to me. I saw their eyes get moist, their voices trembled a little. Would we ever see each other again? Had I really won a bit of esteem, of affection from these gloomy Bretons, always aloof from those who aren't of their race? For as long as I'd been among them, I'd given them all my tobacco and my ration of Niol hooch, precious gifts for the Bretons. That might have had something to do with their regret at my departure. The most afflicted was my friend Sonnes, the only one of the squad from the Midi, same age as me, just as worn out, my companion bringing up the rear in all the relief details, all the marches. "So," he said to me in a reproachful tone, "you're abandoning me. Tomorrow I'll be the only laggard." Deeply moved, I embraced him, and not finding the words to say, I left, without a look back, and joined the lame and the halt at the police post. There were 10 of us. By a curious twist of fate, 2 were old comrades from my very first squad when I arrived at the front in 1914. They were Donadiles from the Tarn, who had just pulled a lucky sprain while horsing around with a comrade, and Sarjus from Toulouse, whose feet had gotten bloody the previous winter. They led us to an ambulance, field hospital, which was near the village. It was made up of about 50 barracks buildings, capable of housing more than 2,000 wounded. But at that time, there were more doctors and nurses than sick. It was farther away from where the storm was bursting and human flesh was being shredded. They gave me a nice, soft bed, which I stretched out on with delight. It's not that I was spoiled. This was the first time on the front lines since 1914 that I slept in a real bed. In the morning, I heard the regiment waking up in the village, getting ready to leave. In a driving rain, they marched out on the road alongside the barracks. I pitied my poor comrades. That spoiled my happiness. At 8 o'clock, the Major showed up. Nothing in common with the brute who'd evacuated me. A sympathetic look, a soft word. He asked about my family, and was visibly moved when I told him I'd been manning the trenches since 1914. He prescribed rest and a fortifying diet for me. That's all that I was asking for. In the barracks, we were 40 or so of us on sick leave. Every part of the world, every race, every colour was represented. Moroccans, Annamites, Americans both white and black, Italians, etc., and 5 or 6 Frenchmen. When the conversations flowed, you heard quite a cacophony. No Poilus right from the trenches, though. They had been snagged in the fishnet, held back in regimental and divisional field stations, which sent them back to their frontline squads as soon as they were healed, without a single day of leave. Farther to the rear, behind a capriciously drawn line parallel to the front, the sick and the wounded benefited from at least 10 days of convalescence. Happily for me, the Ove Field Hospital was on the right side of the demarcation line, and you could get 10 days of convalescence at home, with the condition that you had to have been there at the hospital at least 10 days. That's what everyone hoped for, and it was rare that the medical officers sent them away without granting the full 10 days, except for the Americans and the Annamites, whom they couldn't exactly send to San Francisco or Hanoi for 10 days. On April 6th, they decided to evacuate me to Chalon-sur-Marne. My buddies treated me like a lucky devil. It seemed I had a stroke of rare good luck. I was following the right path, the one that took me away from the front lines. I owed this happy decision to my skeletal skinniness and the help of the head corpsman for whom I'd done some small favours, updating his logbook, cleaning the room, etc. That same day, at noon, I embarked from the Uve train station with 2 big Moroccan troopers evacuated like me and put in my charge. This was easy duty since these 2 Lascars weren't about to escape. For them, a stay in hospital was a pasha's life. I was supposed to drop one of them off along the way, at the village field hospital in Saint-Hilaire-au-Temple. At the Saint-Hilaire station, I gave him his papers and asked him to get off the train, but he didn't understand a word of French, nor did his comrade, and it took a long time for him to comprehend. When he finally got it, he refused to get off. He didn't want to leave his compatriot. Luckily, 2 gendarmes who were on duty there succeeded in getting him out of the compartment. The train left 10 minutes late. At 3 p.m., the train entered the station at Chalons. It gave me goosebumps to see what condition the station was in, since from the start of the German offensive, the Gothas came almost every night and dropped a few bombs right on it. I had to present myself at the first aid station. It took a while to find it because it had helpfully moved its location. During the half hour it took me to ferret it out in a Guituna funk hole dug into the railway embankment. Some Pandors, military policemen, intrigued by the distracted air of my Moroccan companion, hauled him off to the police station, despite his vain and unintelligible protests. I freed him from the clutches of the gendarmes who had taken him for a deserter. A minute later we made our entrance to the Février hospital. A paper scratcher put me through an interrogation worthy of a prosecutor. He even asked me what religion I professed in case I left the hospital in a pine box so they'd know who to send along with me, a priest, a pastor, a rabbi, or maybe I wanted to take the journey all by myself. They planned ahead at this hospital. I was then led to a building called Pavilion B and pushed into a room where I barely had time to read on the door the not very reassuring label saying bronchitis patients. All those with tuberculosis went by this name of bronchitis patients. Less frightening, they supposed. Next morning, 9 a.m., we had a visit from a vulgar-looking medical officer with a scowling face, stingy with his words, which were often harsh and hurtful, also stingy with medication. "He's a scab," my bunkmates often said. "He hates Poilus and thinks we're all liars. If he alone were in charge, nobody would spend any time here at all." He hardly deigned to look at me and hear my story. He moved on to the next one. "What shall I put down for him?" asked the head nurse who followed him, notebook in her hand. "Why, nothing at all," said this poor excuse for a medical officer, optimistically. "He isn't sick. Since he doesn't seem to be digesting well, we could give him a little eau de Val's brand of mineral water," the nurse insisted. "Not at all. I've told you, he isn't sick. Just put him on a light diet." Now there was a good prescription for fattening me up. I guess he didn't think I was skinny enough. Nevertheless, the nurse whispered to me, "I'll get you something." In this hospital we were taken care of by nurses, most of whom were young and pretty. There was also a swarm of housekeepers, cooks, laundresses, etc. The menial jobs were done by Anamites. I guess the bosses thought they were doing them a favour and an honour, and giving them a sense of doing something worthwhile, by making them empty the spittoons and clean the latrines. Our ward nurse looked to be about 25. I don't know whether she was reserving all her warmth and kindness for the love of her life, but she was somewhat cold and distant to the patients. She showed up in the ward only to make her rounds, and then she disappeared right away. One day the doctor, making his rounds, roughly yanked the bedding off a patient and yanked his nightshirt up. The nurse had been looking elsewhere, but when her eyes suddenly fell upon this specimen of a man in the state of Adam, she turned bright red with embarrassment and did a quick pirouette, just as if a snake had bitten her on the heel. This didn't go down well with the patients, who criticised her when she left the ward. They said that a nurse doing her duty with true heart and devotion shouldn't show any repugnance. One morning we had a visit to the ward from the hospital's chief doctor, Dr. Dejonc, who before the war had run a clinic in Paris, a venerable figure radiating intelligence with sparkling, gimlet-sharp eyes. He gave everyone a good, hard look, stopping here and there to find out what was up. "And this one, what's wrong with him?" he said, pointing to a new arrival proposed for non-combat service. "Basta! Enough," replied our ward's major. "Nothing at all, I don't see anything wrong with him." But the doctor was already bending over, tapping the patient on the chest. "What?" he said, standing up straight. "You don't find anything? Give him a tap, here and here." But the other one persisted in hearing nothing, understanding nothing. With a dry tone, the doctor said to his colleague, who was turning from red to deep crimson, "I don't want to make this one out to be sicker than he really is, but there is something wrong with him. As for you, I think you're going deaf." If we had dared, we would have applauded these words with all our hearts, but the mocking looks we exchanged with each other were full of significance. Every Saturday, the medicine chef himself examined in his office the sick men who had arrived during the week and passed judgment on their fates. That's how I got my turn to appear before this eminent person, at whose side stood our ward's major, who declared, as soon as he saw me, that I had nothing wrong with me, that I was complaining about vague aches and pains. He didn't know precisely where, nor apparently did I know. I protested, thin as I was, that I was on my last ounce of strength, worn out by uninterrupted duty in the trenches since 1914. "Come on," the médecin chef said to me soothingly. "You haven't saved France all by yourself. You haven't spent 3.5 years at the Petit Poste." "No, Monsieur le Major, but 3.5 years in a regiment holding the front lines, where I spent 4 long winters." He got me to undress, to lie down on a table. Then he listened to my chest. "Yes," he said, "this man is worn out. We're going to send him to the rear." Then I just had to wait my turn to depart, the trains sanitaires, hospital trains, being infrequent. I wouldn't have been in a particular hurry to leave Chalons, except for the nocturnal visits by the sinister Gothas, which were destroying the city bit by bit. The tenacious inhabitants who nevertheless remained were obliged to seek shelter every evening in underground cellars 2 kilometers from the city. This daily exodus of people, of women, old men, children, carrying their blankets, their mattresses, their pillows, their cradles, was truly lamentable. With the arrival of night, a gloomy solitude, a deathly silence, weighed down upon the city, which seemed altogether dead. But the hospitals couldn't be evacuated, and nothing could protect us. We were at the mercy of the Gothas. Doors and windows were locked to keep us from fleeing. You can imagine our fright, our anguish when we heard the sinister birds of death droning over our heads. But during my stay there, no bomb fell on the hospital or the immediate neighbourhood. One night I felt my blanket being pulled off me. I lit a match and shuddered with horror. My neighbour was vomiting gobs of blood from his mouth and his nose, which gushed out onto my bunk. It was a young Parisian with lungs burned by poison gas. He couldn't speak, and pulled my blanket off to wake me up. I quickly ran to the ward's office, where an Annamite guard was on duty, or rather was dozing, and after 5 minutes of wild gestures to get him to understand, sent him to find the night duty nurse. Very soon a nurse and a major were at the sick man's bedside. A few injections, a few compresses stopped the hemorrhaging for now, but every day thereafter he spat up blood, and when I left Chalons he was dying. Finally, April 21st, it was my turn to leave Chalons, destination unknown. The next day the train was in the Brotteaux station in Lyon, where we were served a meal. We were very happy to be hospitalized in this big city, where we thought a bevy of beautiful ladies and ravishing young girls would be clamouring to take care of us. But we had to be disabused of these notions. Our meals digested, we got back on the train, which headed for Grenoble. Before we left Chalons, they gave each of us an envelope to be handed over when we got to our destination, containing our diagnosis. This envelope was sealed, but naturally every one of us broke his open without the slightest scruple. I read on my card, general fatigue, suspicious rattles in the upper right lung. Well, this diagnosis wasn't very reassuring, neither was that of most of my comrades. But it didn't seem possible to us that after all the bursting shells, machine guns, poison gas, exploding mines, etc., one could die just from getting sick. That was just too silly. Joy was on all our faces. You'd have thought we were just ordinary folks leaving on a holiday train trip, and not a train of tubercular, hernia, or cardiac patients. In the afternoon, our train dropped us off in the little town of Bourgoin in the Isère département. We were driven to a convalescent hospital installed within the buildings of a mill and foundry where several hundred men and women were employed, right beside the vast park and chateau of the proprietor, Monsieur Dideric's. We were the guests of one of the biggest war profiteers. At his own expense, he funded this hospital as a deduction from his profits. At Chalons, we'd been shut up like prisoners. Here, in contrast, complete freedom to wander around town or the countryside, any time between the morning rounds and the evening roll call at 9 p.m. Like at Auve, like at Chalons, and doubtless like everywhere else, I observed that out of 100 patients, at least 50 had nothing wrong with them, or hardly anything. They exploited or exaggerated some little fault in their well-being, or faked or pretended some small illness, using techniques which were whispered along by word of mouth, from coming down with a fever and rattling the bronchial tubes, to making your eyes red or making pus come out of your ears, at the risk of going deaf or blind. I'd have been curious to know how many dressing stations, field hospitals, and clinics functioned during the war, and how many patients or pseudo-patients they sheltered, along with legions of nurses, orderlies, stretcher-bearers, medical officers, pencil pushers. And out there, in the forward observation posts, there often weren't enough men to relieve the sentries who had to do double shifts watching from their firing steps. But you'd have to admit that there were plenty who really were sick. The gassed, the tubercular, the weak-hearted, they formed the majority. I had as my bunkmate a fellow who had epileptic seizures resulting from shellfire. These attacks would seize him suddenly when he least expected them, while playing cards, or in bed, or in the middle of a quiet conversation. He rolled on the floor like a madman, eyes bulging out of their sockets, teeth clattering, foaming at the mouth. Once back to his senses, he didn't remember what had happened. He didn't once dare to venture into town. He would walk only in the park of the chateau, where I would accompany him. In my ward, there was also a young man named Joseph, whom you could have called Josephine because practically everything about him was ladylike, high voice, round breasts, beardless face, curvy hips. Only about 1/10 of him was male, the part that would permit him to exercise his masculine duties. The major had said to him, "I don't know why they called you up. I can't tell if you're a man or a woman." This poor Joseph, we called him Jojo, told me that he was worried about being sent home on convalescent leave. His parents were dead, and his 2 sisters made clear that it would be a big bother for them to take him in. He also had a brother who was a priest, but who didn't want him around because he had a young niece at home. "As if I'd be any danger," he said with tears in his eyes. "Me, almost a woman myself." The truth was that in their household, growing up, Jojo was Mama's and Papa's favourite, and the others were jealous and had no love for him. I told him about the work of the Paraines, godfathers of Neuilly. I wrote up a request for him, which was accepted, and he was able to have his convalescence in a place like that. In any hospital, those who were merely sick, whether cured or not, soon had to make room for new arrivals, more and more numerous in these months of steadily worse and worse combat before the war's end. But anyone who could make himself useful doing any kind of chores could stay the maximum length of time, that's to say 2 months, followed by a long convalescent leave. As for myself, I made myself useful in the hospital office. That's how I was able to meet the section's chief medical officer, a redoubtable person who could determine your fate with the stroke of his pen. "What?" he said to me. "You haven't had a day of sick leave since 1914? That's not possible." "Monsieur le Major, I've had a couple of little discomforts, but I was determined not to be evacuated." This bombastic statement pleased him no end, and he told me, "Well, we're going to give you the nice long rest you deserve." He first wanted to send me to a sanatorium. I made a face. Sure, it would be better to live with unfortunate people coughing out their lungs than to die alongside the able-bodied in the trenches. Nevertheless, what I really wanted, not having seen my loved ones in 6 months, was to leave right away for home. I explained to the Major that I lived in the country, and the fresh air and the care of my family would restore me completely in no time. This considerate Major recommended 2 months of convalescence, which the medical board approved 2 days later. With a heart full of joy, I left Bourgoin on June 8th, having spent a month and a half of quiet rest, away from the horrors of the front. 1918, convalescence, Paris, Guingamp, garrison life. I left Bourgoin at 8 in the evening. At 10, I was in Lyon, at the Gare Parache, where there was a huge crowd of military men of all branches and all colours, despite home leaves having been suspended. It was hard to find a place in the huge dining hall where, for modest prices, you could get food, fruit and drink at the guichets, shop windows. No train for Poilu until 7 in the morning, but at 1 a.m. a first-class train was due to pass through, bound for the Côte d'Azur, which wouldn't even pick up civilian passengers at the Lyon station. I overheard some Marseillais plotting to work their way onto this train of privileged types. I joined in with them. As soon as the train started to pull out, we threw ourselves against the platform gates just as if we were storming an enemy position. And there we were, on the train, before the station employees could stop us. The strict conductors took down our names and numbers and vowed we'd be put off at the next stop, Valence, and be handed over to the military authorities. At Valence, we disembarked quietly. But just like at Lyon, as soon as the train started up again, we made a dash for the gates. This time, most of us were held back by the station crews repulsing the assailants. I managed to fly through a gate which wasn't guarded and plunked myself down quietly at the end of a railway car corridor. I was duly warned that I would be put off at Avignon and handed over to the station police there, which left me utterly cold. I offered to pay my way. They refused. Even paying poilus weren't welcome on this train. It just would not do to have crude, dusty, muddy creatures like us offending the fine messieurs and their belles dames lounging on the soft banquette cushions. You should have seen the disdain with which they looked at me, crouched in my corner. Several times the conductors swore at me, threatened me. They were sturdy, healthy lads, and you'd be amazed to see such slackers. I wasn't shy about telling one of them so. Then came time for the déjeuner. From the Var-Gon restaurant, the obsequious waiters brought trays of plates to the pampered passengers. What a contrast between the luxury, the well-being of the insolent rich pursuing their pleasures, having a whole train to themselves, a few dozen parasites, and this soldier chewing on a crust of brown bread, viewed as an intruder, a mangy dog, a beggar. I could see for sure that my presence bothered them, spoiled their appetite, troubled their digestion. That's understood. For them I was a living reproach, though mute. I represented those who suffered, who were being tortured, who were dying in a hellish place to protect their property, their fortunes, their privileges. Here we are, at Avignon. As soon as the train stopped, a conductor marches me toward the police station. But here's a long freight train stopped in our path. While he's asking a yard worker if there's an underground passage, I sneak between two freight cars and hightail it away at full speed. I never saw that conductor again. An hour later, I left Avignon on an express train and was home that very evening. I'll skip over the 2 months I spent with my loved ones. Sometimes I went so far as to believe it was all over, that I had taken up my former life again, forever. But alas, August 10th, I had to put on my uniform once again. I'd thrown it in a corner and tear myself away from the affection of my family. But this time, the separation wasn't as cruel as before, because I wasn't going straight back to the front. I was taking the garrison route, this mysterious garrison duty, full of unknowns, object of the dreams of every Poilu on the front lines. But often it was only a short step to the training companies where there was no rest. 3 weeks later, you're on your way back to the trenches. The next day, at 10 a.m., I left for Paris, or Paname, as it was called by the Parisian poilus, who never called anything by its real name. At the station which bears the name of the massacre of Austerlitz, I wanted to take the metro which would get me to the Gare Montparnasse. I was amazed to be climbing a staircase. The metro ran right on top of the roof of the station. Funny, there I was, en route, or rather, en metro. We went along a viaduct overlooking a boulevard, then we barreled underground. I discovered that this train didn't go to the Gare Montparnasse. They advised me to get off at a stop, which brought me to an almost deserted boulevard. I had to ask 10 times for directions to the Gare Montparnasse. Once I got there, I had to climb a big staircase to reach the waiting room on the first floor, at the same level as the tracks. I saw written on a big board that the first train for Brest wouldn't be leaving until 8 p.m. I decided to explore the capital. After stowing my gear, I hopped on the first tram I saw leaving, which took me first to the Place de la Bastille, noteworthy only for the gloomy, bloody, or, if you like, glorious memories it evokes. There I jumped on another tram and then another one. By chance in my wanderings, I saw the law-making factory, the Chambre des Députés, which didn't seem to deserve the pompous title of palace. You'd think you were looking at a district court or a modest sub-prefecture with its pillars. I passed near the Eiffel Tower with its admiring crowds of American soldiers and the big Ferris wheel, which seemed like an enormous toy. I saw the towers of Notre Dame in profile and the front of the aristocratic Madeleine Church. I paraded indifferently through the Arc de Triomphe, walked down the Champs-Élysées and crossed the Place de la Concorde. I passed in front of the Cagnes hangout of patriotic President Poincaré, the Élysée Palace. Its exterior appearance disappointed me. It reminded me of a convent, a barracks, a prison surrounded by walls and low buildings. I'm sure I passed by many places worthy of being admired, but alone, without a guide, I had to be happy with seeing whatever fate had me come upon. Finally, I got lost, and I was going to miss my train. In fact, it left without me. Luckily, there was a half train, leaving 20 minutes after. These few hours of sightseeing in Paris allowed me to see the friendliness of Parisians, all very eager to offer directions. At the doors of shops where people were waiting in line, the Poilu went right to the front and was helped right away. 2 or 3 times the lady tram conductors pretended not to see me. One of them said to me, "Keep your 3 sous, my brother's a soldier too." I was shocked by what some Parisian women wore. Were they part of high society or respectable folk or the demi-monde, courtesans? I couldn't tell. Unbuttoned, hardly covered at all, bare arms and shoulders, their sole purpose seemed to be to please, to be noticed, to attract attention, to spark the desire of passers-by, and this at the time when anguish that was afflicting so many hearts, when so many eyes that were weeping hung in the balance. This left me scandalized, but nobody around me seemed to be bothered by it. Everyone seemed to find this perfectly natural. This was when the big Barthas shells were falling on Paris, but I don't think any struck during the day I was there. Here and there I saw a few damaged buildings. They lasted for a few days and ended long before Paris was turned into a pile of ruins. Besides, a falling shell didn't make a very big impression due to the incessant street noise in that huge city. The next day, at dawn, I was in Brittany. My eyes saw a rather monotonous landscape, woods, pastures, fields, succeeding each other, in the middle of which popped up, here and there, some farms with grey walls and thatched roofs. An indefinable melancholy pervaded this ancient terrain. At 6 in the morning I was at Guingamp, a city of 12,000 inhabitants. It stretched out in a long line, the train station at one end and the barracks where I was headed at the other. The walk was about 2 kilometres. The barracks looked just like any other. That's not where you find any marvels of architecture. Above the main entrance was inscribed Caserne de la Tour d'Auvergne. I wasn't particularly flattered to enter this place where such a great hero was honoured. I look on heroes with horror. Their hands are stained with blood. 19th Notebook, The End of the Nightmare. August 11th, 1918 to February 14th, 1919. After signing in on the official register, the true cogwheel of militarism, I went to the garrison, which was the headquarters of the 3 regiments of infantrymen of which the city of Guingamp was so proud. The barracks was reserved for the future heroes of the conscript class of 1920, which was finishing up its apprenticeship in the noble profession of arms. As for us, the greybeards, the leatherskins, the tough old guys of every shade and hue, we had to be content being housed in what had been the stables for remounts. There were no more than a half-dozen stallions still there, the care of which required the presence of 3 or 4 dozen embusques. I didn't receive a very warm welcome at the office. It seemed that I was arriving 3 days late. I had left home the day after my convalescence leave had expired. But there were several days which the dictator Clemenceau, to get the sick and the wounded back to the front lines more quickly, had decreed that any delays in travel would henceforth be included in the home leave or convalescence. I didn't know that, but no one is allowed to be ignorant of the law, even a decree. So they told me that I would be called before the generalissimo of all the troops in Guingamp, who would decide whether or not I'd be considered a deserter. Next day, I was sent to the barracks for the obligatory medical exam. Despite a gruff exterior and sour manner, the Major medical officer harboured a kind heart and did everything in his power to help the poilus. Observing my skinny body, my haggard features, the bags under my eyes, and learning that I'd been evacuated for the first time in 4 years, he said to me, "Good man, Go get your gear, you're coming to the infirmary, you'll help work in the garden. The next day, I began my peaceful duties as assistant gardener, watering the cabbages and lettuce, pulling up potatoes, all kinds of things which appealed much more to my pacifist temperament than handling a rifle, grenades, and other homicidal devices. But back at the barracks, where my transfer to the infirmary had at first gone unnoticed, they looked for me everywhere, calling Barthas to appear before the commandant. They ended up deciding that I had indeed deserted for good, and they were about to alert all the police stations in the vicinity, when finally some clerk discovered on the sick roster that I'd gone back to the infirmary. The hospital or infirmary is a sacred temple, at the threshold of which the external power and discipline cease. I was saved. They didn't bother me any more about this. At the infirmary there reigned as absolute authority a young and pretty nurse called La Blanchette because she was dressed in white from head to toe. Every morning she would get all the patients to work, washing, scraping, sweeping the staircases, corridors, lavatories, etc. Nobody even thought of sleeping in. Anyone who tried to sneak out of these chores or question her authority didn't last long at the infirmary. But if you knew how to get into her good graces, you could spend 2 quiet months there. That's all the rules allowed. We were prisoners, in a way. Only on Sunday, from noon to 4 p.m, we were driven to the edge of Guingamp by a non-com and allowed to wander around the countryside. But this had less appeal than a nice afternoon spent at a bistro, but woe to anyone who had the bad luck of finding La Blanchette in his path. The next day the doors of the infirmary would be wide open for you. You were free to go. But from the infirmary prison, the only place you'd go would be a retraining camp, leading right to the hell of the front lines. One day, an order was posted that all grades, non-coms in the garrison, could, upon request, be assigned to Vitre to train the group of instructors of the conscript class of 1920, just about to be called up. This was like tossing up a lifesaver, 3 or 4 months assured, far from the bad stuff. I declared to the major that I was healed and I signed up. To be sure, I wasn't happy about learning how to teach a profession that I abhorred, but saving my life imposed this sacrifice. And then there was the attraction of a home leave of 7 days granted to all those who took up this assignment. I left that very evening. This time, passing through Paris, I visited the Palais des Invalides, but I couldn't see the red marble tomb of that great battler Napoleon I because it was covered with sandbags to protect it from enemy bombs. That would have been quite a paradox if the murderer who had never suffered a scratch during more than 100 battles would have been touched by a piece of metal a century later in his coffin. On September 8th, in the morning, I was back at Guingamp. That September 8th, the same day I got back from home leave, along with 30 corporals, sergeants and adjutants, I took the train to Vitre. At Saint-Brieuc, the station crew told us there was a 40-minute stop. I shared my compartment with 2 corporals whose names I've forgotten. These 2 decided to take a little tour of the town. Tired out, I decided not to join them. It's a good thing I didn't, because the train left sooner than we'd been told, before the return of my 2 companions. Arriving at Vitre, I reported this to the section chief, who gathered up all the gear of the 2 missing persons who were coming along on the next train and took it off the train. Nothing happened as a result. But what if I had followed my 2 comrades in Saint-Brieuc and all 3 of us had missed the train? No one would have missed us at Vitre, in the middle of the night, in a pouring rain, under nobody's authority, since Messieurs les officiers had granted themselves the right to get off at Rennes. Where would our knapsacks, canteens and weapons have gotten to? We would have been in a fine mess. At 9 in the evening we showed up at La Tremouille barracks, where our arrival took the guard detail completely by surprise and disturbed their sleep. The teams of instructors weren't supposed to arrive until the next day. As a result, we didn't get a very warm welcome. We had to skip supper and slept on beds without mattresses. We consoled ourselves with the thought that we'd seen plenty of those. The day after, our apprenticeship in the noble profession of soldiering began. From dawn to twilight, we were either in the barracks courtyard or snaking our way across the training field, with barely an hour of rest. Hardly enough time to wolf down something to eat, write a letter, look at a newspaper, all at full gallop. We spent hours doing to the left march, right face, showing off for a boss who was never satisfied with how smartly we clicked our heels, marching past him in full salute 20 times in a row, while he shouted commands to us so loudly as to burst a vein in his neck. It's tough enough to take these monkey shines when you're 20. What about at 40, after already doing your 3 years of military service and then 3 years on the front lines? I'd get red in the face with shame, but I did the best I could, so as not to be sent back for being an inept instructor. But from my very first days there, it was clear that I didn't have the proper military attitude. The officers reproached me for the lack of energy in my gestures, suppleness in my movements, but to fix those I'd need to change my wobbly legs and my aching back. Nevertheless, I got my revenge. Nature, in one of her rare gifts to me, had blessed me with a good memory. As daunting as I found the study of these stupidities and ineptitudes of military theory, I could spew out all the nonsense to the astonishment of the officers who couldn't have recited them to save their lives, and to that of my comrades, most of whom couldn't put 3 words together without looking like idiots. Every day there were choral sessions, and we sang going to and from the training field. It was forced cheerfulness. We had 2 priests with us who sang La Madeleine, Margoton, La Boulangère so often as to give you a headache. That didn't keep them from singing Mass every morning at a church in Vitre and getting paid for it. Vitre is a city of about 10,000 inhabitants. The people are Bretons because they're part of Brittany, but they aren't Breton in their customs or their language. They speak only French, and it would be a pretty good French if they didn't say, for example, Vitren for Vitre, Marchen for Marché, Sévignan for Sévigné, etc., for every word ending in E. Right in the city is the ancient, admirably conserved castle of the Seigneur de la Trémouille, the big brawler whom Vitre holds dear to its heart. At the base of this castle flows the Vilaine River, which deserves its name. Vilaine, ugly, nasty. It's not pretty to look at, with its muddy water, dirtied, they say, by factories located upstream. Vitre's local celebrity is Madame de Sévigné, who lived in the Château des Roches Noires, Blackrock Castle, a few kilometres outside town, a place of excursion and even pilgrimage for any traveller passing by. In the public garden at Vitre they've raised a statue of Madame de Sévigné. She's shown with an inoffensive pen in her hand. I much prefer that to a brandished sword, battle-axe or rifle. One day our officers were nice enough to drive us to the former Château des Roches Noires. We could see the writing room of the person who made this place famous. Everything was exactly the same as she left it. In one corner, her tiny wooden shoes were there to show how small her feet were. In the park, there was a sort of grotto which produced unexpected echoes. I shouted, "Vive la paix, long live peace." May this cry echo around the world and reach the ears of the people's false shepherds. One afternoon we were driven to the theatre of Vitre, not to see a performance but to hear a speech about American war aid, so as to boost our morale, which risked being sapped by the pacifist, or, as they called it, defeatist campaign which was rife at this time. So here was this young officer, Embusque, this charlatan of morale, pouring into our ears fantastic numbers of cannon, airplanes, tanks, Yankees armed to the teeth flooding in. At the end of each tirade, to conclude it, he cried out 2 or 3 times, "C'est formidable, c'est formidable, it's terrific." First came the smiles, then the muffled laughter, then the guffaws bursting forth irreverently. The officers had a hard time keeping a straight face, and the successor to de la Trémouille himself, the military governor of Vitre, chewed on his big grey moustaches. At the end, the speaker himself was caught up in the laughter which rocked the hall, and the conference ended in the midst of general hilarity. The funniest thing was that this emissary of Clemenceau had no idea about the reason for this hilarity, and continued to punctuate each of his sentences, full of conviction, with "C'est formidable, 1918, armistice, liberation, Meanwhile, the great drama was reaching its conclusion. Alone against 20 nations baying after her in a fantastic clamour, Germany, so proud in 1914, now on its knees, asked for mercy, asked for armistice. But this way of fleeing the war didn't appeal to the striped sleeves, who didn't have their fill of crosses, medals, stars, stripes, ribbons, honours and glories. For these folks, war had to end with total disaster for the German army, against which Jena, Waterloo and Sedan would be mere skirmishes. Thousands of captured cannon, hundreds of thousands of captured Boche, shattered enemy forces streaming back across the Rhine bridges, pursued with bayonets at their backs by our soldiers, our regiments entering the great cities beyond the Rhine, flags fluttering, bands playing. Here was the apotheosis dreamed of not only by our great warriors, but also by the government, almost all the press, all the embusques, and back in the rear, all those who had nothing more to lose or who had more to gain by continuing the war. What did 100,000, 200,000 more cadavers matter? A few more months of unimaginable suffering to bear. Did that matter for those who were far from the slugfest? And to accomplish this monstrous dream, the so-called Allied government sought to delay for as long as possible the hour of the last cannon shot by requiring Germany to repeat its demand for armistice several times, for simple questions of form and formulas. During this time, in an orgy of murder, bloodletting and burning, the whole front was in flames, from Ypres to Belfort. Without exception, all the regiments were thrown into the assault on German machine guns. The German armies bent back on all the points of contact without letting their line be broken, and their retreat didn't turn into a rout. They had to cede the floor to the diplomats. But I'm not going to pretend to write history here by recounting the dramatic, agonizing twists and turns which led to the signing of the armistice, November 11th, 1918, at 5 in the morning. The big bosses themselves didn't believe that things would end so soon. Evidence. 2 days before the armistice, we arrived at the barracks at 11 a.m., our appetites sharpened by 3 or 4 hours of exercise. We believed we were going to eat our meagre meal when we had the disagreeable surprise of discovering in our courtyard the commander of the military district, the famous General Damard, renowned for his exploits in the colonies. The general had no doubt dined well. He was in no hurry. He had us assemble, he congratulated the officers, stopped here and there before some poilus, asked various questions, then finally gave us the patriotic sales pitch. Finishing up, no doubt believing this would please us, he assured us that victory is certain, but the war isn't over, and we still have laurels to gather up. Thanks to these laurels, this end of the speech spoiled our appetites, and we went back to our rooms pensive and careworn. It was noon when the news reached us in the Vitre barracks. There wasn't a single soldier left in the rooms. It was a devilish stampede down the corridors and down to the police station, where they had just posted a telegram announcing in 2 laconic lines the deliverance of millions of men, the end of their tortures, the imminent return to civilized life. How many times had we thought about this blessed day, which so many did not live to see? How many times had we peered into the mysterious future, looking for this star of salvation, this invisible lighthouse in the dark night? And now this forever immortal day had arrived. This happiness, this joy, overwhelmed us. We couldn't keep it in our hearts. We stood there looking at each other, mute and stupid. But we were called back to reality by the cries of rassemblement, assembly, and the whistle blasts of the adjutants on duty to head out for exercises as usual. What, to exercises? On such a solemn day, which will be unforgettable in future centuries? That was a joke. Grumbling, we set out for the training field, and the next day too. Finally, some striped sleeve type, less stupid than the others, put an end to these exercises which had lost their purpose. 3 days later, we were in Guingamp. But for our trip there, someone had the intelligence to put us on a train which wasn't direct, and we had to spend the night on the benches of the waiting room at Rennes. I soon obtained a leave of 50 days as a barrel maker and returned to duty at the garrison on January 10th, 1919, Passing through Paris, I visited the Jardin des Plantes and walked past the Opera and the Louvre. One more month separated me from my liberation. I spent it standing guard at the 48th Regiment's barracks at Guingamp and at a hospital where German prisoners from all over the region were being cared for. They were installed by themselves in 2 big tents at the end of the hospital's garden. If you were too sick, you died, and there's one less Boche. No daily examination rounds for them. Just once a week, a major would pass by and decide, based on appearance, those who were ready or who looked to be ready to rejoin the prison camp they'd come from. One day, I was assigned to go with 4 soldiers to take a dozen of these cured prisoners to their cantonment in Saint-Brieuc. Their prison was a school in town. We arrived there at the moment they were serving a meal, made up only of rice cooked in water, with a few pieces of low-grade meat floating in it, bits of skin, tendon, fat, etc. You could have as much rice as you wanted. Those who liked this plat du jour could have as much as they wanted. Others who had some money could buy some delicacies. In one corner of the courtyard, a profiteer had set up a table loaded with cans of preserves, chocolate, etc. All the sous from the meagre purses of the prisoners went right to the pockets of this profiteer. We spent the rest of the day visiting Saint-Brieuc, which was separated from the sea by steeply embanked ravines. On one square stands the statue of a former town mayor killed by the Chouans, who, one night, took over Saint-Brieuc and opened the gates of prisons, releasing men who were condemned to die the very next day. Finally, my long-awaited day arrived, February 14th, 1919. That day, at Narbonne, after multiple formalities imposed upon the demobilized and visits from one office to another, a desk-bound adjutant handed me my discharge papers with the words, "As long awaited as the Messiah, go, you're free." I was free after 54 months of slavery. I was finally escaping from the claws of militarism to which I swore such a ferocious hatred. I have sought to inculcate this hatred in my children, my friends, my neighbours. I will tell them that the fatherland, glory, military honour, laurels, all are only vain words, destined to mask what is frighteningly horrible, ugly, and cruel about war. To keep up morale during this war, to justify it, they lied cynically, saying that we were fighting just for the triumph of right and justice, that they were not guided by ambition, no colonial covetousness, or financial or commercial interests. They lied when they said that we had to push right to the end, so that this would be the last of all wars. They lied when they said that we, the Poilus, wanted to continue the war in order to avenge the dead, so that our sacrifices would not be useless. They lied. But I'm not going to write any more about the lies which came out of the mouths or the pens of our governors or journalists. Victory has made us forget everything, absolve everything. Our leaders needed it, at all cost, to save themselves. And to get it, they would have sacrificed the whole human race, as General Castelnau said. In the villages, they're already talking about raising monuments of glory, of apotheosis, to the victims of the big butchery, to those, as the phony patriots say, who have voluntarily made the sacrifice of their lives, as if those unfortunate ones could have chosen to do otherwise. I'll contribute my penny only if the monuments symbolize a vehement protest against war and the warrior spirit, and do not exalt or glorify such a death so as to incite future generations to follow the example of these reluctant martyrs. Ah, if the dead of this war could come out of their tombs, how they would shatter these monuments of hypocritical pity, because those who are erecting have sacrificed these dead without pity. Who has dared to cry out, "Enough blood spilled, enough dead, enough suffering"? Who has refused to turn in his gold, his silver, his paper money publicly in the war bond drives to keep the war going? Returned to the bosom of my family after the nightmare years, I taste the joy of life, or rather of new life. I feel tender happiness about things which before I didn't pay attention to. Sitting at home, at my table, lying in my bed, putting off sleep so I can hear the wind hitting the shutters, rustling the nearby plane trees, hearing the rain strike the windows, looking at a starry, serene, silent night, or, on a dark, moonless night, thinking about similar nights spent up there. Often I think about my many comrades fallen by my side. I heard their curses against the war and its authors, the revolt of their whole beings against their tragic fate, against their murder, and I, as a survivor, believe that I am inspired by their will to struggle without ceasefire nor mercy, to my last breath, for the idea of peace and human fraternity. February 1919.